Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber.
Please be seated. Yesterday, I announced that I had been informed by the Chief Electoral Officer, that Andrew McMurray has been returned as a member of the Assembly for the South Down constituency to fill the vacancy. This morning, Mr McMurray signed the undertaking and roll of membership and entered his designation in my presence and that of the Clerk to the Assembly. Andrew has now taken his seat, and I welcome him to the Assembly and wish him every success. Next item on the order paper is member statements. Members wishing to make that statement should do so by rising in their places. The usual rules apply. Johnny Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this morning. Obviously, today is a very poignant day for many of our constituents with the start of the UK COVID inquiry for Northern Ireland. More than 4,000 people tragically lost their life in Northern Ireland during this period. And I think today of the bereaved families in particular, who today will have many memories brought back of some very painful times that they went through. As constituency MLAs, I'm sure each and every one of us has personal memories of a very difficult time. I remember, from my own perspective, losing a dear friend in a care home and going to the window of the care home as he passed in his final moments, and the pain that the family felt that they couldn't even get to his bedside because of the fear of COVID spread in the care home itself. I think of constituents that impaled themselves on railings trying to get to loved ones' graves as councils closed cemeteries. I think of the many decisions taken in this place, some with more thorough scrutiny than other decisions, and how that impacted upon their lives. But more importantly today, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to renew the call that the families have placed firmly out there, that today is a search for the truth. It's a search for accountability, a search for political accountability when sadly in this place it was lacking at times, whether it was decisions taken that were do as I say but not do as I do for some members. But primarily today, with the victims very much in the front and centre, I think we can only but hope and pray that they find some form of closure as this inquiry comes to Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Declan Kearney.
I want to highlight the significance of International Workers' Day, otherwise May Day, on tomorrow, May the 1st. May Day celebrates the struggles and the achievements of working people and organised labour. It also reminds us of what still needs to be done to maximise industrial democracy and workers' rights. Securing full union recognition and collective bargaining rights in all workers' workplaces across Ireland remains a critical priority. And notwithstanding the challenging economic and financial realities here in the North, our power-sharing institutions need to have the backs of workers and families. So to close, I extend solidarity to the Irish Congress of Trade Unions and the international labour movement on this May Day, and would encourage everyone to participate in May Day meetings and rallies this week, especially on Saturday.
Donny Donnelly.
I rise to speak regarding the latest UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Committee report, which was published last week following an inquiry into the rights of disabled people in the UK in March. The committee has found that there have been no significant progress on delivering their previous recommendations outlined in 2017. The UK Government has failed to address any of the systematic violations of human rights of persons with disabilities, and they have failed to tackle the root causes of inequality and discrimination for disabled people. Whether it is difficulties in accessing PIP or ADP, or proposed amendments to the Data Protection and Digital Information Bill that would violate the right to privacy for many people, it is clear that this outgoing Conservative government has no interest in addressing any of the inequalities that continue to perpetuate against people with disabilities. And I hope that the next government provides a more equitable and human rights approach to equality issues. The report also highlights some of the most pressing issues specific to Northern Ireland, such as the loss of EU funds and the failure of the UK Shared Prosperity Fund to provide the same level of support. 2 points quoted directly from the report, which is available online. Deaf and disabled persons organisations in Northern Ireland reported that disabled people were in particularly dire situation. Disabled people are 50% more likely to live in poverty. Debt is a significant issue, with many losing a substantial portion of their income due to debt repayments. Despite some individuals qualifying for disability benefits, the financial support often fails to cover the extra cost associated with disability, leading to financial hardship and material deprivation, and indicating that disability benefits for those who meet the threshold for the entitlement are not sufficient to meet the extra cost associated with disability and ill health. DDPOs in Northern Ireland have also raised concerns about disabled people being targeted for financial exploitation and illegal lending during the recent political and economic crises. This has highlighted a gap in the formal responses to protect disabled people from such exploitation. Significantly, the report also highlights the disproportionate impact of political instability in this Assembly on disabled people and their rights. The report again displays the urgent need for institutional reform to prevent this Assembly from collapsing again for years. Equality law in Northern Ireland has fallen behind the rest of the UK. One way to resolve this gap would be the incorporation of the UNCRPD into our domestic law, as it is recognised as the gold standard for equality rights. And this is something I hope the Executive will bring to this Assembly before the end of the mandate. Thank you.
Tom Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to bring to the attention of members the success of 2 rugby clubs in Fermanagh and South Tyrone, namely Clogher Valley and Enniskillen rugby clubs this season. Enniskillen Rugby Club ladies won the junior, became junior champions at the weekend, beating Malone by a staggering 27 to 8 points. It's a great win for that young side, very young side. But also Clogher Valley, who have had successes this year in the women's, winning the Ulster League B, the first men's winning the All-Ireland League 2C, and the Bank of Ireland Senior Shield final. And I have to say, all of this comes on the back of what is great youth programmes in both clubs. I have to say, they bring forward those young players. They teach them respect and they teach them competitiveness. And I have to say, there is a healthy competitive relationship between Clogher Valley and Enniskillen, and that's always good as well, because both excel themselves when they play each other. Enniskillen first just missed out on being champions in their league as well, coming up in second place. But I wish both clubs well. I wish their youth programmes well, and I love to see those youth programmes thriving. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to make this member statement about the provision of mental health services in South Down, notably those that are offered by 3 local organisations that I've worked with: Life Changes Lives in Downpatrick, Mind Your Mate and Yourself in Newcastle and Castlewellan, and The Well in the Kingdom in Mourne. The issue of mental health, mental well-being and indeed suicide is something that will impact all of us at some point, whether directly or indirectly. And while we are 26 years since the Good Friday Agreement and grateful for the peace that we do now enjoy, there are so many families and individuals that are still living with the trauma and the transgenerational trauma that caused. Medical professionals tell us that the legacy of the Troubles has contributed to the greater prevalence of mental health issues in the north compared to England, Scotland or Wales. Therefore, the need to implement a fully resourced and funded mental health strategy and action plan has never been greater. For those who require counselling to help care for the adverse mental health, very often they can only avail of 6 free sessions with the current model that is provided by statutory health trusts. And that just seems ridiculous that we've got one size and expect it to fit absolutely everybody, and it is such a short supply of what they need. But mental health does not follow statutory guidelines. After 6 sessions, people are often left at a cliff edge, and then they have to wonder who to turn to. And it is in that void that the left by the statutory sector, very often it is the community and voluntary sector, like those in Life Changing Lives, My and The Well, who step in and provide a much-needed listening ear, a shoulder to cry on, or words to calm the troubled soul. In some circumstances, they literally talk people back from the edge of death. And they do it not for profit, and they don't do it for the headlines. Rather, they do it because it's the right thing to do. and that they care for the people in our local communities. And yet here we have an executive that does not believe that they deserve the funding to do the work that they do. Very often there is not a cure for adverse mental health, but rather the imparting of skills, knowledge and understanding to help those suffering to be able to live with these conditions. Therefore, the need for a multi-year budget to enable the department to actually fund these organisations has never been greater, and it is something that our executive should work to address and provide. Thank you.
Linda Dillon.
Apologies, didn't hear you say my name. Tomorrow marks the 1st of May, and for some that is the beginning of summer. But for many families, tomorrow is a day that they have dreaded for some time now, because they lost loved ones in the conflict. And as a result of the British Government's legacy bill, numerous inquests will be halted and over 330 troubles-related cases being investigated by the Police Ombudsman's Office will be axed. These families aptly named this bill the Bill of Shame, because it will end all access to legal pursuit of their cases. And we may not always agree in this chamber, but on this, and particularly around sensitive matters such as legacy, but on this I believe we are all agreed. This British Government legacy bill is wrong, and it serves nobody. It serves no victims and no families. And we absolutely believe that the Stormont House Agreement, whilst not perfect, at least offered families some access to truth and justice. And the families themselves believe that, and that was shown by the number of responses to the consultation on that. 17,500 people responded to the consultation on the Stormont House Agreement, many of whom were families who had lost loved ones, many of whom poured their hearts out in those consultation responses, only for it to be scrapped along with the Stormont House bill by the British Government. And I have spoken to many, many families from all sections of our community, and all they want is peace. They want the truth about what happened to the people they love, and they don't want the next generation of their family to have to carry the heavy burden that is the fight for truth and justice. But be in no doubt, while they don't want their family to have to carry that on, they will. The irony of some of these cases is that the very Secretary of State who has blocked access to justice through the courts and through the coroner's courts is the same person that will decide if these families get access to a public inquiry. This is not right, and some of these public inquiries were recommended by the coroner's court themselves. So I am asking for support from right across this chamber to continue to fight the British Government on this and insist that this legacy bill is repealed by the British Government.
Erskine.
Mr. Speaker, TB is wrecking and destroying farms across Northern Ireland, and I am calling on the DAERA Minister to move on this matter at pace to bring forward a plan on how he is going to deal with this scourge. Farmers are under intense pressure, and TB hits farms through no fault of their own, and the DAERA Minister must meet the needs and defend farmers and their livelihoods. I know of family farms, especially in my own constituency, that are at breaking point. In 2003, my area had some of the highest incidences of bovine TB in Northern Ireland, with a herd incidence rate of 12.6%, the second highest in Northern Ireland behind Newtownards. And in my constituency area, 96 herds were closed up in January and February of this year alone. For those who aren't aware what this means for farmers, I suggest you get out and visit some who have been hit. Farmers who are left without a form of income or an ability to sell their animals in a time of rising costs. Never mind the toll of seeing your livestock loaded onto a trailer to be culled. I can't imagine that feeling. Bovine TB takes away any form of control on how you can operate your farm. There are those that see the figures paid out in compensation to farmers who lose a herd to TB and think it's sufficient. Animals are, yes, assessed at the market value by DAERA staff, but there's no allowance for the subsequent loss of milk production or loss of progeny. It has a serious impact on farm finances. The Secretary of State pushed for a consultation on proposals to reduce the compensation by up to 25%, but I warn of the consequences of introducing such measures. It may seem alluring to some in this chamber to think that it would save a figure of up to 9.3 million to the public purse. However, in GDP terms, from NI cattle and sheep farmers, it's cited to be worth £2.8 billion. Deal with the problem. That is my thinking and the thinking of farmers, the length and breadth of Northern Ireland. And I want the DAERA Minister to bring forward his assessment of the consultation and a plan to tackle bovine TB as soon as possible. We need to stand by our farming community.
Peter McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to speak on the importance of Belfast Metropolitan College, Castlereagh campus in my constituency of East Belfast. Members will be aware of the sudden announcement of the proposed closure of this campus last year and engagement on redundancies within the wider Belfast Metropolitan College estate. Since becoming an MLA, I'm proud to have worked with parents and staff on this matter, attended consultation evenings, consistently engaged with management, put forward our concerns about how the process was being handled, and raised what was happening with the Economy Minister in this chamber and in writing. The consultation has recently closed, and the Minister has consistently told me it would not be appropriate for him to meet with Castlereagh management until the significant number of public consultation responses are reviewed by the College. But, Mr. Speaker, it is precisely because of the large number of responses that I think it is essential that the Minister engages with the College, not specifically on the proposed consultation closure, but because it is such an important part of the community in East Belfast and also the surrounding local economy. We cannot sleepwalk into closure and not know what could have been. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, we need to remember that this place sat silent for 5 out of 7 years while government departments cried out for support and ministerial direction. Groups and organisations cried out for support but were allowed to go to rack and ruin, and I am firmly of the view that everyday issues like potholes, streetlights, struggling businesses and proposed campus closures can be linked back to lack of consistent and functioning government, and it is why a functioning Assembly is so important in Northern Ireland. Now, with ministers in post and departments having some energy behind them again, it is crucial that ministers hear the problems, potential solutions and see the opportunities that lie in front of them with government support. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the staff of Metropolitan College, Castlereagh, the current students and the potential new students, I call on the Economy Minister to urgently accept our request to meet with staff and see the potential for Castlereagh to support the next generation of minds in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I was listening carefully to both Mr. McGrath and Ms Dillon. Mr. McGrath makes the point about our shocking rates of poor mental health compared to England, Scotland or Wales. And I think the fact that we can all agree is that it's a legacy issue. If you take a map of the troubles and the hotspots measured by bombs, shootings, murders, and then you take a contemporaneous map of hotspots of poor mental health measured by attempted and completed suicide, drug and alcohol abuse, you basically have a match. And we do need to do more on mental health. And Linda Dillon makes the point that unusually there was universal condemnation and rejection of the Legacy Act, and yet tomorrow the Independent Commission on Reconciliation and Information Recovery comes into being. It effectively becomes the only show in town. So, rightly or wrongly, that's the position we are in. I think it is up to them to prove to us that they are worthy of our support. And the two things overlap. Poor mental health and well-being may be as a direct consequence of a failure to secure truth justice and acknowledgement for their loved ones. And as a former Victims Commissioner, I can testify that over the years I don't think we've done particularly well by victims and survivors. I think they had a reasonable expectation that the moment they were injured or they lost a loved one, that the state and the agencies of the state would form wagons in a circle, and whatever they needed they would get, be it a bit of shopping, taking and collecting the children from school, some cash. These things didn't happen. For some reason in my mind today, I'm minded of the widow whose husband was murdered. She was left with a farm, a herd of milking cows, a slurry tank, and 2 toddlers. And the last 2, of course, a potentially fatal mix. But she had to milk the cows every day, and there was nobody to help her. So how did she keep the children safe and away from the slurry tank? She got 2 tractor tires, piled one on top of the other, to create a prison cell into which she placed her 2 toddlers while she milked her cows, because nobody was there to help. So I don't know what the ICRIR will achieve, but there is a lot of pressure on them, because victims and survivors deserve truth, justice, and acknowledgement.
Mark Durgan.
Mr. Speaker, Personal Independence Payment, or PIP, is a lifeline, providing support for basic needs such as housing, transport, food and heating. As complex and flawed as the PIP process can be, and often is, disability benefits in general offer a safety net, an assurance from the welfare state that society's most vulnerable will be protected. Recent proposals from Rishi Sunak fly in the face of that objective. The Tories' proposed reform of the system, including stopping regular cash payments, is an immoral attack on those with disabilities. If these reforms are foisted in turn on the North by executive parties, as happened with welfare reform, the outcome will be ruinous. As we've heard already this morning, the legacy of the conflict has resulted in a much higher prevalence of long-term illness and disability here than in Britain. We've also some of the worst outcomes for people with disabilities. A series of unprecedented budget cuts in recent years, including the loss of European Social Fund, has seen disabled people disproportionately impacted. Overnight, services like Action Mental Health in my own constituency disappeared, stripping many disabled people of loving, supportive community network. Vital organisations were gone in an instant, and the most vulnerable were left high and dry. Cuts to discretionary housing payments were devastating for those reliant on disability benefits, unable to meet the shortfall in ever-increasing rental costs. Executive parties promised to overturn these cuts and many others made in their absence. Instead, the budget has copper-fastened decisions like these around DHPs, which have been a key contributory factor in rising homelessness. It's deeply concerning that upon witnessing an increase in the number of claimants with a mental health condition, the first reaction of a Tory government isn't how can we improve the lives of those suffering, but rather how do we tackle benefit scroungers. It's really troubling to see such blatant disregard for people laid bare. The British government don't care about tackling the underlying issues of poor mental health. They care only about cutting costs, even if those cuts cost lives. These aren't reforms, they're regressive measures that threaten the well-being of society's most vulnerable, dystopian and destructive by design. These callous proposals must be opposed at all costs.
Mr. Collingdon.
And I would like to pick up geographically where my colleague Tom Elliott was at with his statement in the village of 5 Mile Town in South Tyrone, and to acknowledge another fantastic achievement in that village in the shape of St Mary's primary school, 5 Mile Town, who have been shortlisted for Best Community Campaign at the Sheila McKechnie Awards, which take place in London on the 15th of May. A short time ago, St Mary's was facing the threat of closure, but under the excellent leadership of Mairead Kelly of the Board of Governors, Brian McCluskey as principal, the entire school community and the entire community of 5 Mile Town, including businesses, sports clubs, and indeed I want to acknowledge the work of Deborah Erskine and Tom Elliott, the entire community rallied around what was an excellent school with excellent educational outcomes, a growing, thriving school in a growing, thriving community. The community recognised the value of that, and they mounted and fought a campaign to save their school. The Sheila McKechnie Awards celebrate the best campaigns and campaigners with a focus on those who have made change happen in their communities. With patrons including broadcaster John Snow, the Sheila McKechnie Foundation was established in 2005 to support and recognise campaigners and encourage social change through civic action. And I think that makes the school an excellent nominee for this award, given the social change that they have brought about through civic and community action. I want to acknowledge their work. I want to also say it was an absolute privilege to be part of that campaign. It was absolutely positive and inspiring throughout. And I would like to wish the entire school community all the very best in London on May the 15th, and I hope that they are winners of that award.
Call Ms. Cheryl Brownlee.
Speaker. As I rise today, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate an aspiring young Carrickfergus woman who has been recognised as the Rotary Young Citizen of the Year 2024. At only 16, Madison is the only youth ambassador for the Northern Ireland Children's Hospice and has raised more than £100,000 through a series of fundraising events. Coffee mornings, bag packs, walks, non-uniform days and even leg and chest waxing events, with the flagship event, a gala ball at Titanic Belfast, raising over £60,000. Madison first got involved with fundraising after learning that her childhood friends, Noah and Gracie Coates, were diagnosed with a very rare form of cancer. This life-changing event is where Madison found her inspiration, not only for charitable causes, but raising awareness of cancer. Madison is the well-deserved winner of the Rotary Young Citizen of the Year Award and was presented this prestigious award at a ceremony in Birmingham. This achievement is testament to Madison's character and time she's dedicated to supporting the NI Children's Hospice. She's a shining example of how young people have a very positive and vital role in our society today. Well done, Madison. Thank you.
Call Mr. Jim Allister.
I want to raise a constituency issue in terms of the disparity and gaps in preschool provision in parts of my constituency. I refer in particular to the situation prevailing in and around the village of Kells. Historically, that provision was largely met by the Kells group, which has long existed, and what was colloquially known as the Country Garage preschool facility. It unfortunately closed, meaning that this year there were 65 applicants for the Kells provision, where only 42 places were provided, even though it could cope with 52, which meaning that there are 24 families and more in and about the village of Kells with no provision. They have been told that, oh, there's a place in Crumlin, or there's a place in Rasharkin. Oh, sorry, that is not good enough, because the scheme, as articulated by the department, is that it is to meet the needs of each area with the provision of targeted places. So I do say to the Education Authority, and I've been in touch with Mr. Pengelly, and I trust that he will take this issue on board, that there needs to be adjustment and revisiting in specific areas where the need is not being met. The Education Authority, I do have to say, was accommodating when a similar issue arose in Clough-Mills, and I'm looking for the same approach in respect of Kells. We cannot have a situation where 24 families are left out in the cold when there are another 10 places which could be provided if the chaos facility was granted the norm of 52 places. So I hope that that will happen, because the stress and dismay that this is causing to local families is something that need not happen.
I have received notice from the Deputy First Minister that they wish to make a statement. First Minister.
In compliance with Section 52C of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, I wish to make the following statement on the 27th NSMC Plenary meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council, which was held at the NSMC Joint Secretariat offices on the 8th of April 2024. The Deputy First Minister and I have agreed that I would provide the report. The Deputy First Minister and I led the executive delegation, and the then Taoiseach Leo Varadkar TD led the Irish Government delegation. The meeting was chaired by the Deputy First Minister and myself, and all executive ministers attended. At the start of the meeting, ministers offered their sincere condolences to the family, friends and former colleagues of Dr Peter Smith, a former Joint Secretary to the NSMC from June 2002 to October 2005, who sadly passed away on the 11th of February 2024. The Council then discussed environmental challenges, including those facing our watercourses, such as Lough Neagh, and agreed both jurisdictions would share learning, expertise and research. The ministers went on to discuss the fiscal outlook for each jurisdiction. Promoting economic growth, skills and job creation are key priorities for both administrations, and ministers discussed relevant areas relating to trade and business. The next agenda item was a progress report from the NSMC Joint Secretaries, which provided updates on the NSMC meetings which had taken place since the previous plenary meeting and outlined work taken forward in each of the NSMC sectors, including the North-South bodies. It was agreed that, building on the learning from the response to the pandemic, officials in both jurisdictions should continue to consider civil contingency planning and resilience arrangements across both jurisdictions, and that an update should be provided to a future meeting. Ministers noted the significant challenges faced in both administrations in addressing climate change and loss of biodiversity, and agreed that all NSMC sectoral meetings consider these issues so that a report of these discussions can be brought to the next plenary meeting. The NSMC noted that this year marks the 25th anniversary of the establishment of the North-South Ministerial Council and the North-South bodies, and that this will be commemorated during the year. We then received an update on the various New Decade New Approach commitments with a cross-border element. NSMC welcomed the positive developments in the delivery of the commitments and noted that the Irish Government and the Executive will continue to work together, including through the North-South Ministerial Council, to deliver key infrastructure projects which will deliver social, environmental and economic benefits, improving the lives of people across the island. Ministers welcomed the announcement in February by the Irish Government of funding of €800 million for shared island investment priorities, including €600 million for the A5 Western Transport Corridor, as well as funding for the Narrowwater Bridge, an early frequency rail service between Belfast and Dublin, and completion of the cross-border Carlingford Greenway. Ministers received an update on the A5 Western Transport Corridor, including that a public inquiry into the scheme was reconvened in May-June 2023, that in October 2023 the Department for Infrastructure received the final report from the Planning Appeals Commission, and that ministers and officials are carefully considering its findings and recommendations. The NSMC noted that both administrations continue to work together to progress the Ulster Canal restoration project, that substantial completion of the main infrastructure works of Phase 2, that's Clonfad to Clones, is expected in Q2 of this year, and that the estimated completion of all Phase 3 elements, Castle Saunderson to Clonfad, subject to funding, is 28-29. The Council was advised that the main infrastructure work on the subsection between Clones and Clonfad of the Ulster Canal Greenway is expected to be substantially completed in Q2 2024, in parallel with the completion of the Ulster Canal Blueway, and that the subsection between Clonfad and Gortnacarrow is anticipated to be delivered in 28-29. A strategic environmental assessment, including a public consultation, has been carried out on the draft report of the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review in 2023, that the final report will be published with recommendations appropriately incorporated pending approval in both jurisdictions. The NSMC noted that the Department of Transport and the Department of Infrastructure continue preparation for projects to be funded under Peace Plus programme, which include improvement of the Dublin-Belfast rail link through the replacement and expansion of the enterprise rail fleet to provide for sustainable rail stock and reducing journey times. The The NSMC noted that a tender process for the main construction works contract for the Narrow Bridge was conducted in 2023 and that Louth County Council expects to award the contract to the successful bidder in the first half of 2024. Ministers also noted that the Department of Further and Higher Education, Research, Innovation and Science and the Department for the Economy continue to work closely with Atlantic Technological University and Ulster University on the potential for future collaboration, skills provision and research and innovation, and that there is a particular focus on the key drivers of human capital and innovation in driving strong economic development in the North West region. The Council received an update on higher education provision in the North West region and noted that in June 2023, subject to due diligence, the Irish Government committed up to €44.5 million from the Shared Island Fund to construction of a new teaching and student services building at Ulster University's campus in Derry, and that this implements the Irish Government's commitment under the NDNA Agreement for Capital Investment in the campus to expand higher education provision in the North West region. The NSMC noted that in November 2023, the Department of Further and Higher Education, Research, Innovation and Skills, the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology, the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs announced €70 million in joint funding to create 2 new research centres on climate and sustainable resilient food systems. The NSMC was advised that the North-South Research Programme established in 2021 had granted €37.28 million to projects to date. Ministers noted the ongoing engagements of both administrations with the North West Strategic Growth Partnership, that a plenary meeting of the partnership took place on the 30th of November 2023, that an allocation of an additional €1 million from the Irish Government was provided to the North West Development Fund, which allows expenditure on the current phase of the fund to extend to March 2025. The NSMC agreed that commitments under NDNA should remain one of the agenda items of relevance to the NSMC sectoral meetings and that further updates will be provided to future NSMC plenary meetings. The Council then considered a number of CEO appointments for the North-South bodies. The NSMC appointed Gary Kearney to the post of Chief Executive Officer of the Food Safety Promotion Board and approved appointments of Sharon McMahon as Chief Executive of the Locks Agency and Alice Mansura as Chief Executive of Tourism Ireland. The NSMC reappointed Gina McIntyre as Chief Executive Officer of the Special EU Programmes Body and approved the reappointment of Sean O'Quine as Chief Executive Officer of Forest na Gaeilge. The NSMC welcomed into post the newly appointed and reappointed Chief Executive Officers and thanked Niall Gibbons, former Chief Executive Officer of Tourism Ireland, Ray Dolan, former Chief Executive Officer of Safe Food, for their significant contribution in providing leadership and direction to the work of those bodies. The NSMC also thanked Interim Chief Executive Officer and designated officers for their leadership and important contribution to the work of the North-South implementation bodies and Tourism Ireland. The NSMC then appointed board members to the Food Safety Promotion Board and Tourism Ireland and agreed that appointments will be made to fill the remaining vacancies in these boards and on the other boards of other North-South implementation bodies at future meetings of the NSMC. The NSMC then approved a schedule of future NSMC sectoral meetings, a meeting in institutional format and the next plenary meeting in Q3 of this year. Finally, just to place on record our thanks to Mr Tim Losty, the previous Joint Secretary to the North-South Ministerial Council, who retired in May of 2022. That concludes the statement, Mr Speaker.
Before I call Mr O'Toole, I just remind members that this is questions and I won't be very tolerant of speeches. Mr O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'll assume that wasn't in any way directed at me. First Minister, thank you very much for that update. It is very welcome that the NSMC, after 3 years, is meeting again. That will be the height of my speech. On point 16, you talk about the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review. I'm very pleased to see that was a subject for conversation, but you say that the final report will be published pending approval in both jurisdictions. Can you confirm whether the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review and its recommendations are agreed policy by both jurisdictions, and if not, will you be advancing the cause that they should be? Thank you.
Thank you, and just to concur in terms, it's great to see the North-South bodies and institutions up and running again, and I think that there were very much an opportunity for a refresh and a restart. And the Strategic Rail Review, a hugely important, vital piece of work, continues. I think it's important that both jurisdictions then obviously, in terms of their own approach to it and how they respond to it, they have to come forward with their proposals around how they're going to take it forward. But I think there was an absolute recognition at the meeting itself that improving our rail network has the potential to both drive economic growth and promote environmental sustainability. So I look forward to the relevant ministers bringing that forward through both their own area of work, their own the next stage of the North-South Ministerial apparatus meeting, where the two ministers will bring forward their own proposals from their own department as to how they're actually going to publish the final review in the coming months, and then how it's going to be taken forward.
Liz Kimmins.
Thank the First Minister for her update this morning. Would the First Minister agree with me that the NSMC provides an important forum for developing shared approaches to the delivery of essential public services, most obviously on all-island health interventions, but also in other areas such as agriculture, infrastructure, climate and tourism?
Minister.
Yes, I absolutely agree with that. It's such an important forum, and I'm so glad that it is back up and running, and that there's huge opportunities now for us to share initiatives through the various sectoral meetings, which I couldn't think of just now for Matthew, but the sectoral meetings that are now going to be taken forward. There's a huge volume of work going to be taken through those bodies now that they are operational, and I think it does make a lot of sense for us to adopt shared practices and strategies on our small island, because I think many of the challenges that ministers face across the board are shared challenges and also opportunities. And I think that you referred to health. We can see the many benefits of cooperation, particularly in terms of health facilities. When it came to children's cardiac care, for example, huge example of how cooperation really pays off for citizens here. But there are obviously many opportunities, for example, in terms of our tourism offering, protecting our environment, tackling climate change, across all of the sectoral interests. I think that the mechanisms are there now in order to allow us to develop effective solutions on many of these issues.
Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker, and thank you, First Minister, for your statement. It sounds like a lot of ground was covered, all very positive, but as has already been indicated, there was a period of time whenever it wasn't meeting, and during that time we saw the passing of the Legacy and Reconciliation Act, and I'm just wondering, was that discussed, and if so, are there any plans to bring forward some all-island good relations shared island projects in that space? Thank you.
Minister.
It wasn't discussed in any kind of detail at the meeting, but I suspect that as we move further now into all the sectoral meetings happening, this is the opportunity that we're going to have to promote and advance some of that work, particularly around good relations. But I think that some of the initiatives that have been announced over the course of recent times, in terms of the shared island funding, how that can actually help to foster good relations in communities, build good relations. There's the practical pieces, there's the infrastructure investment, but there's also investment in communities here and people who are doing really good work on the ground. So I look forward to the restart, the reboot of all of that work across the piece in the sectoral engagements.
Jonathan Buckley.
Speaker, as someone with an interest in the history and beauty of the Ulster Canal, I wondered if the Minister could give an update as to the progress, particularly from a tourism perspective, and particular focus on the Northern Ireland section, which there has been interest from Minister Heather Humphreys in the past TD about seeing that further explored, and particularly through the counties of Fermanagh, Armagh and indeed Tyrone.
Minister.
Just to say, I absolutely concur that there's huge momentum with the Ulster Canal. This has been a project that's been a long time in the making and a long time developing, but the momentum that we've seen with the restoration of the canal, with both administrations working together, is a really fine example of how to progress such a huge infrastructure project that brings so many benefits for communities. So significant construction work is ongoing in the Clonfad to Clones phase, and as I said, it's going to be expected, or it's going to complete in the next few months. But then the Greenway work, and again I think there is further expansion potential there, and I know that Heather Humphreys and others, particularly our representatives from across our parties in that area, are promoting that there's a further area for expansion. So I think that when we see the work on the Greenway progressing, and that's going to be completed for this summer, we need to keep building. So we need to keep building on the potential progress to extend this even further, to help boost tourism, to help boost our local economies, and providing a resource that can actually promote active travel, recreation. So there's huge benefits, and I think we'll continue to see that develop in the years ahead.
Tom Elliott.
Speaker, and my question relates also to the Ulster Canal, and I'm just wondering what agency or department is responsible for taking forward the on-site works of the project, including the designs?
Minister.
I don't have the detail of the company, but I'm happy to get that provided to the member.
Nicola Brogan.
I'm really glad to hear that the A5 road upgrade was discussed at the NSMC meeting. And Minister, I wonder, could you tell me, is the development of the A5 road upgrade a priority for both Ministers North and South of Ireland? And is it a priority to see it being progressed at pace?
Sure.
Yes, absolutely, and this was one of the areas that we did discuss, and updating this road is obviously a priority for the Executive, but also for the Irish Government, who recently had that commitment to €600 million towards the project. We all know that the level of the tragedies that have occurred on that road are absolutely shocking, and actually, as we met that morning, news had just come in of another person who had lost their life on the stretch of the A5. So all that highlights to why we need and underlines why we need to urgently upgrade this dangerous stretch of road to allow lives to be saved, to ensure that no other family suffers the heartbreak that far too many families have endured. My colleague, our colleague, the Infrastructure Minister John O'Dowd, and his officials are currently considering the findings of that final report from the PSE and are actively considering the next stage in due course. And I'm sure that Minister O'Dowd will want to take this forward at the next NSE Transport meeting, because this is a key infrastructure project. We know it will transform lives, we know that it will save lives, and it will be for the better of everyone, so it's important that we get advancement on the project.
Tom Buchanan.
Mr. Speaker, and just following on from the last question, the A5 has been a priority for this Executive for well over a decade now. And was there any indication given at that meeting as to when the works will commence on site, when it will change from actually being a commitment and a priority to actually being a reality with the action starting and the works commencing on site?
Minister.
Yeah, so that level of detail will be discussed over the course of Minister O'Dowd's deliberations around the PSE findings, which he has in front of him right now, but also at the next transport sectoral meeting. But I absolutely agree, it's time to get the road built. It's absolutely time to get spades in the ground and actually advance this project. It'll provide the enormous benefit for the people who, in that part of our community, and also because of all the issues that I've highlighted around road safety, the level of deaths that have been occurred on that road. So it's now time to turn it into actual feet on the ground and actually making sure that the road is built, and I concur with the member on that.
Connie Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Minister, your statement referred to numerous vacancies throughout some north-south ministerial implementation bodies. Could you please outline how many vacancies there are and a timeline for them to be completed?
Minister.
Yes, there are a number of vacancies that have to be progressed over the coming months. Now, some of those, I don't have the actual number. We were able to make some of those appointments in terms of the Chief Executive Officers, but at the sectoral meetings coming forward over the course of the weeks and months, the individual ministers will bring forward appointments as well for each of the boards. But in terms of the actual number, I can provide that to the member in writing because I don't have that figure in front of me.
Declan Kearney.
First Minister, can you expand on the specific discussion that took place at the NSMC regarding the environmental catastrophe in Lough Neagh, and reassure the Loughshire community and my constituents that this crisis is going to be taken forward as an all-island environmental priority?
Yes, I can say that this was one of the first areas that we actually discussed at the NSMC, and given the significance of the issue and the need for shared learning, expertise and research, we had discussed in the margins of the meeting, but then in the meeting itself, that we wanted to continue to face this issue together, and I anticipate that we will continue to engage closely on this in the future. We significantly or specifically even highlighted the challenges that we jointly face and discussed the strenuous efforts that are in place in terms of trying to overcome the difficulties in Lough Neagh, and that it's essential that we continue to work together, both across all of our government departments in the Executive itself, but across the island in terms of addressing the challenges that arise as a result of climate change, that we need to take action across all sectors to address the very troubling trends that we are seeing. But I was delighted that there was a commitment from the Irish Government to work with ourselves around that learning, expertise and research, because as we know, It's much more than just Lough Neagh itself. It's all the tributaries, it's everything that contributes to the situation that we find ourselves in. So this is a time for learning together. This is a time for taking these challenges on together, and I'm glad that, and I know that we will continue this to conversation and work within the NSMC itself.
Philip Brett.
Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the First Minister for her update. The First Minister is on record as saying that victims of terrorism deserve truth and justice. Could the First Minister outline how the North-South Ministerial Council can be used as a platform to achieve that aim? Will she join with the Deputy First Minister in calling on the Irish Government to launch a public inquiry into the Omagh atrocity and ensuring that those victims of terrorism get the truth and justice they deserve?
Minister.
I can tell the member that this issue wasn't discussed at the NSMC, but I absolutely am on record in saying that all families are entitled to have truth and justice in whatever form that comes and from wherever quarter that comes.
May I make a declaration of interest, First Minister, as a member of the Steering Committee of the British Irish Parliamentary Assembly. In paragraph 11, we referred to the economic activity that is likely to be mentioned at the North-South Ministerial Council. Was the issue of the ETA, the Electronic Travel Authorisation, raised, and bearing in mind its significant impact it may have on Northern Ireland tourism?
Minister.
No, the issue will be taken forward in the sectoral meetings with both the Economy Department and the relevant correspondent department.
Philip McGuigan.
I appreciate the update from the meeting, and further to it, can I maybe ask the First Minister to elaborate on whether there was any discussion on at the NSMC about our economy and in particular addressing regional imbalances?
Minister.
Yes, again, this was one of the early conversations we had around supporting businesses, growing trade. That's a key priority for all of us in the years ahead, and also how we are all committed to addressing regional imbalance. We've shared priorities in terms of promoting economic growth, job creation, improving skills, and we discussed all of that in that kind of broad way at the meeting. We also have similar barriers in terms of people entering the workforce, including childcare, and this was also briefly touched on. We're also keen to support local businesses as they grow and take the next step and venture into other markets, whether that's on the island, in Britain or the EU or beyond. And obviously Invest NI will play a key part in this, and I particularly welcome the work that they're doing with Intertrade Ireland and Enterprise Ireland to deliver support in new and innovative ways. And the other area I think where we have common ground in terms of something that we're trying to grapple with, which is the fact that we want to ensure that our young people stay here, that when they come out of education that they want to build their careers here, so we want to try and stop that trend. So again, these are areas where I think we can continue to collaborate.
Ryan Kingston.
And with regards to academic research collaboration, was there any discussion on the impact of the United Kingdom's reassociation with Horizon Europe, including access to funding, which will be beneficial for all partners?
It wasn't discussed at the more, because it's more high-level strategic discussion, but it will be discussed at the sectoral meeting, and absolutely I think we all can concur that having access to Horizon 2020 is where we all wanted to be, so I'm glad that we're back in that spot.
Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, First Minister. Mr. First Minister, we welcome the commitment of Shared Island funding to the university campus in Derry. Was the NSMC updated on the appointment of the new task force focused on expansion of the university there, and are there plans for future engagement between the two?
Minister.
As the member can see from the statement itself, you can see where we discussed research and innovation in the North West, we discussed higher education in the North West, we discussed North-South Research Programme, and we discussed the growth partnership. The Economy Minister himself then spoke at the meeting to his plans for, particularly for our task force, which he has now subsequently announced, and I look forward to that work continuing to ensure that we do everything to support the university's expansion, and I think the task force in time will produce the roadmap on which we'll be able to do that. And we'll obviously had a very strong commitment from the Irish Government in terms of their approach to this area and their commitment actually to work with us in terms of building that wider research, innovation, higher education and development in the North West.
Sinead Ennis.
Narrow Bridge is much anticipated by the people of South Down, and the First Minister will know that Narrow Bridge is more than just an infrastructure project. It's key to unlocking the huge tourism and economic potential that we have in South Down and across the Carlingford Lough region. So with that said, would the Minister be in a position to provide any more details on the Narrow Bridge project? Thank you.
Minister.
So this was discussed, and it's another one of those important infrastructure projects for both administrations, and the Irish Government themselves had announced the further shared island funding for the construction of the bridge back in February. We know that the bridge itself is going to facilitate cross-border active travel, including the further development of the network of greenways and local connectivity. Again, like the A5, this is a project that's been in the making for many, many years, so it's great to see that some progress is now being made, and no doubt the local communities in Down and in Louth, who have been all campaigning tirelessly for progress, will be delighted to see that their hard work is now coming to fruition and we're now seeing advances.
Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's been mentioned about tourism discussions that took place with the appointment of Alice Manser as CEO of Tourism Ireland. Given the opportunity for joined-up working through the NSMC, would the First Minister agree with me that the development of Ireland's ancient East must extend beyond the border through my constituency of South Down, bringing economic, cultural and historical opportunities?
Minister.
Yes, I can agree with that. I think that there's enormous potential there, and I know that our Minister, Conor Murphy, responsible for tourism, is determined to advance that project.
Jim Allister.
With the executive short of money, does the Minister know or care what the North-South institutions are costing? And could she supply that information? And does she know or care about the fact that none of the North-South bodies have a balanced workforce, but all have an inadequate number, according to community backgrounds, of people from a Protestant background? Does that matter?
Minister.
The member has submitted a number of questions in relation to the resourcing of the North-South bodies, but I will remind the member also that these bodies are jointly funded by both the Irish Government and the Executive. I'd also remind the member that they are also an integral part of the jigsaw of the make-up of the Good Friday Agreement institutions and in terms of relationships across these islands. So it's important that as public bodies they're properly resourced to do their work. And resourcing in general in terms of individual bodies are obviously a matter for ministers, but and continue to be developed collaboratively with both the executive colleagues and with the Irish Government counterpart.
Sky Carl.
First Minister, there's been a lot of whipping up of anti-migrant and anti-asylum seeker rhetoric, particularly in the last few weeks. What discussions, if any, took place at the NSMC about the detested Rwanda scheme or any other anti-asylum seeker scheme from either the British Government or the Irish Government, and will she commit to raising her opposition to this rotten scheme and then all this anti-asylum seeker rhetoric in the last few weeks at the next meeting?
Minister.
Well, I'm personally very much on the record in terms of calling out the British Government's response or their approach in terms of the Rwanda bill. It's disgraceful, disgusting and does not meet any human rights standards by any stretch of the imagination. The issue of the last number of days has only arisen in the last number of days, so it wasn't discussed at the North-South Ministerial Council. But suffice to say, I think we all should support a system that's fair, that's efficient, that's compassionate, that can be enforced. And there's no doubt in my mind, as I said yesterday in question time, that Ireland can't become a casualty because of this horrible Rwanda legislation that the Tories have brought forward in England.
Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, First Minister. You briefly touched on the fact that childcare was discussed, which is unsurprising given its relevance to economic growth, skills and job creation. Could you elaborate a bit more on what was discussed and what we can hope to see coming forward in the future?
It was discussed more in a kind of high-level strategic way in terms of building our economy, and this is one of the component parts if we're going to be serious about building our economy. And it was discussed in the vein of this is something that we as an incoming executive want to prioritise and want to work on. So we were restating our executive commitment to doing something in terms of childcare and actually bringing forward an appropriately funded and accessible childcare package. So that was the way in which we discussed it. But again, I think this is one of those areas that will follow through into the sectoral meetings, and there'll be much more discussion on this. But it was for us to state our priority, and the Irish Government likewise were addressing their approach to this issue as well.
Thank you, First Minister. First Minister, obviously I think it's important that we acknowledge the 25th anniversary of the North-South institutions. Obviously our peace agreement here in the North is the envy of poor people across the world who are suffering as a result of conflict. Can you outline what has been done to mark that?
Minister.
Yes, so this is the 25th anniversary year, as you've acknowledged, and it is a significant milestone in terms of the profile of their work and what's been achieved, and there has been some very significant achievements over the course of that period of time, and it's important that they're profiled, it's important that they're publicised, and it's important that we continue to build on them whenever we look towards the next 25 years and what can be achieved. Members may already be aware that the bodies themselves have launched an exhibition in the Ulster Museum. It's titled North South 25, and it's going to be on permanent display in the lecture theatre at the Ulster Museum throughout 2024. So I strongly encourage members to get a look at the exhibition itself, so you can see the kind of practical, real collaborative efforts that have been brought forward and the benefits and advantages it's brought to our people.
Padraig Delargy.
I thank the First Minister for her statement. First Minister, can you provide an update on the Peace Plus programme?
Minister.
Yes, I can confirm that significant work has been undertaken by the SEUPB in the development and implementation of the 1.14 billion Peace programme so far. It obviously aims to build on the work of the previous Peace and Interreg programmes, and I welcome the huge impact that it's going to have in terms of promoting economic and social cohesion and supporting peace and prosperity. I'm very pleased that the programme opened for funding calls in June last year, and the programme implementation is progressing well. A significant number of funding calls have already opened and closed, and I understand the remaining investment areas calls are scheduled to open up throughout the remainder of this year, so huge potential for projects to be taken forward under the EU programmes body.
That concludes the questions to the First and Deputy First Minister. Point of order, Mr Buckley.
Mr Speaker, the House is due to have a statement on MOT waiting times, and it seems to have suffered the same fate as many MOTs, with it just being supplied now at 11:30. Does the Minister or does the Speaker agree that this is highly unacceptable for members to just be receiving a statement in which they're meant to scrutinise?
Well, the member raises a point of order I was going to raise with the Minister, so whilst he's coming to take his place, I would remind him that statements are due to be in 1 hour beforehand, and encourage the officials maybe to get up a wee bit earlier in the morning and make sure that the statements are out in good time for the Assembly. So if the members would take their ease whilst Minister O'Dowd comes to the table and we change this table.
Order, order. Ladies and gentlemen, further to the Speaker's last statement, the Minister has failed to meet this requirement this morning on delivery of the statement. Therefore, in accordance with Standing Order 18A, subparagraph 2, I would ask him to state the reason for this prior to making the statement. Minister.
Thank you, Last Concordia, and my apologies to the House and to members for the statement not being available on time. I can only assume it's because we have a shortage of staff in the office this morning that an error has occurred, so I apologise again to the House.
Thank you. I have received notice from the Minister for Infrastructure that he wishes to make a statement. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mr Speaker, in compliance with Section 52 of the NI Act 1988, I wish to make the following statement regarding proposals to help reduce the current waiting times for MOT testing. At the Assembly debate on the 11th of March, I listened carefully to all members and let them know that I had asked officials to urgently consider a range of policy options to reduce MOT waiting times that I would make a statement after Easter. I have considered the policy options presented by my officials, and I am now in position to provide you with an update on the further measures that I am introducing to reduce current MOT waiting times. Before I do so, it is worth noting the context in which these proposals are being brought forward. In each of the last 2 years, the DVA has conducted over 1.1 million vehicle tests, which are the highest numbers ever recorded. This increase has been achieved through a range of measures, including the recruitment of additional examiners, using overtime to provide cover for leave, and offering vehicle testing appointments on Sundays and bank holidays. In 2003, there were only 7 days the DVA did not offer MOT appointments. Despite this, waiting times for MOT tests remain unacceptably long, and this demand is increasing each year. The DVA is investing in new test centres. The construction of the first new test centre in almost 50 years at Hindbank is now completed, and the DVA is going through a rigorous process of testing the newly installed equipment and software. Hindbank has already opened for driver testing, and I expect it to open to vehicle testing later this year. But I would stress this cannot happen until my officials and I are satisfied that the new equipment is safe to use and meets the requirements set out in the contract specification. A second new test centre at Mollusk is expected to open in late 2025. Once fully operational, each centre will have the capacity to deliver over 100,000 vehicles per year. While these are positive developments which help the DVA meet the future demand for vehicle testing services, they will not reduce MOT waiting times in the short term. I recognise the current demand for vehicle testing means that many customers cannot secure an MOT appointment before their current certificate expires. I appreciate the frustration and anxiety this causes to our citizens, and I know all of us are regularly contacted by constituents raising similar concerns. I am therefore announcing today my intention to issue temporary exemption certificates or tax from the 1st of June for a specified range of private cars. Under current legislation, the Department has powers, in exceptional circumstances, to issue tax exempting relevant vehicles from testing requirements. They were used previously during the COVID pandemic. I am satisfied that the delay in the construction and opening of Hindbank Test Centre, the challenges associated with recruitment and retention of vehicle examiners in the last few years, and the ongoing increase in demand for vehicle testing also meets the definition of exceptional circumstances. Therefore, I have decided to introduce tax for a limited period to relieve the pressure on the system and help reduce the waiting times. Having considered potential demand and future capacity, the DVA planned to introduce exemption certificates for private cars which were first registered within the following date ranges and which have a valid MOT certificate in place. Those first registered between the 1st of June 2019 and the 31st of May 2020, which will be 5-year-old cars, and those first registered between the 1st of June 2017 and the 31st of May 2018 will be 7-year-old cars. Vehicle licensing information shows that around 115 cars may be eligible for a tax. DVA information also shows that 96% of 5-year-old cars and 91% of 7-year-old cars pass their MOT first time. These date ranges have been selected carefully with road safety very much in mind, and I am satisfied that this decision strikes the right balance between managing waiting times and the impact on road safety. One of the best ways to ensure road safety on our roads and fulfil our long-term goal for eliminating death and serious injury by 2050 is by changing road user behaviour. As road users, we all have a personal responsibility to behave in a way that keeps ourselves and others safe. The sad reality is that if we do not change our own attitudes when using the roads, our death toll will continue to increase. Road user behaviour extends to maintaining our cars, and it's worth remembering, vehicle owners, that it is your legal responsibility to ensure that your car is always kept in a roadworthy condition. This is also the expectation of the police and insurers, and does not change whether there is an MOT in place or not. You should regularly service your vehicle and carry out basic checks, such as ensuring that all lights are working properly and tyres are correctly inflated and tread depths are legal. In respect of the implementation of tax, the DVA will apply these automatically to eligible private cars. The vehicle licensing record will be updated to enable cars issued with a tag to be taxed. Customers will not need to do anything, as the process will be automatic. For those eligible private cars which have an MOT appointment booked, the DVA will cancel the booking, refund the fee, and automatically extend the MOT certificate by 12 months from the expiry date of the current MOT. This process will be implemented from late May onwards, and I would ask owners to be patient when the DVA implements these arrangements. The DVA booking system will prevent anyone from with a car that is eligible for a tax from making an MOT appointment, and their system will advise them of the reasons. More detailed information will soon be available on the NI Direct website. Social media messaging has also been developed to direct customers to the relevant information. For all other customers of other vehicles, MOT reminder letters will continue to be issued as usual, and customers should book an MOT appointment in the normal manner. If they already have an appointment, those customers must continue to get their cars MOT'd, as they will not be issued with a tag. While some early gains will be seen in waiting times, the position is expected to be gradually improved over the tag period. I am confident that this will provide relief for many of our customers, whether covered through a tag or not, and a number of appointments will be released in a few weeks which are no longer needed for those private cars which will have a tag instead. The DVA will closely monitor the demand for vehicle testing during the period of tags are applied, and any further information to extend, reduce or remove their use will be brought forward on a timely basis. The DVA has consulted with the PSNI and the Association of British Insurers, who both understand the need to introduce measures to reduce waiting times. Both organisations have also confirmed they will continue to apply the current mitigations that are in place for their customers who cannot secure an MOT appointment before the current certificate expires. The DVA will also work with other partners, including the PSNI, to develop mitigations to protect road safety, such as conducting additional roadside safety checks. Moving to biannual testing. The Assembly debate in March also raised the option of biannual MOT tests to address the current waiting times. Our existing legislation does not allow this, and any change would therefore require primary legislation, and this could not be done quickly. MOT waiting times can be expected to already be reducing by the time biannual testing could be introduced. However, I can confirm that I am minded to consider this issue further, and have therefore asked my officials to provide me with advice on launching a consultation on biannual testing. I will need to consider the resources and timeframe that this will require, and weigh this against other priorities and the budget and staffing available. I will provide an update when I have reached conclusions on these matters. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I reiterate my commitment to reducing MOT waiting times. The introduction of tax is intended to be a short-term measure to reset the balance, enabling all customers to access this service in a more timely manner, whilst the new test centres become fully operational and provide the additional infrastructure capacity to meet the increasing demand for this service. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I thank the Minister for his statement today. What percentage of vehicles requiring a test over the next 12 months does the 115,000 eligible vehicles represent? And is the Minister confident that capacity will have been increased sufficiently to manage when these vehicles re-enter the testing regime? And can the Minister assure the House that the measures being taken today will result in a sustainable long-term solution to this problem, so that we're not in the same position at the end of this mandate?
Thank the Chair for her questions. And a bit of quick math suggests it's around 10% been taken out of the system at this stage to and free up the appointments for that. So I do think it will have a significant impact on waiting times and will allow more customers to get a timely MOT. In terms of whether it will be a long-term solution, I don't see taxing themselves as being temporary exemption certificates being a long-term solution, but they are part of a plan to bring us to where the long-term solution is. The long-term solution is opening the 2 new test centres, recruiting more examiners, and we have been quite successful in that in recent times. We've brought on around 47 new recruits, and we're opening up the recruitment process again to recruit more. I think that'll be part of the long-term solution. And when I publish the consultation process, then we will have to decide collectively whether that is part of the long-term solution in terms of biannual testing.
I call on Mark Durkin, and I apologise for not calling you before. I was still digesting 10 pages of the Minister's statement, so my apologies, but over to you, Mark.
Me too, Deputy Speaker, so I was glad for an extra minute to do so. Normally we know what the Minister's going to say because we see it on the news that morning. I welcome the statement and welcome this action from the Minister. He has responded to calls from the Assembly to do something different, to do something dramatic, and this will certainly bring relief to the situation in the short term. Like the previous questioner, however, I am concerned that it is just a short-term measure, and I would urge the Minister to proceed with the consultation without undue delay on the biennial testing. It seems to me that this has been kicked down the road a wee bit with the introduction of further barriers that the Minister hadn't mentioned in the debate in the Assembly in March. Could he outline where in primary legislation he is prevented from moving to biennial testing now?
Well, firstly, to the best of my knowledge, it wasn't on the news this morning for good or bad reasons, though I may be wrong. In terms of pointing out, I can supply the member with the legislation and ask my officials to give him the exact clause out of the legislation, but it's my firm understanding and the firm understanding of my officials that we have to change our legislation to introduce biannual testing. I'm not sure what extra barriers I've put in way since March. He may be referring to the budgetary constraints and the staffing constraints. As the members knows, the executive has published its budget. I'm working my way through it. I have to match my budget against the business plan moving forward. It's only sensible to do that. I would expect that we would see a consultation in the late summer or early autumn in relation to this matter for a number of reasons, as I've outlined, but also I want to engage with the insurance industry and the PSNI as well around the options available. So we're presenting an informed consultation product not only to AMLAs but also to the public and others around what options are available and what the implications of those options might be.
Thank you. I call on Cathal Boylan.
The Minister's statement, but could I put it to the Minister, what is his assessment of how the introduction of tax will improve waiting times? Gormil Magan.
Those eligible private car owners of 5 years and 7 years will be receiving exemption certificates. Anyone who is eligible for exemption and goes onto the system to book will be automatically informed that they aren't eligible for an MOT, they're covered by this system. So once we see that rollout of those 115,000 free places or new appointment places for people, I think it's going to have an immediate impact and take the pressure and anxiety off customers who have been finding it quite difficult to date to find MOT certificates. So as I said earlier, this is one step in this journey. There are other steps: recruitment of examiners, opening of the new MOT centres, and then we'll move to our consultation and see where that journey brings us.
Peter McReynolds.
Thank the Minister for his statement today. The Minister has advised that temporary exemption certificates will be a short-term measure. Can he give any indication as to how short that will be, and has issuing reminder letters sooner been explored given the large number of missed appointments contributing to the backlog?
Thank you. I would hope that we have them in place for around 1 year, but there's a number of moving elements to this story, Hydebank being one of them, when we can get Hydebank opened, when we have the consultation out and rolling on the views that come back from the consultation in terms of how we move the legislation. But it's kept under review, and any changes will be notified both to MLAs and to the public in a timely manner. Releasing appointments earlier has been discussed previously. It's my understanding that they only increased the backlog earlier. What we need to do is open up space in the system, and that hopefully today's announcement will open up space in the system.
Thank you. Can I call on Alan Chambers?
Speaker, Minister, in your statement this morning, you say that you have consulted with the PSNI
and that they have confirmed that they will continue to apply the current mitigations that are in place for customers who cannot secure an MOT appointment before their current certificate expires. Can you confirm, however, that motorists from Northern Ireland who take their vehicles over to GB without a current MOT certificate, and if they are subject to a document check by police forces in GB, will be subject to potential prosecution by those police forces?
As I've confirmed to the member before, that may well be the case. The processes we have in place with the PSNI and the insurance industry only apply in this jurisdiction. If you leave this jurisdiction without an MOT, then you may be subject to prosecution elsewhere. This is the reason why I think it's important that we introduce measures such as you've announced this morning. We need to free up more capacity in the booking system, and we've done that. Recruitment process has been quite successful. So I would expect that motorists won't be facing the same difficulties as they've been facing over this last period of time in the weeks and months ahead.
Thank you. I call on Jonathan Buckley.
This statement certainly includes some sensible proposals which buy time, and hopefully with that time we can see some long-term solutions put in place to address this. But can the Minister address, we know there is individuals and indeed businesses that rely on MOTs for their livelihoods, and I'm particularly thinking of second-hand car dealers who can't legally sell unless an MOT certificate is in hand. Has the Minister engaged with that industry, and indeed do these proposals help address those issues for those second-hand car dealers in Northern Ireland?
I haven't personally engaged with the industry, but I know my officials have, and DVA engages with them on a regular basis. These proposals today, as I've said, open up spaces within the booking system which will allow private car owners and private car dealers to access more appointments, so that will lift the pressure off that industry as well.
I call on John Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for the statement, but I want to ask for some definition around one aspect of it, which is this. The new MOT centre at Mollusk is now, we are told, going to be delivered in late 2025. The Minister will be aware that this was originally promised for 2024. Can the Minister assure us today that this timeline will not be extended again, and that this facility, a long-awaited facility, will actually be delivered in late 2025 as promised?
Thank you for your question. I have no indications at this stage of further delays to the Mollusk project, but if you've had any experience with building works and contracts, etc., you can run into unexpected delays, but at this stage I have none. I'm not aware of any.
Colin Gildernew.
Can I thank the Minister for his statement and the information provided, and also to acknowledge that many people will find this a welcome initiative. But can you outline, Minister, why the temporary exemption certificates only cover private cars and not other vehicles?
Commercial vehicles are a different matter, and I think it's important that we continue the practice of engaging on MOTs on those vehicles just because of the number of miles they would do in any given year. So I think it's important that the annual MOTs continue for those vehicles.
I call on Stephen Dunn.
Speaker, and thank the Minister for his welcome statement. I'm glad that he was listening to my contribution in our DUP motion calling for MOT action back in early March when I suggested 5 years. Will the Minister be confident that this will reduce the unacceptable waiting times, which continue to extend to many months, and that the 72 days will not be the new normal from now on? And also, if you can just clarify the situation for 6-year-old cars, just to clarity for the public out there, is that due to the previous TECs that were issued during COVID? Thank you.
Thank you. I always listen to DUP motions, so always listening. So, may not always act on them, but always listen to them. In terms of, I do think we've made a significant step forward today in reducing the backlog. Why 5-year-old cars and for a 6-year-old motor car continue but have to get its MOT? So it'll be MOT'd on its 4-year-old. It'll not be MOT'd when it's 5, but it has to be MOT'd when it's 6 for road safety purposes and to, sorry. Well, it's not 7, but what we have done there is made sure that the vehicle is being regularly checked, and so therefore our decisions are based around road safety as well. We have to ensure that vehicles are roadworthy, and I re-emphasise again, and all of us are drivers and to others. The responsibility to make sure your car is roadworthy rests with the driver of that vehicle, whether they have an MOT certificate or not. So a temporary exemption certificate does not give you an exemption from making sure your car is roadworthy.
Colin Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for just picking up on that last point. And I know this is difficult and perhaps the answer, but the transfer of risk very much sits on the road user. And whilst this is a welcome statement, what will the guidance, how robust will the guidance be in terms of maintaining vehicles so that people understand fully what checks that they should carry out to mitigate that risk as much as we can?
There has been no transfer of risk on this occasion. It has always been the case that the responsibility for the roadworthiness of the vehicle rests with the driver. So by me changing the MOT rules here and offering exemption certificates for 5 and 7-year-old vehicles hasn't changed the responsibility of any driver. So there's none there. I'm sorry, I missed the last point of your question. If that's okay, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, the second piece was just how robust and how detailed will the information be to ensure that the cars are...
There will be the information will be on the NI Direct website, and the DVA has tasked and spoken to their people on the other end of the phone around this information. So there will be readily available information, both to MLAs, councillors, and to citizens who are trying to engage with the MOT around this. We'll continually monitor that. There will also be a social media programme around this as well. We'll continue to monitor that. If there's any further information required, we will make that available.
Thank you. Declan McAleer.
The Minister for a statement. Minister, how does introduction of the TECs impact on those who may have to tax their vehicle or use vehicle recovery services?
Anyone who's in possession of a TEC will be able to tax their vehicle because it's registered on our system, and road recovery operators will also be able to work with anyone who has a TEC. I'm also aware that a number of road recovery companies are now also working in partnership with the DVA around and understanding the situation we previously had, and are responding to calls from motorists who may not have an MOT, but they do have an MOT booked and are moving towards that as well. So that situation has improved, but I would hope by introducing this, there's less people in that situation.
I call on Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement and answer so far. My question relates to capacity, Minister. You've indicated in your statement that you've done in the last 2 years 1.1 million vehicle tests. Can you confirm that the current 15 test centres you have is up to maximum capacity and are doing 100%? Bearing in mind you're going to add on another 20% with Mollusk and Hydebank. So are you content that the 15 centres that are operating today are operating to 100% capacity?
They're operating to 100% capacity in terms of the personnel they have to carry out inspections. As I noted earlier on, we have carried out a recruitment exercise and have recruited a further 47 new recruits to become vehicle examiners, which I think will be significant. And they will be posted out to centres where there are vacancies required to be filled. We're starting that recruitment process again. Also, interestingly enough, we have also recruited recently 15 new driving examiners. On a number of occasions, you'll find that driving examiners also dual as MOT examiners, so that will be no longer necessary. So we are beginning to see an improvement in recruitment of our staff due to the recent wage increase as well. I think it's also quite rightly recognised the work that these team members do as well. So those centres are operating at full capacity compared to the number of staff they have to operate.
I call on Justin McNulty.
And I thank the Minister for his statements, and I warmly welcome any initiative that will lessen the load on our MOT test centres and take the pressure off drivers. So many drivers over recent months pulling their hair out, red letters, tax ran out but can't get MOT, so that will be hugely welcome. Is this biannual testing by another name? Make Sesame Street simple for drivers. Is that what it is? No MOT necessary after 4 years, 4 to 6 years, 6 to 8 years. Is this biannual testing by another name?
Testing, but to put biannual testing on a legislative framework, we are going to have to change the law. If that's the will of the Assembly after we carry out our consultation process. So if we get to the point beyond consultation where we, fortunately, I believe that it is going to be a sensible way forward. And my main test, and that will be in terms of road safety moving forward. So yes, it's biannual, but to move to a permanent position, that we need to change legislation.
I call on Jim Allister.
So the car owner who holds an exemption certificate but regularly drives their vehicle across to GB and is concerned about prosecution, can they opt in and seek and have an MOT test?
Just to clarify and following up from Mr Chambers' comment, if a driver has an exemption certificate, they have an MOT, so they will be able to drive to Britain. There will be no question whatsoever. No, I think in fairness, Mr Chambers was put in a different context. Mr Chambers was referring to the current situation where we have a driver may have an MOT booked. If he's stopped here locally by the police and the police are satisfied that that driver is doing everything within their power to achieve an MOT, the police won't take action if the car is roadworthy. The new situation we have is if a driver has a temporary exemption certificate, they have an MOT. That's in our system. It's registered as the vehicle is MOT'd, roadworthy, or sorry, MOT'd. So if they drive over to Britain and they're stopped, the system will show that they are legally compliant.
I call on Claire Sugden.
Deputy Speaker. Minister, one of the challenges of not having an MOT certificate is the ability to get car road tax. Almost to the point that some vehicle users are declaring their cards off-road before their car tax expires and then refreshing that within weeks. That in itself feels like an abuse of the system and not the intention. So how is the Minister's announcement today going to affect car road tax? And I would point him to a comment he made in saying that it's frustrating for some people. In many cases this is people not being able to go to their work, so it's much more than that. And I would ask him to certainly reflect on that and to do more moving forward. I'm not sure why this needs to be temporary. I think this is something that he could plan for moving forward.
Well, anyone with a temporary exemption certificate will be able to tax their vehicle. They will be able to tax their vehicle. I would also advise anyone who falls out the 5-year and 7-year category who continues to have difficulty booking a test to go on to the ANI Direct website. There is quite a significant amount of information there which assists the driver in relation to the questions around taxation, etc. But I would hope now that we're going to release an additional 115,000 appointments this year, that there will be fewer drivers in the situation that many have found themselves in recent times in relation to taxation and MOT certificates. And the member asked why not move to a permanent situation. As I've said before, to change primary legislation, you have to go through the consultative process and then present legislation, and you know the rest of that story. So this is a step forward, and I think it's a positive step forward, but the House will have an opportunity at a later date to decide whether they want to move to a permanent position or not.
Thank you. I call on Danny Baker.
Collier, and I thank the Minister for his statement and actions. I'd like to ask, how was the eligibility criteria determined?
To the core of it was road safety. When we were looking at what stage we should set temporary exemption certificates at, road safety was the key question. So a car at 4 years will be MOT'd, it'll have an exemption at 5, it'll be MOT'd at 6. Now I hope we don't have to go through that whole journey in terms of this, but so drivers are always acutely aware that at some stage in that journey they're going to be MOT'd. But I emphasise, and I have to emphasise it again and again and again, whether you have a temporary exemption certificate or whether you have an MOT, you still have a legal duty to look after your car if it's on the road.
I call on Tom Buchanan.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement. One of the issues that a number of my constituents are complaining about and faced with is the difficulty of the booking system. Will the measures that you're bringing in, will that help to alleviate that problem, or have you looked at the entire system of booking an MOT and how that can be maybe freed up a little?
I think the frustration of members of the public with the booking system is that they couldn't actually book an appointment on it. The release of more and more appointments now will make it much more easier for drivers to book an appointment, and any driver or any vehicle owner who goes on and has a vehicle at either 5 or 7 years old will be automatically informed they don't require an MOT and they'll be issued with that temporary exemption certificate. So hopefully drivers will find much less frustration with the system moving forward.
I call on Diane Forsyth.
Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Minister bringing MOT testing back to the Chamber. From what I've heard, we've got 115,000 tests getting put back into the potluck system. Will the Minister take any steps to ensure people can secure tests in their local or reasonably accessible centres?
I can't make that a guarantee. The booking system works on the basis that it's opened up to all centres, but I would hope now that these extra tests available, that a local or more local centre will become available to drivers.
And as no other members have indicated that they wish to speak, I therefore say that this now concludes questions on the statement. Thank you, Minister, and thank you, members. Members, please take your ease while we swap over the top table. Thank you.
Members, notice has been received from the Minister of Education that he wishes to make a statement. Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, today I am setting out my vision for the development of school facilities to support our children with special educational needs across Northern Ireland. The profile of our children is changing. 1 in 5 children has a special educational need, and some of these children require specialist places in either a special school or in a specialist provision class in mainstream schools, commonly referred to as SPIMS. In recent years, there has been an unprecedented increase in the number of children with SEN. Since 2019, the total number of children with statements has risen from 19,000 to 27,000. And we have seen a 21% rise in pupils attending a special school. This increase is forecast to continue year on year to 2032, with a need to provide over 6,000 specialist special educational needs places across the education system over a 10-year period. This changing profile has presented us with significant challenges in ensuring appropriate places for all children. It has overtaken all previous planning assumptions and placed an unsustainable pressure on my department's capital budget. Consequently, when I took office in February, I made clear to this Assembly that education could not continue with current levels of capital funding. We were at risk of failing in even our most basic responsibilities to keep schools open, children safe, and to provide places for our most vulnerable learners. I also made clear that transforming the existing special educational needs system must be a priority. Transformation of the scale needed will take time, but ensuring our children with special educational needs have access to the right placements to meet their needs is the most important first step. I'm delighted to have secured over £60 million of additional capital funding for education this year. This allocation is vital to provide these much-needed specialist school places. However, this funding is only the beginning of what is required to meet our children's needs. So today, I am announcing the biggest step change to capital planning in education for a generation, with an ambitious and far-reaching programme of investment in special education needs facilities which will transform our education system and the lives of our most vulnerable children and their families. My department's new Special Educational Needs Capital Programme will require sustained and increased capital investment of around £500 million over the next decade. This must be additional investment. It cannot be at the expense of other essential capital investment in our schools. I am committed to delivering a modern, fit-for-purpose education system that truly meets the needs of our society and our pupils in the 21st century. There is a wide range of much-needed education investment projects which need to be delivered, and I hope in coming weeks to bring forward further plans for the wider education estate. Our special school sector in particular, however, has a legacy of historic underinvestment. It is simply not good enough that many of our most vulnerable children are being educated in ageing facilities, too often without adequate equipment and resources. Our special school staff who work with our most vulnerable learners need and deserve facilities that match their skills and expertise. I have seen for myself the impact that a poor physical environment is having on our most vulnerable children. As a society, we can and must do better. Inclusive and well-designed school buildings can enable and empower those with special educational needs and disabilities to participate fully in life at school and in the wider community. The right learning environment can support and inspire these pupils to thrive and achieve not only in school but throughout their lives. To meet projected need, it is essential that we plan effectively for the delivery of capital investment of unprecedented scope and scale over the next decade. I have therefore asked my officials to establish a Special Educational Needs Capital Investment Programme as a discrete, standalone capital programme. This programme will be led by a dedicated SEN capital programme team within my department. They will work closely with the Education Authority, sectoral support bodies, school leadership teams, boards of governors and sectoral bodies to ensure a whole school system approach to the special educational need investment. The new programme will provide visibility and coherence to SEN capital investment and be an integral part of the Department's SEN transformation agenda, driven through the end-to-end review of SEN. The new programme will have 4 main strands. Firstly, an annual maintenance and equipment programme for special schools and SPIM classes. This investment is the building block for success. I have asked my officials to ring-fence £5 million annually to provide a programme of continuous planned maintenance across the special school estate. This will start to redress the longer-term maintenance backlog and ensure our most vulnerable pupils are educated in fit-for-purpose classrooms. It will address health and safety, adapt facilities to meet children's needs, make much-needed repairs to the condition of the buildings, the grounds and other facilities. In addition, I have allocated £4 million of funding to provide equipment grants to both special schools and schools with specialist provision to make sure they have the right resources to support their pupils. The second key work stream within the SEN Capital Programme is the creation of additional specialist provision classes in mainstream schools across Northern Ireland. Specialist provisions are not new. Smaller, more specialist settings have long been a feature of our education system in providing suitable learning environments for some of our children with special educational needs. We know the benefits of inclusion through SPIMs for pupils and staff. For many schools, having such provision has enriched the entire school community. We now have almost 500 SPIM classes providing small group teaching in nursery, primary and post-primary schools across Northern Ireland. We require in total around 100 new SPIM classes for September. We have agreed 48 new SPIM classes to date, as well as 69 new special school classes. However, ensuring places for all children is a major challenge for us collectively as an education system. It will take considerable effort and commitment alongside investment and strategic planning. To help meet this challenge, the Permanent Secretary of my department wrote to all schools last week asking them to consider establishing specialist provisions for September. My officials have followed up with an expression of interest survey. The response has been truly outstanding, with over 200 schools expressing interest in setting up SPIM classes. It has been an extremely challenging time for school communities, and I am deeply encouraged by the positive response from so many schools and heartened by their commitment to playing their part in one of the most important collective endeavours facing our education system. I am confident that we are making significant progress, and I want to thank those schools that have come forward so far and encourage others to do the same. This is a critical phase in our SEN planning, and my officials are continuing to collaborate closely with their colleagues in the Education Authority to engage with those schools that have responded positively to our request to establish SPIM provision and to deliver the necessary accommodation. We know too the life-changing impact that a successful special school can have on pupils and their families. We are rightly proud to have wonderful special schools across Northern Ireland. They must have the right facilities to support their work. Therefore, alongside the establishment of specialist provision, we will also need to expand the available special school places to meet the individual needs of our pupils in the right setting. The third key element of capital investment will therefore be extension of existing special schools to provide additional places in high-quality accommodation. There are currently 10 special schools within my department's School Enhancement Programme, which provides extension and refurbishment projects across the school estate. These special schools projects will be prioritised and expedited for delivery. We will also consider the longer-term needs for places at each of these 10 schools and, where required, adapt the project to increase available places. To facilitate this, I have directed my officials to set aside the funding thresholds for school enhancement projects in order to deliver these projects at the scale required. The Education Authority has also been asked to review all special schools across Northern Ireland and submit applications for large-scale extension projects for any schools where additional places are needed. We will now take forward special school extensions at pace and scale in a planned, visible and expedited manner with a master plan for each school. The final element in the SEN Capital Programme is new special schools. I am delighted to announce today that planning of new build schools for Sperrinview and Knockevan will begin immediately, as to the much-needed second campus of Ardnashee Special School. In addition, projections indicate there may be a need for up to 8 entirely new special schools across Northern Ireland over the next decade. Capital planning will also commence for other new special schools over coming months. A new special school in Belfast has already been agreed, providing 275 additional places for children aged 3 to 19, and capital planning work is well underway. A further special school in East Belfast will also be taken forward. To conclude, our hopes and ambitions for our children with SEN should be the same as for any other child. That is why I am setting out a programme of capital investment that is wide-ranging and necessarily ambitious. Inclusion is not a strategy to help our children and young people fit into the systems and structures which exist in our society. It is about transforming those systems and structures to benefit all learners. I will continue to listen to young people and their parents, to school leaders and governors, so we get this right. Together we can achieve so much. Fairness does not mean everyone gets the same. Fairness means everyone gets what they need. We need to give every child the opportunity to reach their full potential, regardless of their background or circumstance. My department's vision is for an inclusive and high-performing education system that enables all children to be happy, learning and succeeding. This capital investment programme will bring that vision closer for our children with special educational needs. I commend this statement to the House.
Thank you, Minister, for that statement. The first question I call Cara Hunter.
Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement, and I warmly welcome this announcement today of investment that will support our schools, our staff and our teachers, and thank you for the meeting this morning on Rossmar Special School in Limavady. Minister, you stated within your statement there that there's 10 special schools within your department's school enhancement programme and that these projects will be prioritised for delivery. Can I just ask for a little more detail on that, around the 10 schools which have been chosen and how that process and decisions were made? Thank you.
Well, can I thank the member for the question? And we had a meeting this morning, Mr Deputy Speaker, that my colleague Alan Robinson had asked me to facilitate, and Cara attended, and the Finance Minister was able to drop into that meeting as well. And we discussed the needs of Ross Muiratat, and the Principal spoke passionately about the needs of the young people within her school setting. There are 10 schools currently within the school enhancement programme. They're at various different stages of that process. Members will be familiar with how those processes work in terms of feasibility, business case, then design, to get to the point at which they are at a state of readiness, that when capital becomes available, you move into construction. Of those 10 schools, Roddensvale Special School in Larne, Riverside Special School Antrim, Clifton Special School Bangor, Hillcroft Special School Newtownards, Longstone Special School Dundonald, Sandalford Special School Coleraine, Thornfield Special School Newtownards, Beachlawn Special School Hillsborough, Kilronan Special School Macrofelt, and Lissanally Special School in Armagh. What I have asked the Education Authority to now take forward is the prioritisation of these schools in terms of accelerating the various different stages so they get to that state of readiness. There are over 70 school enhancement programmes within my department across the school estate. These 10 will be prioritised in terms of their delivery. I'm also asking for other schools who aren't currently within the school enhancement programme that are within our special school estate, for the EA to be assessing the needs of those schools, and where it is identified that they need to move into a school enhancement programme, then that is a process that we need to take them on. So this is a statement that will benefit every single special school in Northern Ireland in terms of our assessment, and then how we take forward meeting the need that comes out of that assessment process.
I call the chairperson for the Committee for Education, Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement today to the House, and there is very much to welcome here, and I welcome the ongoing commitment to prioritising capital investment in both special schools and in specialist provision in mainstream. The feedback that I received, Minister, from many principals, both in the mainstream setting and in the special school setting, is that the whole system of investment appears to be done on a knee-jerk crisis response footing as we try and deliver places. How will the Minister ensure that the investment he is outlining here, and I'm thinking specifically in terms of the SPIM provision, but also in terms of additional class provision in the special school, will be delivered on a planned and strategic and targeted basis, and not on a crisis approach to deal with the shortage of placements on a rolling basis each academic year?
Well, can I thank the Chairman for the comment and the question? The very reason I'm making this statement is so that we are on the front foot strategically addressing the issues within special education. This is a transformational piece of work that I'm taking forward within the department, so that we aren't in a space of crisis management. There is obviously a critical need to address the provision for this September. I've outlined in the statement the process that I have been taking, that I commissioned my Permanent Secretary to engage directly with the schools, that we are carrying out the survey so that we can identify the need and the provision in order to match that up with the right children and young person. So we are responding to the immediate pressure, but I am also, Mr Deputy Speaker, today outlining the vision for special educational needs and how we meet the need and we provide what is required within Northern Ireland.
Pat Sheehan.
I welcome the Minister's statement and the announcement of extra funding for special educational needs, and the fact that he's going to make transformation of the SEND system entirely a priority. All that is very welcome indeed. In the shorter term, both EA and department officials have been at pains to say that the placement for children with SEN this year is not a crisis. And try telling that to parents who are waiting for their child to get a placement before September. It's certainly a crisis for them. It's a worrying time and very stressful. So, I mean, I believe that the only way of addressing this is by acknowledging that there is a crisis. And I'm not talking about crisis management. I'm just talking about acknowledging that there is a crisis there. The new chief executive of the Education Authority told the committee recently that there could be high dozens of children without a place come September. So can the Minister tell us if he will acknowledge that it's a crisis and take the appropriate action to resolve this crisis?
Minister.
Well, Deputy Speaker, when I came into post a number of months ago, I recognised immediately that there was severe pressure in terms of providing placements in September. And so we set about a piece of work which resulted in engaging directly with the schools. We've 200 schools that have came forward to say we will be willing to provide a placement in September. We've already secured additional capacity so that 1,000 figure has already significantly reduced. And we are further enhancing the provision by the work that we've been taking forward, and those 200 schools are going to be critical to making sure that come September we are not in a position where a child has not received a placement. I would like to get to the point where I can guarantee that. I'm not at that stage yet, but the requirement on me as Minister is to go about making sure we address it. I'm doing that in terms of short term, but the member rightly raises the challenges that come about each year over the past number of years. That's why I have set out a transformational programme to meet the needs in our special schools, but also that provision within mainstream education so that we can put in that specialist provision. This is a department now which is very much getting on the front foot, dealing with the long and medium term, but also putting in place measures in the short term, and that includes enhancing the capacity within the Education Authority. That's why I took the decisions that I had to take in terms of the transformation that's needed there, and there's a long-term piece of work now that needs to be carried forward. I'm also looking at what further support needs to be put in to the Education Authority in regards to these placement processes, and there may be more that I'm able to articulate in that in due course.
Joanne Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I welcome this announcement from the Minister. It's a really important day for us in Northern Ireland to hear this. Can I ask the Minister what he has mentioned East Belfast in his statement? I would like to know what additional information he can give us about such a project in East Belfast, and also I'm delighted to hear that Longstone Special School has been prioritised. Perhaps he could give us some indication as to what support he and EA will be able to provide to them as they seek to establish and sustain a sixth form which could teach life skills and employment opportunities and enhance the prospects for the pupils of that school. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, and can I thank the member for her comments and also for the invitation very early in my time in office to visit Longstone, where I had the opportunity to meet with the pupils, as I have had now in a number of different school settings. And for any member who goes into a special school, and I'm sure many if not all have, it is very difficult to come away from those engagements not feeling emotional, touched by it and wanting to do more. And that has been my experience as I witness the excellent teaching, how the support staff put in place the routines, and one of the school visits that I had that Diane and Colin had invited me down to Knockevin. Well, one of the girls, when we were in one of the class settings, and she hugged me, and one of the classroom assistants had to assist in letting her go, and then the other one beside me grabbed hold of my ear and pulled me over, and it was just one of those moments where you really did feel, what more can we do for children who are facing these really difficult circumstances? What more can we do for parents who struggle every day and campaign and fight for their children? We should have a system that responds to that need, not one that is hostile, not one that is litigious, but one that is agile and supportive. And that's what I'm going to ensure happens. Longstone is one of the schools in the school enhancement programme. That will now be accelerated in terms of the processes. I want to compress the stages that schools have to go through so that we can then allocate funding when capital becomes available to start construction. And the school enhancement programme looks at a whole school solution, and where there is a need in a community and how the school can provide it, where it isn't a new build but where you're enhancing the school, we need to be identifying what the need is, and where adjustment needs to be taken place within those school enhancement programmes. We want to know about that so that we can make adjustments accordingly, so that we have an estate that matches up with the need, not just now, but in 10 years' time. How do we meet the need?
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for this very welcome statement. But in briefly reading through it, I have one or two concerns, if the Minister could address them. The first is to accept and welcome the impetus for SPIMS, and there will be hopefully an impact in September which will see many of our pupils receiving their school in the same time as a child that doesn't have a special educational need. But you make the comment here that you listen to school leaders and parents. So could you outline to the House today in regards to parents, will those children receive their schools at the same time as other pupils? And secondly, in regard to every interview that I've had with a principal from a special school, they are still at odds with the department in the in terms of how they don't have control of their funding and they are treated differently. And is that something that the Minister is prepared to look at?
Minister.
Can I thank the member for that question? Issues that have been raised with me when I've been out visiting the schools. Obviously, the approach when it comes to the delegated budget, members will be familiar. Other schools it'll be through their LMS. Special schools don't have that because they're directly funded, and the costs are all directly paid. So there will be arguments, pros and cons, I think, in terms of that. I suppose rather than the issue around the process of spending, it's making sure that there is the available resource. How it's spent and who takes that decision, I'm up for that conversation, but we need to make sure that the appropriate resources are being made available to schools. The issue of placements, I absolutely understand that 99.9% of children in mainstream education have received their placement. In fact, there's only 16 children have been unplaced within mainstream settings, and that figure has come down. And obviously, they know where they're going. Children who have a statement of educational need and where we're trying to find the right placement for them, some of them still don't know that. And we need to get to a place where they are much earlier sighted in what school that they are going to go to. And so that is an issue that I am very much alert to. That hasn't happened this year. I believe there can be improvements in all of that. It is a slightly different process because you do need to make sure that the children, the young people, their need is properly assessed, the provision in a school is properly assessed, that could be met, that the engagement with the parents take place, and that requires more time in order to do that. That maybe isn't the case when it comes to children in mainstream and the placements that they have. So I'm alert to that. The other thing that I think we do need to look at is an earlier engagement process with parents when they're choosing their school in December time. Often these schools are being asked, can they accommodate a children or a young person with only 2 weeks turnaround, many months after the parent has maybe expressed a view as to what school that they should go to. We need to get to a place where the primary school principal, the preferred post-primary school principal that the parents would like them to go to, have that conversation, because it may be that the post-primary school that the parent wants their child to go to isn't the best place. Often, many times it will be, but there needs to be an earlier dialogue to take place and you work out what the best solution is for the child. So that is another piece of work around the statementing process, the placement process. All of those things I'm alert to, all of those things we need to see improvement on in the months ahead.
Cathy Mason.
Minister, thank you for your statement today. It really is welcome news that this priority has been given to special educational needs, and specifically the welcome news of the much needed investment into Knockhaven Special School. Ministers, there are schools across the north who are willing to utilise space and facilities that they currently have to deliver these much needed specialist provisions that we are talking about, but for some reason they don't seem to be being considered. Some are saying that they actually are even being ignored. This just doesn't seem to stack up. I'm talking about rural schools in my own area, and we heard from St Mary's in 5 Mile Town this morning. Can the Minister give assurances that schools who are willing to step up and provide this support for children with special educational needs will be supported and given the tools to do so?
Thank you. And the member is right to raise that issue, and one that has been raised with me when I have visited schools. Carr Primary School in my own constituency, the principal indicated they had expressed an interest for provision, and that wasn't followed through in terms of EA. Indeed, I think the indications were that it may not have been a suitable school because of the wider enrolment issue. I looked at that particular issue, and my view is that it is a suitable school. That's one of the reasons why my department, not EA, my department, engaged directly with the schools, sought expressions of interests. That's why I had my permanent secretary reach out to do that, and we're currently carrying out a survey for the very reasons that the member has just articulated, that too many schools were saying that they wanted to, but they weren't getting the support needed from the Education Authority.
Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister so far for statement. Minister, and I welcome the point towards the end of the statement with respect to Sperrinview School and the benefits that will have to the kids in Mid Ulster. My question is regarding finances. Minister, at the very start of statement page 4, you referred to approximately £1 billion. Can you sort of give a wee bit more detail on the funding required, I presume additional funding, and executive commitment on it?
Minister.
Well, thank you, and the member has raised before with me the issue of Sperrinview in terms of providing the facilities that are needed. So obviously today's announcement in terms of looking at a new build for Sperrinview, that now opens up the mechanism or the gateway for that process to commence, and I think that will be very much welcomed in the wider Mid-Ulster community. Obviously the issues in terms of budget, that is something that we need to get additional funding over the next 10 years in a sustained way. I was pleased that the Executive was able to provide additional resource into my department for capital expenditure. It's something that I had raised with the Finance Minister. I would have liked more, but I'm glad that I got over £60 million, because I fought hard based upon all of my engagement, all of the evidence, that some of our most vulnerable children need that support. And that's why education was able to receive some uplift. I can spend so much more, and I intend to get these projects to the point that they are ready to go into construction, so that when I next go back to the Executive seeking funding, it's on the basis of these are schools that will be able to be built when we have the resource available to us. So over the next 10 years, that is in the hundreds of millions, but that is now going to be developed strategically through a planned process, and obviously that will be a critical investment to create the right kind of school estate for special education.
Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your statement. Last week, Donna Tyson shared a picture of two beautiful boys, one who had twins who had just received a placement in a school, and the other one still waiting for the SEND specialist placement. So the inequality is very clear, and your statement outlines a way forward for how we address this. I would ask how your department plans to measure the appropriateness and effectiveness of the SPIM places. This is obviously going to be a central part of it. How do we ensure that these places are the right ones for the children? How will you measure that?
Sure. Thank you. And obviously the survey is now being carried out in terms of what the physical would need for the schools. So some schools may have a classroom that can be repurposed. Some may require a classroom unit or a modular unit to be put on. That is now a piece of work that my department and EA are assessing of those 200 schools that have came forward, because we need to make sure it's the right placement, not because we can't have a child not going to school. We have to make sure a child goes to school, but it needs to be the right school. And we shouldn't be at a place where we're applying so much pressure to a school, you must take. It has to be right, and the school has to be supported. What I am doing today, and what we have been doing, is making sure that school principals and the leadership teams feel supported, because instinctively our school principals boards of governors want to accommodate all children within their local community, but they need to make sure they have got the right support from government and the education authority to have the confidence to do that.
Connie Baker.
And I welcome the Minister's statement and prioritising the funding for special educational needs. Given the stress and anxiety that the families face and children with special educational needs again this year with placements, I'm wondering, would the Minister consider an approach that no longer leaves children outside of the enrolment, but actually places children with special educational needs first?
Mr.
Thank you. I think the member is referring to what would we regard as supernumerary when it comes to the planning. We have been taking an approach now that you cannot plan new builds and school enhancement programmes without including children with statements of special educational need and meeting that. So that is an issue in terms of future design and build, that we make sure that we're building new schools on the basis that they will be able to accommodate all children, and that issue of how you build in the supernumerary factor into it, I think, does need to be addressed. There is no point building new schools which then we're not able to meet the needs of the local community, particularly for children with special education.
Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his welcome statement to support this very important sector indeed. Can the Minister provide an update on some of the challenges facing the education, particularly the special education estate, including Clifton School within my own constituency of North Down, which opened in its present site in 2004 and now has over 200 students with ever-increasing enrolment demands?
Can I thank the member for the question, and I know he has me in his constituency, I think, tomorrow for school visits, and Clifton has been another one that he's been raising with me, so thank you for his advocacy on that. And obviously, as one of the schools in the school enhancement programme, we seek to move that forward at pace. There is a clear challenge within the wider educational estate. When I look at the 15-year backlog in planned maintenance, there's a real problem in terms of how we address that. Outdated technology infrastructure with schools and investment of around 250 million is required to update that infrastructure. So it is hugely significant, the challenges. I recognise there are huge challenges for this executive, but we still do have resources. We still do have funding. It's for ministers to get on with the job, to do as best as they can with the envelope of funding that they have got. I'm a minister who's rolling up my sleeves and getting on with that difficult job and trying to find solutions.
Liz Kimmins.
Corley, and to declare an interest, I've been on the Board of Governors for Rathore School in Uri for almost 9 years now, so I'm acutely aware of the huge issues that special schools are facing in families, and I thank the Minister for this very welcome statement this morning. But Minister, one of the issues that comes up time and time again is the ability to future-proof our SEN sector, and that one of the obstacles to that is funding is only released when schools are already at capacity or are beyond capacity. So with that said, can the Minister advise what work is being done in terms of long-term planning so that schools can actually obtain funding based on projected numbers, because we are seeing and we know that numbers are continually increasing. So I think that's very important, rather than drip feeding modular units on sites that are already congested. Thank you.
Well, the member's right, and this programme that I've now announced will take that long-term strategic view. The numbers of children presenting with and requiring statement of educational need, I outlined in the statement, has increased significantly over the past number of years. That's expected to rise up to 2032. And what are we doing to make sure that the estate is able to meet that need? That's what this programme is all about: assessing the need and making sure that we have an estate available to meet that need, so that we're not dealing with the kind of crises that has been taking place of putting in classroom units and trying to identify at the last minute where we can put provision in. We need to move away from that. This is the start of that process, where we move away to a planned, fit-for-purpose education system for those with special educational needs.
Nuala McAllister.
thank the Minister for his statement today, and it is welcome news, and I'm sure many parents will be awaiting the long-term process, because we understand that these capital investments won't happen tomorrow, but it is something to look forward to, and I especially welcome the comments around Hillcroft and Newton Abbey. As a family member who attends the school, we see all too well the magnificent impact that has, not just on our niece and her as a little girl, but actually the entire family. And the Minister will be aware that when parents choose to attend, for their kids to attend special needs school, that they become part of a community and they rely on that support. And so I just want to ask the Minister, with regard to parental choice in sending their child whether to a SPIM unit or a special school, what provision will be there, because it's crucial that support that the parents can get for all of their family is maintained at every level, no matter the school.
Minister.
Yeah, the member's correct that there have been occasions where a special school is what is best, but because there's been a lack of capacity, when I was in Knockevin, the principal indicated that there were a number of children that they would have wanted to have taken and felt that was the right thing to do, but they weren't able to because of the lack of capacity, and a SPIM has had to be provided with additional support to do that. So creating a much more enhanced school estate will help in terms of that wider parental choice, but ultimately this is about what's in the best interests of the child and trying to make sure we get the right place for the right person in the right school. That's what we're trying to achieve, and this puts us on a pathway to creating the kind of school estate that will ensure that that is the case.
Members, before I call the next speaker, I'm going to give you a subtle reminder that there are quite a list of names in front of me here. We'll get through them better if questions are concise. I call David Brooks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Minister's very positive statement, including the announcement of the new school plan for East Belfast and the prioritisation of Longstone, where my grandfather was once the caretaker. Some schools, some of the other schools, special schools in East Belfast, may wonder what it means for their facilities. I'm thinking of Mitchell House and Greenwood Assessment Centre, where the Minister will shortly visit with me. Does the Minister have any, what it means for their facilities? Does the Minister plan any further calls for capital projects?
So in terms of this statement today, for the member, where we assess schools that currently, potentially, for example, that have minor works planned for them, it may be more appropriate for them now to move into a school enhancement programme. And the programme that has been set up today allows that flexibility to take place. So rather than a capital call that went out to the entire education estate and special schools were competing alongside every other type of school, we have now created a standalone, discrete special educational capital programme. That is why I have been able to announce today these new schools. That is why we are looking at how to prioritise the enhancement programme for special schools. This is a new programme that we have created, recognising the absolute critical need that exists to do that. So within the member's constituency and every other constituency, where there is a need within a special school, we want to assess that need and want to make sure that we put in place the right support to take forward a capital programme that will meet that need.
Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Minister, on behalf of the staff and parents of Knockevin, but very especially on behalf of the children of Knockevin, can I thank you for your statement today and the announcement that's in it. We have made it many, many years for this day. I'm afraid I can't confirm whether the child that pulled your ear was put up to it in advance of the visit, or whether or not it was the tray bakes that you got on the day that swayed it. But could I ask the Minister what he believes will be the next stages in the delivery of this programme?
Minister.
Well, can I thank the member for the question? And it is one of those visits that very much stand out as a highlight for me, being able to be in the school. And it was a pleasure for me to be there. I know you have advocated for the school over the years. I can assure the House that Diane Forsyth has very much advocated for the school as well. I know that has been a cross-party approach that has been taken within the constituency to do that, and I have been very heavily lobbied by my own colleague for the school. So obviously now the school, having announced that there will be a new build, that will allow the support to be put in place to set up the design teams that need to be there to take the school through and the various different stages. So I know in the conversation that we had with the principal, there were a number of different options discussed, potential location, time frames. All of that now can be taken forward, and we have created a gateway for Knockhaven to progress. And I know the principal, whenever we met, and I outlined that there at this stage was no process for Knockhaven to enter into. And then if we went through the conventional process, it would be competing against many other schools. This way, through a new special educational capital programme, we have a new gateway for special schools. That's why I've been able to announce the go-ahead for Knockhaven Special School.
Ciara Ferguson.
Speaker, and I very much welcome the Minister's statement today. It's really, really good that there is a prioritisation for special educational needs and capital investment in that. Just one area that I wanted to focus in on is specialist provision in mainstream schools, and obviously we have 500 classes currently across the north. Is there a commitment to currently audit the support that they currently require in addition to any new places? And then just finally, and I very much welcome obviously the second campus in Ardnashee in the city. Obviously that very much tells you the importance of future-proofing in relation to long-term planning. So thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, and the member highlights Ardnashee, and I could see from the enrolment figures a school that has been built and already well in excess of over 100 children not being able to be accommodated on a new school, and that's why we have announced a dual campus there at Ardnashee, and that work can now commence in terms of again that design process to do that. The member mentions again supporting schools that have specialist provision, and the member's right to raise that, and that is something that we need to ensure that they have confidence in. In the statement I highlighted funding £4 million for equipment and provisions for schools. So as part of that funding envelope, for every school that agrees to take a SPIM, there will be £20,000 given to that school towards capital equipment and measures like that. So I'm trying to make sure that not only are we asking schools to take and facilitate a SPIM, we also provide some resource so that they're able to utilise it effectively. And so every school that does that, there'll be £20,000 going to those schools for their capital equipment.
Cheryl Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank the Minister for his commitment and delivery. This is a phenomenal challenge for government, but it's a very much welcome statement. But for every family, this isn't going to just be a statement. This is quite literally life-changing for each and every child that will now get the education that they deserve and treat it as a priority. So, Minister, there's a fantastic special school within my constituency of Rodensvale, which you announced in your statement. Could you just provide some further detail of what this inclusion in the special enhancement programme will mean for them? You'd also mentioned about the cap and spend in regards to the school enhancement programme will be removed for special schools. So could you just detail again what this will mean for project delivery?
Minister.
Can I thank the member for highlighting the excellent school in Lorne, and I know she has campaigned for the provision there, and obviously alongside those 10 schools, it's about driving through that design process to get it to the point of being in a state of readiness for funding. That will be important. But obviously, in the past, when we had school enhancement programmes, there were spending limits, and a number of these special schools were removed by the Education Authority because the finance needed would have breached the spending limit that was in place for school enhancement programmes. It was just over £4 million. For special schools, I'm removing that limitation for special schools when it comes to school enhancement programmes. So that limit will not be there for those special schools when it comes to the funding envelope that will be needed.
Justin McNulty.
Minister, I warmly welcome this announcement of a new prioritisation in support of children with special education needs. The ripple effect of this will be felt throughout households and many sighs of relief around kitchen tables for parents and families feeling eventually heard and listened to. I noticed in your speech, Minister, you refrained from acronising children. Could I implore you and everyone in this House and everyone in education to stop using acronyms to describe children? Children are children and young people first, and not a category. Each child has an individual talent and claims on a positive future. Acronyms, when applied to children, carry a lot of power. Avoiding their use does not prevent the stereotyping of children, but
Can
does
I ask the
act as
member
an
to ask a
effective reminder
question?
that children cannot be reduced to a set of characteristics. Will you agree the act of deleting the acronym and replacing it with full text is symbolic of going beyond the stereotypes and seeing the individual shining through?
Minister.
The member makes an important point, and I agree around making sure that we use appropriate language whenever it comes to terminology that we do use. I think he makes an important point in that respect.
Call Mark Durkin.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his statement. I'm delighted that the green light has been given to Ardnashee to proceed with planning for Phase 2. I was speaking to teachers and pupils on Saturday, and they can't wait to get into Phase 1. I was wondering, had the Minister given any consideration to the possible inclusion of social clauses in contracts for works on such schools moving into the future, to give opportunities potentially to young people with special educational needs?
Minister.
When it comes to procurement, obviously the department and EA do follow the kind of procurement rules in respect of this, and that is ensuring the type of social clauses that the member is articulating. And I think that will be an important opportunity, that where there are bills taking place, that you involve the community, and that should be part of the design process.
Jim Allister.
If this is the biggest step change in capital planning for a generation, when will the hugely oversubscribed Castle Tower Special School in Ballymena receive what it needs in terms of additional purpose-built buildings?
Minister.
Well, I know the member raises Castle Tower, and it is one of the 10 schools in the SEP programme. So what I am trying to do is to make sure that we get through this process where, when funding becomes available, that we can do new builds. But I will undertake, the member is obviously concerned about that response, so I will undertake to write to the member in detail to provide an update in respect of Castle Tower, because this statement is here and designed to help every single special school in Northern Ireland, and I want to make sure that it does that, especially in Ballymena.
Jerry Carroll.
I've met recently with parents of children with autism special needs. There is a serious concern about them being forced in the mainstream when it's not suitable. It's unclear, Minister, from your statement whether there will be additional funding for specialist provision in mainstream, and ask you to clarify and expand upon this. And finally, given there's a pay and grading review that's long overdue, you're asking education workers to implement your plan today. When are those workers going to get the money that was promised to them?
Minister.
Well, the statement, Deputy Speaker, does outline what we're trying to do to support the provision of special education in mainstream schools. So that is a key part of our work. We are putting in specialist provision. We will put further provision in. We've already secured commitments to do that, and the funding will be made available to make sure that we have the appropriate accommodation necessary to meet the needs. And obviously, the Executive was able to agree a process for trying to resolve the pay and grading review. I have invited the unions to engage in that process. I hope that they do, because I believe that we can get a positive resolution. What I don't want is special schools and children with special educational need not being able to go to their education places as a result of any potential strike action. We should never have a scenario where children with special needs are not able to be properly supported as a result of that. I believe we can get a successful outcome and a resolution, and I hope that in the days and weeks ahead that we will be able to do that without the necessity of any form of strike action.
Members, to make the House aware, and if the Minister's content, there are 3 remaining questions, which we could try to take quickly now to avoid resuming after his next question time. I call Alan Robertson. Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank you, Minister, for facilitating a meeting this morning with Rossmore School, and can I also thank my constituency colleague, Carol Hunter, for attending and supporting me in that meeting. Your statement today is very timely, Minister, and indeed I very much appreciate that Sanford School in Coleraine has been referred to within your statement. Can you also give assurances that Rossmore Special School, which requires much needed Additional investment will be actively considered within future school enhancement programmes.
Sir.
Thank you. And the member very much was raising the issue this morning at a meeting with Rossmar that the member had asked for. And during the course of that meeting, as a result of the approach that we're taking on the capital programme, I was able to advise the principal and Mr Robinson that what was intended to be a minor work scheme, we are now going to move into a school enhancement programme, and we will assess a whole school approach to the needs of the school in Rossmar, and obviously, as I've indicated, we will be taking that forward, and I was delighted to be able to convey that information to the member and to the principal and the boards of governors this morning.
Stuart Dixon.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement. Minister, can I draw your attention to Thornfield House School in my constituency of East Antrim? It entered the school enhancement programme in 2018. I note it's on your list of 10 schools today, but surely a school that entered that list in 2018 deserves special attention. It also provided the department with its business case as far back as 2011. There is urgency for this school. Not a single brick has been laid on the site since 2018. When can Thornfield expect to have its programme delivered for its students and for the staff and parents?
Minister.
Well, the member very well articulates the very reason why I've had to take the measures that I have taken today to announce a discrete standalone capital programme for special education, because the school that he has referenced, Thornfield, has been sitting alongside all the other schools within the school enhancement programme. I have now asked the Education Authority to prioritise those 10 schools so that we can accelerate the process, that we get to the point that we can then, with subject to capital, move into contract and carry out the works that are necessary.
Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise along with others to welcome the Minister's statement, warmly welcoming it, and it demonstrates how all executive departments are seeking to respond to severe and chronic need, and all departments require an appropriate share of the budget in order to respond to that need. And I speak as a long-serving governor of the Boys Model School and Malvern Primary School, and I know only too well how schools are working hard to respond to the high level of special education needs. The Minister will be aware that many schools in North Belfast are oversubscribed. The Boys Model, Girls Model, Hazelwood, including the new Harberton Special School. Quite frankly, too many post-primary schools were closed in the past. So I welcome his commitment to a new special school in Belfast, please, providing 275 additional places. So my question is, will the Minister undertake to ensure that the needs in North and West Belfast, including Greater Shankill, is fully taken into account in that process of a new school?
Sure. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mr Kingston articulates very well the needs in Belfast, and it is an area that's been identified where there is pressure, particular pressure in North and West Belfast. And so there is an advanced stage where a new Belfast school, 275 children from ages 3 to 19, and obviously where the siting of that could be is something that still needs to be looked at. But I hear what the member is saying in terms of the provision in North and West Belfast. I also hope to be able to update the member in due course in terms of some other primary schools within the Shankill area, one that I visited recently, and I hope to come back to the House to be able to provide more information around provision within the Greater Shankill area when it comes to new schools.
Members, I want to thank the Minister for staying with us and completing those questions. Regrettably, there were a few questions we didn't reach due to time constraints, and the members had not been in for the full duration of the Minister's statement. Members, the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. The sitting is, by leave, suspended.
Question 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I announced the biggest step change to capital planning and education for a generation, with an ambitious and far-reaching programme which will require £500 million of investment in facilities for children with special education needs over the next decade. This programme will transform the education and lives of our most vulnerable children and their families. In regards to South Down, planning of a new build school for Knockevin Special School will begin immediately. Equally, the Education Authority has been asked to submit proposals for any required extensions of special schools, which will now be taken forward within the School Enhancement Programme. It is envisaged this will include Rathore Special School, and additional land has recently been purchased beside the school, which should bring much needed growing space. I am conscious that due to rising demand for specialist education provision, the situation for September 2024 remains very challenging, with the latest Education Authority planning assumptions indicating that almost 5,800 children with a statement of SEN require a change of placement for September 2024, with an estimated 1,000 additional places needed across Northern Ireland to meet this demand. There has been significant progress made in agreeing solutions with schools to meet this demand through the creation of additional capacity in special schools and new specialist provision in mainstream schools. Focused work continues to secure solutions for September 2024. Mr. Speaker, I should have asked for an extra minute before I started answering, so hopefully with your indulgence you can grant me that.
Given the importance of the subject, I will on this occasion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. South Down has been identified by the EA as an area of particular pressure, with additional places required in both special schools and SPIMS. The EA continues to engage with all education sectors in the area to build capacity and address need. The EA is in discussion with Rathore School regarding potential options for expansion for September 2024. A number of solutions have also been agreed in the Downpatrick area to provide early years and foundation stage specialist provision classes for children with severe learning difficulties, as Knockevin School has very limited capacity for new admissions for September 2024. Expansion of the provision at Oakwood Saintfield site for September 24 is also being actively considered. Furthermore, 5 schools in the South Down area have also been agreed to establish new SPIM classes. I want to assure the member that the EA continues to work at pace on a significant programme of work to create additional specialist education places in both special schools and SPIMS for the 24-25 academic year. Meeting the needs of an increasing number of children with statements of SEN continues to be extremely challenging in the current budgetary context, and urgent investment is required to create additional capacity across the whole system.
Ms. Ennis.
And I appreciate the Minister's very detailed answer there, and also the announcement around Knockevin. But as he alluded to, South Down is an area of particular pressure right across the BT34, BT35 area. And I wonder, has the Minister considered adopting a SEN first approach in respect of school placements for this September and going forward as well?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier in the statement, I alluded to how I have been making SEN first for my department, and that's why we have now a discrete, standalone capital programme for special educational needs provision, and therefore we are assessing the needs right across Northern Ireland in terms of the provision that is necessary, and that includes South Down. And I was able to announce, obviously, a new build for Knockevin earlier today in the House, and my priority are those children with special educational needs. And when you and other members are in those schools, as I have been, you cannot be but touched in terms of the needs that the children and young people have, and we need to do everything that we can to give them the best possible outcomes.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answer. I just wanted to follow up on an issue related to SEN placements but connected to workforce. We have a crisis in provision of educational psychologists, we have a crisis in provision of speech and language therapists, and the SEN system can't function without those. What level of resource is the Minister going to commit to tackle those issues in the months ahead?
Well, workforce issues are a real challenge. Some of that rests with the department in terms of making sure we have appropriate recruitment and retention. And then there are other special schools where it is your allied health professionals who are coming in. They're direct employees of the health service and the local trusts. and increasingly a number of principals have raised their concern with me about a withdrawal of those services. So it's my intention to be engaging with the Minister for Health to find out why that has been happening and what action is being taken to make sure that we have the appropriate support in our schools, not just to meet the educational needs, but also to address those complex health needs that exist.
Robbie Butler.
Mr. Speaker, I hope you'll indulge the question. Minister, we have a very special visitor in the chamber and hopefully listening up above, a pupil from St Genevieve School in Belfast called Aurelia. Would the Minister be able to commit even 10 minutes of time after question time and after he finishes the post-debate to meet with her on SEN issues? As a lovely pupil, and I think you would very much enjoy that meeting.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Butler. Let me see what I can do. It's an unconventional way to try and get a meeting at such short notice, but let's see what we can do once this is over.
Justin McNulty.
For my other Call, I warmly welcome, Minister, your announcement in relation to Rathore School in County Gatton-Newry in terms of the purchase of the site adjacent to that school. When can we expect to see contractors on site to see that wonderful educational provision expanded and improved?
Minister.
Well, the statement this morning outlined the process for any new build, for any school enhancement programme, for any minor work schemes. Obviously, there needs to be an assessment of need, feasibility studies, business case. You move forward into design processes, and then you get to the point where a school will be at a state of readiness. And then when the capital becomes available, you're able to put construction into place. So for all of our special schools, I have outlined in detail the approach that the department will now take in terms of how we can identify the need, have the processes in place to expedite these matters as efficiently as possible, and then get on in terms of delivering construction.
Kate Nicholl.
Question 2, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I'll answer oral questions number 2 and 3 together. I will begin with an update on the work of the Cross-Departmental Task and Finish Group. This group was established to bring a cross-departmental perspective to the development of an early learning and childcare strategy. This is essential given the range of issues that we want the strategy to address. The 3 overarching aims are to support child development, enable parental employment and improve affordability for families. This clearly touches on several economic and social policy interests and is reflected in the group membership, which includes the economy, health, finance, communities and agriculture, environment and rural affairs departments. Specialist advice is also provided by economists and statisticians. The full group has met twice, with additional bilateral engagement on specific issues having taken place between meetings. The group's initial focus has been on the identification and design of interim measures which could be introduced this year to ease current pressures on parents and providers. It will also play an important role in supporting the development of the longer-term strategy. And with regards to progress made in providing financial support for childcare for people in need, I am, of course, aware of the significant financial strain on some families and childcare providers. I have engaged directly with parents, with representatives from early learning and childcare sector to hear firsthand what their issues and priorities are. It's clear to me that significant transformation of early learning and childcare provision in Northern Ireland is needed to address all the issues which have been raised. Good progress has been made, and I hope to be in a position to bring proposals to the Executive in coming weeks. Ultimately, the scale of what I can do will depend on the budget allocated for this by the Executive, which for this year is £25 million.
Ms Nicholl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer and for always responding to my many queries about childcare. In relation to the £25 million dedicated fund, which is welcome to have seen within the budget, how much of that is going to be spent on support for parents and providers, and will any additional funds be coming from your department, or is that £25 million purely from the executive funds? Thank you.
Well, the Executive has retained this £25 million at the centre, therefore it doesn't sit within my department. I need to bring forward an executive paper to access that, and there are broadly 4 areas that we need to look at. Stabilisation in terms of the sector, and I refer to organisations like Sure Start, which the Department of Health are involved in. Then we need to look at an approach around standardisation in terms of provision in our nursery schools, so that we are moving towards having equity of full-time and part-time places. Then we need to look at a scheme to try and ensure that where there's a critical need, is there support for providers that need to be put in place, and then obviously there are issues around affordability and costs associated with that. So those areas are being looked at, obviously in the context of the £25 million allocation, so that there is ongoing work to try and just specify how that would be broken down and the mechanisms by which we would be able to take those forward.
Liz Kimmins.
And Corla, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far and his answer to my question specifically. Can I ask the Minister then, in relation to the work with, and it is an all-executive priority as we know, but the work specifically with the Department for Economy and Department for Health on the childcare issue? Families, providers out there are crying out for help, so we want to ensure that it's moving at pace, but we want it to be done properly. Thank you.
Minister.
And Mr. Speaker, that's why it's been very important to have economy represented on the task and finish group, and finance and the other departments that I mentioned, because this obviously has a much wider societal impact, and obviously employment is one aspect where we need to make sure where people are wanting to stay in the workforce, increase their output in the workforce, that we're able to support that. So that is part of the thinking behind the proposals that we'll take forward as an executive, but it is cutting across quite a number of different areas. Employment is one aspect of it alongside some of the others.
Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to ask the Minister, what is the timeline for introducing short-term funding support for parents?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So obviously there's a real need around the timeline, and I understand that, and I've heard it from the engagements that I've had with both providers and parents and carers involved, but we do need to be clear on the purpose of what the schemes are, the outcomes of what we want to achieve, and the task and finish group has been supporting work in respect of that, and that three broad areas around child development, parental employability and affordability are very much key to making sure that we have an integrated package of measures. So I hope to be able to bring forward a paper to the executive in the coming weeks, but obviously it's subject to executive approval. The sooner I can do that and the executive engages on it, which we are already, then we can go about setting up the mechanisms to try and get the support that is needed out into the wider community.
Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. 12 weeks after taking office, we've not seen anything as yet from the Executive, and we do need interim measures as soon as possible. Parents were melted before, they're absolutely furious now. When will you announce the immediate intervention to raise the rate of tax-free childcare, lift the £2,000 cap and reconvene the childcare reference group with parental representation at the very heart of it? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the member is entirely wrong in her characterisation of nothing. Quite the opposite. Immediately I brought a paper to the executive. We set up a task and finish group. I got the buy-in of all of the departments to engage in that process. I engaged with the Finance Minister and the First Minister. We were able to secure £25 million in the budget, and I am bringing forward further proposals as to how that can be implemented. So this is an executive where we are taking action in areas, and I as a Minister am very much driving that forward, not just in childcare, but as the member can refer to the statement on special education, which her constituency is benefiting from this morning. I'm a Minister getting on with the job and delivering, and will continue to do so alongside executive colleagues.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Speaker. Question 4.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before dealing with the questions the member has raised, let me clarify the respective responsibilities of the Education Authority Board and the Minister in the process leading to the appointment of a CEO. The relevant legislation indicates that the Chief Executive shall be appointed by the Authority, and the Authority shall not appoint a person as Chief Executive unless the Department approves the appointment. In view of the scale of the challenges faced by the education system and the concerns that were being raised with me by MLAs, school leaders and the wider education sector, I concluded that trawling internally for a temporary appointment would not be appropriate. I was also concerned about the potential time it would take to make a permanent appointment, not least in the context that the position had to be advertised several times before an appointment could be made in 2019. Consequently, I concluded the Education Authority simply could not be left without a leadership void in the context of the challenges of the organisation being faced. In considering the options available to me, I was clear that an established and strategic senior leader with credibility in delivering transformational change in complex and multidisciplinary organisations was required. An individual with sufficient resilience and strength of character to face the delivery challenges associated with the organisation, building morale, improving relationships, being key with key stakeholders and service users. It was clear to me that someone of the standing with the experience of a permanent secretary would be required, that the most appropriate way of making a suitable appointment in the timescale available was by means of a secondment. I met with the chair of the EA and invited the board to pause the internal temporary promotion process and consider filling the post by secondment. And as you know, the board agreed to this request at its meeting on the 7th of March.
Mr. O'Toole.
I'm grateful to the Minister for that detailed answer. It is important to say that in the post-RHI context, it is deeply disappointing that such an important appointment was made without proper internal or external recruitment. Can I ask, though, in relation to the appointment, did the Minister, in making and agreeing this comment, that he specifically speak to his ministerial colleagues? And I specifically would like to understand whether he spoke to the Justice Minister, either formally or informally, about this appointment being made. And indeed, did the head of the civil service give him any specific advice on whether she felt that this was an appropriate secondment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer is no. I didn't speak to any ministerial colleague in respect of this issue. I did engage the head of the civil service because actually it was the head of the civil service who has to approve the secondment, and I'm grateful for her doing so. Consequently, the Education Authority Board endorsed the secondment of Richard Pengelly at a meeting on the 21st of March, and he assumed his responsibilities on the 15th of April. I trust, Mr. Speaker, that will satisfy the member in terms of the process, but I would point out the need to take action, and I've articulated that. The member's own colleague, Mr. Crossan, has spoken in this Assembly chamber on a number of occasions, and I quote in respect to statutory assessments. He asked me, Minister, do you think that the Education Authority is fit for purpose? And if not, when do you plan to do something about it? In this issue, it is certainly not fit for purpose. So, Mr. Speaker, members articulated from across different parties their concern about the Education Authority. I took action, and I trust that I can work in partnership with the EA to deliver on all of the needs that exists within our education sector.
Jim Allister.
Mr. Pengelly was appointed. Would the Minister agree with me that he needs to look at the adequate provision of preschool places? When I have parents in the village of Kells been told the nearest available place is 15 miles away, would he agree with me that Mr. Pengelly should look at why it is that the Kells preschool group was restricted to 42 places when there were 65 applicants and leaving dozens of parents now with nowhere to go?
There's a neat sidestep there, Mr. Allister. It's up to the Minister if he wishes to respond.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was just going to say that the Chief Executive of the Education Authority has a huge responsibility, and I'm very much engaged with the authority to do that, not just on the issue that the member rightly highlights as a concern, but across the entire education remit. There is a big responsibility on Mr. Pengelly in his role, and I'm very much leading in all of the Department of Education's responsibilities.
Emma Sheeran.
I get cash to Kugel the whole.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'll answer questions 5 and 6 together. A review of the home-to-school transport policy commenced in 2018. However, this was paused by the then Minister due to the pandemic and further suspended pending the outcome of the independent review of education. The transport policy supports other policies within the department, such as parental preference and special educational needs. My department is currently considering the report published by the Independent Review of Education, and work is progressing on an end-to-end review of SEN. Work is also underway on an action plan arising from the EA landscape review to include detailed consideration of the operational delivery of services such as school transport. It is important that any review of the home-to-school transport policy complements and can build on the outcomes from these work streams, and it is in this context that I'll consider the utility and timing of a new separate review of the transport policy. Given the very significant budgetary pressures facing my department, I will also need to consider the affordability of any changes to the transport policy that would result in the widening of criteria to access transport provision.
Ms. Sheeran.
In the interim, whilst we await any new review, would you commit to working with the officials within the transport section of the EA to apply a bit of common sense to some of the decisions around transport for children? Every summer I'm inundated with requests from parents who maybe just live slightly within the 2 or 3 mile criteria, parents whose children are the 3 miles from the school but not as the crow flies, and are as thus are refused a bus pass, and other people who are just outside the route, and I would like to see common sense applied to ensure those children can get to school safely.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I totally understand the frustration that the member has articulated. At a constituency level, I deal with these issues as well. However, this is a heavy regulated area, and there's legislation in respect of the criteria, and therefore the application of it is strictly applied within those parameters. But I understand the frustration. I have experienced that on constituency level, but it is a heavily regulated area of policy that the EA is responsible for. I just refer to the earlier comment around looking at a review in terms of this process in due course, but obviously given the budget problems that my department faces, I'm going to be heavily constrained in respect of what I'll be able to do in terms of wider issues within the department as well as this one.
Hollyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for his response to that and the review. We have approximately 35 to 40 pupils who live in the Moira and Marlin area who attend Newbridge Integrated, and they choose there because it's integrated and it offers A-levels in sixth form. EA continue to refuse direct transport link site and transport policy, but if those parents were to choose a grammar school, they would have a choice of 6 or 7 different schools. So can the Minister confirm his assessment of the transport access for those living in Moira and travelling to Newbridge Integrated, and what steps can he take to improve the options for these young people?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member alludes to parental choice in terms of what schools people choose to go to, and obviously there is a range of different sectors that is available to people, and the department has facilitated that, including in terms of our home to transport policy. So I will look into the specific issue in more detail that the member has raised and write to him in respect of that.
Cheryl Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Minister outline the costs in relation to SEN transport and taxi provision?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is significant in that assistance is provided to over 90,000 school pupils every day, including more than 10,000 who have additional transport needs detailed in their Statement of Educational Need. And children with a statement of SEN follow a different process for admissions to schools. So the levels of funding, certainly when it comes to taxi provision for special education needs pupils, in the most recent financial year of 23-24, that came to just short of £34 million.
Al Robinson.
Question number 7.
The challenges regarding SEN capital investment are significant. From around £8 million of capital invested 4 years ago, this figure rose to over £47 million in the last financial year. This investment includes recent major works at 4 special schools and the ongoing new build project at Ardnashee Special School. 5 special schools received investment under the first School Enhancement Programme call, and there are 10 special schools advancing in the design under the second call to that programme. On the Minor Works Programme, the EA, in collaboration with the Department, has worked to create additional capacity right across the school's estate, with currently more than 485 specialist provision classes across just under 2,000 mainstream schools, providing specialist educational placements for over 3,000 pupils. My department has also provided for the first time additional resource funding of £5 million specifically for special schools maintenance. To meet the increasing need, the level of SEN capital investment is set to continue on an upward trajectory. It's estimated that will be around £250 million of capital in SEN over the next 3 years, with a further £350 to £400 million in the first years after 27-28. Hence, that's why my bid to the Executive for enhanced capital funding was so significant for this financial year. And obviously the member will be aware of my statement today in the House, which elaborated in much more detail on these issues.
Mr. Robinson.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. Just referring to your earlier statement today in the House, you had informed that there would be a need for up to 8 new special schools across the province over the next decade. Do you have an early indication of where these may be located and what the process will be for delivery?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we are anticipating that we will need 8 new schools, as the member has alluded to, 4 in Belfast and 4 in other parts of Northern Ireland. We have asked EA to carry out work in order just to identify in more detail that provision which we believe is needed, and they will be carrying out that work for us, along with all of the other aspects that I relayed in the statement today.
Linda Dillon.
And thank you to the Minister, and I welcome the statement that you made in the House earlier, and apologise I wasn't here for that, but I particularly welcome the announcement around Sparrenview Special School. Can you just confirm that you will be engaging directly with council, the local council, Mid Ulster Council, because I think they would want to be helpful to you in your ambitious, I hope ambitious project for Sparrenview Special School?
Obviously, in taking forward the new build for Sparrenview, and I have now had the opportunity to speak with the principal of Sparrenview, Knockhaven and Ardnashee, the 3 schools that I announced this morning, and they are absolutely delighted. One of them could hardly speak, such was her relief and also excitement at the prospect now of starting this process of a new school. In taking forward the process, the design, obviously an integrated design consultancy team will need to be established, and it is through that process that you can link in with other stakeholders. And I encourage local authorities, schools, my own department, where you can link in with other authorities to enhance provision, and where that's possible, then that makes sense to do that. So I'll certainly feed back what the member has indicated in terms of a willingness of the council to be part of that process, and I would expect for the development of a new build, not just in Sperrin but in the other ones that I announced, that will be part of their process in taking forward any considerations of engagement.
Cast ever a hacked Ira, question number 8, please.
Minister.
You will have heard from the budget announcement last week that the funding available to the Executive did not allow for an allocation to be made in respect of the pay and grading review for support staff. And I know that this news will have been extremely disappointing for those dedicated individuals who were relying on the implementation of the review. School support staff undertake a range of roles that are vital to the education of our children and young people, yet they continue to be among the lowest paid workers in the public sector. Executive colleagues share my view that these staff deserve to be paid at a fair level for the valuable work that they do. However, the budget was set under very challenging financial circumstances, and the level of funding required for this just wasn't available. Given the importance of the issue, the Finance Minister, Dr Archibald, has committed to working collectively with me to find a resolution for our support staff. The Executive has agreed that we would seek approval from the Treasury to reprofile some of the repurposed funds provided in the financial package for the purpose of ensuring that support staff are paid at an appropriate level. I'm sure members will echo my hope that this proposal can be agreed as quickly as possible.
Mr Gildernew.
Thank you, Minister. Would you agree with me, Minister, that classroom assistants and other non-education support staff play a vital role, including supporting our most disadvantaged and vulnerable children and young people, for example, with special educational needs?
I do. I share those comments. I have witnessed it in my own constituency, and as Minister, the invaluable work that they do carry out. That's why I felt it was important that we found a way through the executive budget paper with the Finance Minister that we can continue to make progress on getting a resolution. And I know that working together, we very much want to be able to do that. And I can advise, Mr Speaker, the House, that there will be engagement with the trade unions in my department on Thursday of this week, because I want to get a resolution. I do not want there to be strike action. I want us to find a way through this that can avoid that, and that we get the right outcome for the workers involved.
Nicola Brogan.
Question number 9, please.
No.
The development proposal DP 717, which proposed that St Eugene's Primary School will transform to a controlled integrated status with effect from the 1st of September 24 or as soon as possible thereafter, was published by the EA on behalf of the Schools Board of Governors on the 14th of September last year. The statutory 2-month objection period ended on the 21st of November 23, and on the 15th of April this year, I made my decision on DP 717 based on all of the pertinent information and evidence presented by my officials in a submission for my consideration. I decided that DP 717 should not be approved.
That concludes questions to the Minister. We now move to the topical questions to the Minister for Education, and I call Cara Hunter.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, I too share frustration and find it extremely disappointing that the money required for the pay and grading review for non-teaching staff has not been made available. While I'm aware of funding challenges in your department, can I ask what timelines we're talking about when finding a resolve to this issue? Understandably, non-teaching staff out there are struggling with the cost of living crisis, so clarity on that would be great.
Minister.
Well, following the executive meeting, Mr Speaker, I immediately communicated to the trade unions outlining my willingness to engage in this process. I've appointed a Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ronnie Armour, who is leading on this for me, but obviously the Education Authority is the employers in this respect, and therefore there is a role for them. But I and executive colleagues are clear that we want to get a resolution to the pay and grading review, because it is important that we are able to recruit and to retain those important support staff within our education system.
Ms Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. And I recognise that our non-teaching staff, our classroom assistants, are the backbones of all of our schools, but particularly our special schools, meeting the medical needs of pupils there. Would the Minister agree with me that lack of implementation of this review could actually worsen the crisis within staffing of our special schools? And will he and the Finance Minister commit to keeping this House updated on this issue? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm happy to keep the member in the House updated. I agree that we need to take forward the pay and grading review so that we do have the appropriate workforce in place. This is slightly different to the pay disputes that were taking place within the civil service, within the teaching profession. They hadn't had a pay award. Support staff are part of a national joint negotiating position. Last year, on average, there was an 8% pay rise. This year, I have within my budget, because it will be contractually required, a pay rise will be delivered for those workers. The issue is it's on a starting point from a lower base, and as the private sector has become much more attractive, we are not able to recruit and retain. So pay and grading review is not the same as a pay dispute over a pay settlement, but I have put forward the business case because I believe it needs to be addressed. The Finance Minister and her department has agreed with me, and we now need to get a resolution. Obviously the Treasury is involved, because if we are to repurpose limited resource that is available to an executive that is limited resource in the next financial year, there needs to be a justification for that, and they will be part of this process. But the executive has agreed a willingness to get a resolution, and obviously the engagement with the unions will be taking place with all of the relevant actors in this issue.
Peter McGrills.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers. Can the Minister advise if he intends to repeal Article 41C of the Education Northern Ireland Order 1998, which enables teachers to use force to stop pupils engaging in any behaviour prejudicial to the maintenance of good order and discipline?
I know that the member and some others have been raising issues just in respect of this, and it's an area there that I've asked officials just to engage with me on, so that we ensure that we're going to get this one absolutely right. So it's not that I have necessarily a position without going into the detail of it, but it is just one that I want to make sure that there is due consideration being given to before we reach a final decision on it.
Mr McReynolds.
I thank the Minister for his response, but would remind him that the NSPCC, the Human Rights Commission and the Commissioner for Children and Young People have all called for the ending of physical punishment for children, and so too has the previous Minister for Education. Will the Minister today commit to urgently act upon the guidance of organisations and previous ministers who have focused their attention on the rightful protection of children and their rights?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Just I caution the member in how he presents the information or as though capital punishment is somehow taking place in our schools. It isn't. It doesn't. There are issues, obviously, when it comes to restraint. I am aware as a Board of Governor of a school where there were pupils engaged in violent activity and teachers had to step in order to restrain. And I just need to make sure that those professionals who are in environments and in situations that could become difficult, that we don't take a decision that could become problematic for them in the outworkings of it. But there is not that type of capital punishment taking place in our schools in the way in which the member characterised.
I think the Minister means corporal punishment.
Oh, sorry.
I wouldn't really want there to be any capital punishment in schools.
Definitely no capital punishment.
I call Keith Buchanan.
Thank you. Mr Speaker, has the Minister had the opportunity to consider the recommendation contained within the independent review of education relating to a specific support function for the control sector?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Hopefully nobody wants to take my head just yet. The member raises an important point in respect of the control sector, and members here are very familiar with the Catholic maintained sector, the integrated sector, the Irish medium sector, and the various managing authority responsibilities that they have. The control sector does not have that. The Education Authority is supposed to be the managing authority for the control sector. However, the review on independent education did make it clear that was an issue that needed to be addressed, and members can look at their report. So they said in one of their recommendations there is an immediate need to have a specific support function for the control sector, and this will involve in the short term a dedicated directorate within the Education Authority to manage controlled schools. So, Mr Speaker, this is an area that I believe does require my attention. I am giving a focus to it in terms of what we can be doing to address the deficit and the inequality of treatment which exists for the controlled sector.
Mr Buchanan.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Minister, when would you be in a position to make further announcements or give us an update on this issue?
Well, Mr Speaker, a scoping exercise has already commenced in respect to the issues that I want to see addressed for the control sector, and obviously that was a short-term measure which the independent review recommended around creating a specific directorate within the Education Authority, and obviously in terms of moving towards a proper management authority, that is something that I have asked for scoping to be taken place as to what measures need to be put in order to achieve that, but it's an area that I am actively engaged on to ensure that there is effective representation of the control sector within our education system.
Mr Stewart isn't in his place. I call Dr Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed. May I thank the Minister for his comments so far. Minister, I need to make a declaration here that I am a member, I'm the Vice Chair of the Board of Governors at Kilbride Central Primary School. We've recently had a meeting with the EA on our SET programme, and it looks as if, yet again, our SET programme is going to be delayed through bureaucracy more than anything else. Is the Minister having similar problems with other schools in the SET programme, or is this just a one-off that we're dealing with in Kilbride?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, I'll happily look into the individual case and write to the member in respect of that. Obviously, within the department, we have a significant number of major capital programmes taking place and design work being carried out. We also have over 70 school enhancement programmes in place. and working through that in terms of the resource that it is needed to take them forward is challenging. But I will certainly look into the individual school that the member has highlighted and come back to him on that in more detail.
Dr. Ray.
I thank the Minister very much indeed. This is indeed the second time that's happened to the school in the period of 4 years. So, as you can imagine, both the Board of Governors, the teachers and indeed the parents in the school have now developing a degree of scepticism. So I welcome the Minister's response, and I look forward to getting an early response from the EA. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I, like all members, want to see a situation where schools that have been announced for major capital and school enhancement programmes, that feasibility, business case, design process is carried out efficiently, so that we can get to the point where there are more schools at a state of readiness to go into construction. And that is subject to then, I as Minister, securing the appropriate finance from the wider executive. But we need to make sure that we have a sufficient pipeline of schools coming through that process so that they are ready to receive funding. Obviously, where there are delays, I don't know the reasons for that, but I'll certainly undertake to look into the issue and come back to the member on it.
Jerry Carl.
Minister, people with SEN face a cliff edge when they finish school. What's your department doing to support the young people when they finish school or education settings so they don't face a cliff edge?
Minister.
It's an issue, Mr. Speaker, that has been raised with me in terms of what support there is for young people whenever they finish school, and obviously in our special schools we will go from ages 3 to 19. And obviously where responsibility lies after they leave the education system, other departments have a responsibility, and there is support for some organisations that provide support. I think of my own in Lagan Valley, Stepping Stones for example, that provide support for young people. And that is an issue that obviously we need to be engaging with the Department of the Economy on, and others, so that whenever they leave education there is wider support there. But this is a responsibility that cuts across into other departments as well.
Carl.
Minister, thank you. I'd urge you to implement the scheme and support those people, and will he commit to engaging with some of those groups who represent those individuals to make sure a scheme in place is suitable for those people who are facing that cliff edge?
Mr. Speaker, happy to be engaged on this particular issue.
David Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welcome the statement earlier on SEN capital projects, but can you outline your other capital investment priorities?
Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the capital programme, special education has been a priority, and obviously with what I announced today will continue to be so. And then we need to look at where there are schemes ready to go or can enter into contract. I've asked the department to look at what schools are available in terms of that capital provision for the school estate. Obviously there are issues around the maintenance, and I've highlighted that there's over £250 million needed to address a maintenance backlog. I also want to develop a curriculum-led capital programme. So schools that can't deliver PE effectively because there isn't sports halls, for example, and other aspects of the curriculum that can't be provided for. So we need to be delivering on a range of areas. Yes, new capital. Yes, enhancement programmes, which I would like to take forward, but also what further support does the school estate need on a whole range of areas. And then the issue arises, and members rightly raise the point around youth services provision and youth centres and things like that in terms of what support is there to take them forward. So it's a wide range of issues that need to be supported.
Mr. Honeyford.
And thank the Minister for his answer. And I want to talk about one that is ready to go. So you've previously expressed your regret that Millennium Integrated Primary didn't have its new build developed when the Fresh Start funding was reprofiled earlier in the year, despite the project being at the most advanced of any of the affected schools. Will you be using any of the current capital allocation in this financial year to now deliver this project?
Millennium Integrated was one that I think the Treasury should have funded because of the very reasons that they have outlined in terms of its very advanced stages of readiness. So the department is looking at a number of the schools which are at a point at which we could go into contract, and they will come to me with their proposals in respect of that, and that's something that I would like to take forward, but I can't give the member an indication today in respect of one particular school, other than I hear what the member is saying in terms of the stage at which it is ready to go, subject to finance, and there are a number of schools in a similar position. I hope to be able to update the House in due course in respect of that issue.
Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Minister has outlined the capital pressures facing his department. Given those pressures, Minister, you will be aware that last week's budget statement included the Struil Shared Education Campus as an earmarked project. Whilst we all agree that those schools have waited far too long for capital investment, are you comfortable in proceeding with proposals in their current form, given that they've been criticised by both the Independent Review for Education and the Audit Office?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is unusual to have members rise to campaign against schools. That's something that usually doesn't happen. Obviously, there's a process in place for the full business case assessment in respect of Struil, and the Executive has allocated £20 million in this financial year in terms of having the project taken forward. But Struil is an opportunity for this Executive, this Assembly, to send out a very clear message, particularly in a community that suffered more than most. The single biggest loss of life took place in Omagh, and what a message that would be, not just within Northern Ireland, but internationally, that here's a community where young people are coming together on the one site and sharing in their educational experiences.
Thank you. That draws to a conclusion. Questions to the Minister. We now move to the next item on the order paper, which is a motion on the display of flags, emblems and banners. If members would take their ease whilst we change the top of the table.
Who's coming on?
Members, the next item on the order paper is a motion on the display of flags, emblems and banners. I'll ask Ali to please read the motion.
That this Assembly notes Chapter 11 of the Report on the Commission on Flags, Identity, Culture and Tradition, endorses the proposed Code of Practice for the respectful display of flags at paragraph 1148, recognises lawful authority for the display of flags, emblems and banners from public property does not exist, and calls on the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to develop urgently a consultation on how such lawful authority may be provided within the bounds of the proposed Code of Practice.
Thank you, Alex. I'll ask Paula Bradshaw to move the motion. Thank you, Paula. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the marshalled list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Paula, please move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Principal. Deputy Speaker, I rise to propose the motion. And although we recognise the amendment is well intended, we do have some concerns that it rather misses the point of the motion, which is about what to do where local accommodation is not reached, or where local accommodation is enforced rather than genuinely agreed. There are some good examples, but there is no redress for bad examples. That is the key issue. With regard to the motion, some will no doubt start by pointing out that the report of the Commission on Flags, Identity, Culture and Tradition, known as FICT, did not include agreement on all issues relating to the display of flags and emblems from public property. The essential point here, however, is that there is no agreement for the status quo.
Indeed, the Commission did agree that the status quo is not an option. It is a favoured strategy for some in this House to say, well, there's no consensus, so we cannot change anything. On the contrary, the lack of consensus means we must change things. The status quo has been decisively rejected by the FICT process, as well as other surveys and polls. It is, of course, also a favoured strategy to make false claims about what others are proposing. Let us be clear that FICT, and indeed my Alliance Party colleagues and I here today, are specifically proposing a means of providing lawful authority for the display of flags, emblems and banners from public property for the purposes of commemoration and celebration. There is currently no lawful authority. We wish to see it provided. There are two prime reasons for this. Firstly, we recognise that shared space does not mean neutral space. Flags and emblems are a legitimate means of demonstrating allegiance and participating in commemoration. And done right, they can enhance cohesion and mutual understanding. Secondly, such lawful authority is necessary to ensure that protocols, already successful in some locations, may be meaningfully enforced. We want to get it to a place, therefore, where flags and emblems are displayed for identifiable reasons, with those responsible for their erection and subsequent removal clearly identified. No one who is interested in the legitimate display of flags and emblems for the purposes of cohesion, commemoration or celebration can have any objection to this. No, I've got a lot to get through here, thank you. The Commission did agree that flags should not be flown in a way that could be considered threatening. It did agree that they should not be flown in a way that could be considered antagonistic, and it did agree that they should not be placed near places of worship or where public services are delivered, including schools. There was clear consensus there, and so there should be. And one obvious example was in my constituency a couple of years ago, Deputy Speaker, and that was the placement of a solitary flag just outside the entrance of Fleming Fulton School, a special educational needs school in my constituency. It was clearly designed to intimidate pupils from a particular background. Yet when I sought its removal through the Department for Infrastructure and the PSNI, I was told that it could only be done, frankly, through negotiation with local so-called community leaders. And of course, they said no. So the public authorities charged with managing law and order and our public property had no powers to act on this occasion or any other. Members in this chamber have a choice here today. Whose interests do we value more? Those of vulnerable children or those of local thugs? Notably, the Commission also agreed that people living in areas where flags appear on public property have a right to know why those flags are there and who put them up. Having established where we want to go, and Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, that gives us an idea of how to get there. The Commission itself outlined a notification process which would see the purpose for the display of flags established and clear accountability for their erection and removal. This process would provide the lawful authority for the display of flags in much the same way as current legislation allows in certain circumstances for election posters or council banners. Such a process would be regulated along the lines outlined in the FICT report, sections 11.41 to 11.48. There is one particular advantage for providing lawful authority for the display of flags and emblems, and that is it would then establish plainly and without doubt where such lawful authority does not exist. The most obvious example of this are flags and emblems flown in contravention to the Terrorism Act 2000. Plainly, this currently occurs, and I hope and trust that every member in this House would wish to see this ended. If we were to provide lawful authority for the display of flags and emblems in public spaces, enhancing the mutual respect to those to which we are supposed to be committed, we could then enforce the very reasonable Code of Conduct published in the FICT report. I would challenge anyone to explain why they would not wish to do this, particularly when one clear prize would be the end of the display of flags promoting and glorifying prescribed organisations. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, inaction is not a strategy. Leaving things as they are and hoping for the best is not good government. Continuing to allow people to head out under the cover of darkness and sometimes, frankly, in broad daylight to deface public property with flags and emblems designed to instill fear and reinforce control of communities while the police and public bodies turn a blind eye is not an option. Let us be clear that it is, first and foremost, the people who live in these communities who pay the penalty. Prosperous communities are invariably diverse communities. Those which recognise that shared space is not necessarily neutral space, but also which see the display of flags and emblems as something to be done respectfully for the purpose of commemoration and celebration, are those which thrive and where opportunities are created for all. Those which are open to people from different background, but also, sorry, I've still got a bit to get through, thank you, but which are positive about their own identity, are those which enjoy the highest scores of well-being. Fundamentally, therefore, this is about the type of society in which we wish to live. Do we value respect, openness and displays focused on commemoration and celebration rather than intimidation and antagonism? This is where the challenge to the First and Deputy First Minister lies. Being in office is the easy bit, getting things done is the tougher challenge. The FICT report gives us clear guidance on the direction of travel, and our clear preference is for the First and Deputy First Minister to take this forward via a formal consultation process for a legal framework for this notification process. However, we need to move on from endless inaction, and certainly I intend to do so. Therefore, should no progress be evident in the coming months, I will be seeking permission from the Speaker's office to take forward my own consultation for a private member's bill in line with what was agreed in the FICT report. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula, and I call Doug Beattie to move the amendment. Thank you, Doug. You'll have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. If you'd like to move the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Flags. The Flags Identity, Culture and Traditions Commission. A commission that lasted for over 3 years. A report with 17 chapters, over 180 pages, cost over £800,000. And this debate's about flags. There's so much more to this than just flags. And you need to take consideration of all of that. Let's talk about memorialisation, for example. Murals and memorials to murderers far outstrip memorials to victims. They are up there 365 days a year, and victims have to walk past them 365 days a year. And yet we're not discussing them. Why? Flags. There is a sense, I have to say, Mr. Speaker, and I hope I'm wrong, Madam Speaker, and I hope I'm wrong, that this motion is trying to find fracture points within communities. And I hope it is not. And it's the same as the call-in that we had in Ards and North Down for the flying of the Union flag over war memorials. Really important to our community. And yet called in and stopped. I think this is something which creates a fracture within communities. And here we are now with a FICT report, as I've just discussed, of all of those chapters, and we've pulled out a chapter which singles out flags. 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 National flags, GAA flags, football flags, commemorative flags, Orange Order flags, Ancient Order of Hibernian flags. Are they more intimidating than murals with terrorists with balaclavas, or those with guns for memorials to terrorists who terrorised? Flags. So let's be direct. Well, let me be direct. There should be no flags of any kind whatsoever to paramilitaries. None at all. They are offensive. They are illegal. They attempt to legitimise those who went out to murder and create mayhem. And even today, they are an insidious and malign influence in our community. For those who found themselves during the dark days of our troubles, either in a terrorist organisation or in a paramilitary group, they must look and realise if they do not want our children, our grandchildren, to live by what we went through and the mistakes we went through during the troubles, then they should not be flying these paramilitary flags. They can remember their dead. Just do not do it at the expense of victims. On the motion, I like the idea of legal authority for the flying of flags, to give those who put them up and where they're put up to have that legal authority. And they can do it safely. And this can be done under the roads order in exactly the same way we all put our posters up onto lampposts, and we hold them up there for sometimes up to 2 months. So why not? I also support the notion that flags go up at a specific date and we all know when they're coming down again. And those flags should come down at that stage. I do not support the burning of flags of any shape or form. I do not support the burning of national flags. I spent my life in service of my country. I have stood beside coffins draped in the Union flag. I do not want them to be burned. In the same way, I served with those people from the Irish Republic who were buried with their coffin draped in the tricolour, and I do not want to see them burned either. Let's not disrespect either. Just don't let anybody misappropriate anybody's national flag. Yep.
Thank the member for giving way. And would he agree with me that there is some very good examples of communities that do put up flags, particularly around particular times of the year, who have codes of practices in place on the raising and lowering flags to ensure respectful engagement with the community and the tradition that they represent?
I'll get into that in a moment, if that's okay. But I just want to stick with the theme that I support flags not being flown around places where public services are delivered, such as hospitals, health centres, leisure centres and libraries. We have a particular issue in Craigavon Area Hospital where flags were held up all of the time at the roundabout there, but people have worked hard to get them removed. I don't know if it will happen this year, but people are working hard. So here is a rub to this whole debate, if I can. Are we here to listen and really make a judgment? Have we all turned up with our pieces of paper and already made a judgment before anybody opens their mouth to say anything? Because before I uttered a word on this debate, I was told it couldn't be supported. So let me just try, if I can, Madam Speaker, to see if people really want to debate and really want to see if we are on the right side of this. The motion states that it endorses the proposed code of practice in the FIC report. Guess what? There is no proposed code of practice in the FIC report. What it says is a possible code of practice. And it actually goes on to say the Commission is not in a position to recommend a code of practice. How do I know this? I was on the FIC for 3 years. I was part of the discussions for 3 years. I know for a fact that nobody would agree a code of practice. There isn't one in it. Yeah, of course.
Thank you for giving way. I didn't say that they agreed to the code of practice, and that's the purpose of the motion today. I pointed out where we did say that there was agreement in the report from the Commission.
It says here you endorse the code of practice for respectful display of flags as in paragraph 1148. It does not say in paragraph 1148 that anybody. It says quite clearly possible code of practice. So there is nothing in there that says code of practice. But what I will do, if I can, because my motion was to try and bring this back in lane so that we could support it. So let's be honest. In 2005, the Office of the First and Deputy First Minister, now the Executive Office, published a flags protocol. The evidence suggests there has been little or no improvement in the years following the development of that protocol. Why do it again? If you put it to the centre and it doesn't work, why do it again? And it will not work, and that's what this motion is doing, putting it back to the Executive Office and it will not work. But it also says this in the FIC report. The Commission was made aware of locally agreed solutions and the development of protocols around the type and time of flying of flags. Some people said that such an approach was helpful in making progress in this issue at a local level. So what it said was, local community groups, local civic groups made progress. I work with a group called Regenerate in Portadown, and you'll remember will know it very well, and they worked extremely hard from 2015 to come up with the flags protocol. They fundamentally changed the flying of flags in the town of Portadown and stretched out. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. There's huge issues there, and I'll go back to the flying of paramilitary flags. I cannot support the flying of paramilitary flags of any shape or form, but they worked hard. If we try to bypass civic groups like that, community groups like that, if we try and bypass them, all you will see is more flags. And I get the member is frustrated. I get all of us are frustrated. I am absolutely frustrated in regards to this. I do not want to see flags flying all year round and going into tatters. I really do not. But to fix the problem is not just by throwing it towards TEO and say, come up with enforceable rules and they'll all stick to it. The FIC report didn't say that. Not once did the FIC report say that. But there is an opportunity to make changes. I haven't got time, unfortunately, sorry. But there are the opportunity to make changes. I tried a motion which would just get us back in line on this, just to acknowledge those community groups and those civic groups and the work that they do, and try to acknowledge the work that they do, and it was batted off out of hand. Well, I can't support this motion because it's not factual. This motion is simply not factual. It says that it will endorse the code of practice recommended in the FIC report, and there was none recommended in the FIC report. And I'll say to other members who are sitting here, how can you support this if it's not factual? You simply cannot. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Doug, I call on our next speaker, who's Declan Kearney.
At the outset, let me say that we need a zero-tolerance position, both within these political institutions and wider society, towards the undignified and disrespectful flying of all national flags, as well as an unequivocal opposition to the use of flags and emblems to entrench sectarian segregation, to harass or to intimidate. The misuse of public property to do so, and the lack of effective legal authority exacerbates this practice. Disagreement over the issue of flags or emblems is a symptom of sectarian segregation in this society. Instead, we need a united political leadership in tackling sectarianism and on issues of cultural equality and respect. The FIC report sought to address these issues. It does not provide all the solutions. It identified where challenges remain. Disagreement over the erection and the use of flags, particularly on public property, is a case in point. But it did offer a roadmap on how issues at the heart of division in the North, including our cultural traditions and identities, can be celebrated on the basis of equality and respect. Throughout my term as a minister, I consistently sought to achieve not only the publication of the FIC report, but also an associated implementation plan. The issues addressed in the FIC report were and are challenging. That's why an implementation plan was and remains the correct thing to do. Others resisted and frustrated all attempts to bring forward an implementation plan to the Executive. The Good Friday Agreement and FIC report provide the reference points for addressing the display of flags and emblems on public property. Effective resolution to this issue, however, will not be found in a vacuum. It will require categoric legal authority, cross-departmental coordination, and for agencies such as the police to meet their statutory responsibilities. Members, it's not good enough for legal lacunae to be used as an excuse to pass the parcel. Relying on the same approaches only guarantees the same outcomes, and the member who spoke at the beginning must have been reading my mind when she suggested that in the absence of there being movement by the Executive Office, that she would seek leave to carry forward a consultation for a private member's bill, because I was going to make the same point and will happily cooperate with you in relation to that approach, Paula, if in fact we are compelled to do so. But currently, that may well be the requirement placed upon us if there is no change. So we need to constructively manage the issues of identity, culture and tradition which continue to cause division. However, when appropriate lawful authority and means of enforcement do not exist, then these need to be put in place. For our part, Sinn Féin is committed to real delivery on how to deal with flags, identity, culture and tradition. I want to see an inclusive, welcoming, multicultural society in the North which has anti-sectarianism at its core. And that is the message which must constantly echo from these institutions. That is the obligation which power sharing places on all of us. And that is what positive political leadership must be about.
Gormagat, Declan. Our next speaker is Brian Kingston.
Principal Deputy Speaker. Let me say at the outset the Democratic Unionist Party does seek to promote the celebration of culture, and we will always defend the dignified display of the flag of our country. However, we will never make excuses for the display of anything that could be associated with a paramilitary organisation or otherwise glorifies terrorism and violence. We do have deep reservations with the direction proposed in the Alliance Party motion, and we will set out our reasons in the course of this debate. It is important to state that those displaying flags, symbols and emblems should, of course, act in a manner that is responsible and respectful. There are principles that I hope we can all support when it comes to the display of flags in public spaces. They should not endanger the safety of road users. No national flag should be defiled or burned. They should not promote prescribed organisations or glorify violence. They should not be displayed with malicious and illegal intent. They should not be flown in a damaged condition, and they should be flown where possible with local agreement.
Would the member give way?
Yes.
Would the member agree with me that none of what he says would require new legislation?
Thank you, and I thank the member. And indeed, that is the point. None of that would require new legislation or regulations that would criminalise the act of displaying a flag. As others have said, let's be clear, the FICT report does not recommend changing the law to provide a specific right to fly a flag, nor did it recommend a code of practice that would fetter that right with a suite of new conditions and a specific authorisation process. The commentary contained in the final report was intended to inform future discussions, with recognition that any solution must command cross-community support. Sadly, the Alliance Party have chosen to short-circuit that process in the absence of a political agreement. A decision to move to a blanket ban on the display of our national flag outside of specific dates, unless authorisation was secured, would have a significantly detrimental impact on good relations in communities across Northern Ireland. It would actually increase... No, I won't have time, sorry. It would actually increase the potential for conflict whilst unjustly fettering a number of fundamental freedoms. The Police Service of Northern Ireland has said consistently that the most effective solution to this issue is negotiation, mediation and engagement within and between local communities. This will include communities working with agencies, including the police, to find locally agreed solutions. Elected representatives may well be able to have influence in that process. In contrast, an imposed top-down legislative approach would undermine agreements that have been agreed and established in a number of areas across Northern Ireland. This would set back relations and damage opportunities for influence. Just because some elected representatives think they wouldn't have influence in those communities doesn't mean they should resort to pursuing a legislative approach. We acknowledge that there is a need to clarify the roles and responsibilities of the various public authorities impacted by these issues, whether that is DFI, local councils or the PSNI. However, adding even more confusion by imposing a new authorisation regime for flag flying and moving from current enforcement powers, which are permissive, to those that are prescriptive and confer a proactive obligation on agencies like the police to intervene, will not be a silver bullet. The suggestion that the police should be compelled to intervene to remove or prevent the erection of every single report of flag flying that is deemed contentious or unlawful is fanciful and unworkable. More than that, is it entirely at odds with what the Justice Minister and the Chief Constable have been saying about the need to alleviate resourcing pressures in policing in the current budgetary climate. The focus should be on addressing concerns through voluntary action and agreement, not by imposing a draconian set of laws that run contrary to the principle of mutual respect. The sort of system the Alliance Party is advocating would hand public authorities significant power to adjudicate on what constitutes a lawful display of a flag or emblem. No, I won't have time, sorry. How will that test remain free of political interference on councils? How will public authorities be held accountable for the unjustified pursuit of those expressing or seeking to express their identity in a manner that does not incite or invite violence? The danger in all of this is that public authorities would feel compelled to adopt a precautionary approach to authorising displays outside the exempted periods, meaning flags and bonfires would be categorised as hate expression and would be caught up in efforts to stymie those with more malicious intent. As I expect you will have gathered, we will not be supporting the Alliance motion.
Thank you. Brianna Colchney of McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support the motion. Firstly, I want to say that, as with so many of the issues debated in this chamber over the last few months, it's a pity that in 2024 we still have not made progress that is needed when it comes to flags, emblems and banners, and it really is shame on us. This failure is a sign not just of the dysfunction of the Executive Office or of the Government, it is also about how far we have yet to go in society about building a shared future. 26 years after our peace agreement, it is a source of real frustration to people right across our community. The flags, emblems and banners are still being used far too often to impose control on our local communities, as well as demarcate territory and inflame tensions. This week in Derry, we have seen IRPWA flags going up all around Derry city centre, and that was deliberately to coincide with the murder trial for Lyra McKee. It was intimidatory and it is hurtful, and we need some body to be able to take this down, or legislation to take those flags down. We have no time to do the soft negotiation. It's happening now during a murder trial in Belfast. So as our business community, clearly the unlawful flying of flags from lampposts, particularly those belonging to paramilitaries, undermines our economy and undermines our tourism sector. The inability for statutory agencies to get a grip on this issue also poses a real and concerning challenge to the rule of law. We should all be united in saying that the next generation should not be forced to grow up under the shadow of flags on our lampposts, particularly when those flags belong to organisations that should have been disbanded long ago. But in order to make that case, this generation of politicians have to act. We just can't kick this into the long grass anymore. And this mandate has to be about seeing, finally, once and for all, progress on these thorny issues. Much has been made of the FIC Commission and the resulting report. I do not underestimate in any way how difficult this is. This is a difficult job. Dealing with these issues are thorny and intractable. But the truth is that the report risks becoming another ornament, gathering dust on the shelves of the Executive Office, an ornament that has cost the people here £800,000 for the pleasure of just being drafted. So although I pay tribute to the painstaking work of the Commission, the fact is that unless we do something with its work, there is virtually no point to that report at all. Absolutely no point, certainly.
No member should fear a consultation process as outlined in this motion, which would give the wider public a say in whether these flags should be allowed to fly or not. Thank you.
Sinead, you have an extra minute.
Thank you. I think the people actually have made their voices clear in all of this as well, and I think the politicians are behind the people on this one. As part of implementing that report, we must finally put into place a code of practice and construct a legal framework around it so that it actually has some teeth. And for us, this motion does not even go far enough. Our amendment, which was not accepted, would have committed the government to actually putting a commitment to the necessary legislation into the programme for government. These issues are very difficult, but we can't keep going with the status quo or accept that a report like this can be allowed to disappear into the Executive Office. Finally, Speaker, I believe that it's absolutely healthy to have a view on the national question. To me, changing the way this place works is how we build a much more inclusive and open society. And resolving issues of identity does not come by pretending that we're all the same. We're not, or ignoring the questions of identity, but it is by facing and addressing them. That's why I advocate for a new Ireland with reconciliation at its core. But that reconciliation will be permanently stalled if we cannot address this issue, or if we allow it to be held to ransom and locked in limbo in perpetuity by a lack of compromise and consensus. That is the prerequisite of a shared society and the shared island that we want to see. Solving these issues and building a truly shared future through genuine and honest engagement will be a difficult task, but it is a necessary one, and it should start with the work that we are discussing here today. We support the motion.
Thank you, Sinead. I call Connie Egan.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this motion. Alliance Party's position on flags should really be of surprise to no one. And the issue of flags is one which is raised with me regularly by constituents. Every year we see flags erected on street furniture without any community consultation, to the frustration of many residents. Far too often these flags promote prescribed paramilitary organisations. I live in a diverse and welcoming community. Many constituents feel frustrated that they do not have a say in the display of flags in their area. It creates an impression that our public space is only for one section of the community to live and work in. Flags promoting paramilitary organisations create a chill factor and a fear factor for local residents. I recently submitted a question to the Infrastructure Minister to ask him how many of these flags he has removed in the last 5 years, and I was shocked to learn the answer was none. Not a single flag promoting a prescribed paramilitary organisation has been removed from our street furniture by the department responsible in the last 5 years. When I contact... Yes, I will give way, thank you.
Would the member agree it's quite incredible in the year 2024 we're still talking about flags, and does you agree with John Hume's assertion that you can't leave a flag? And would the member also agree with me that the party political advertising, including illegally erected billboards and 6x4 corryboards such as those erected across my constituency, politically advertising, if you're confident enough all year round, not just during election year, if you're confident enough in your own message, why do you have to feel the need to ram it down people's throats? Should that be included in the Alliance's request of the Executive Office?
Sorry, intervention just supposed to be short. Can you have a minute, an extra minute?
Thank you. I absolutely agree. You can't eat a flag. My understanding is there are regulations, which I would hope all parties would agree to, among political posters and advertising on our street furniture. As I was saying, not a single flag promoting a prescribed organisation has been removed by the department responsible in the last 5 years. When I contact the PSNI and ask them to remove it, they say they cannot and will not, as it's the responsibility of DFI. This approach of passing the buck simply isn't good enough. If an executive department and the PSNI cannot tackle something as simple as removing a flag promoting a terrorist organisation from public property, How on earth can the communities living with the scourge of paramilitary influence have confidence that they can effectively tackle all the other criminality carried out by these organisations? I do genuinely believe there's an opportunity to create a framework to ensure our public spaces are shared spaces, opening and welcoming to all, but does not deny those who wish to celebrate their culture and an event in their community the opportunity to do so. Alliance brought this motion today as we believe the Commission on Flags, Identity and Culture report provides a practical solution and framework in which to approach this issue, the Code of Practice in 1184. It encompasses 3 aspects: respect for the flag, respect for the community and respect for the event. Our public space belongs to us all, and as such it is important that residents have a stake in their local community. Residents of areas where flags are displayed should know who's putting the flags up and how long they will be displayed. A framework for community consultation to ensure the principles of respect and consent for the erection of flags would be a meaningful and appropriate measure to underpin this Code of Practice. While the FIC report includes the Code of Practice for respectful display of flags, we also have evidence and proposals from another review which has not been mentioned yet so far. The review into hate crime, produced and led by Judge Desmond Marion. Chapter 10 of the Hate Crime Review in Northern Ireland deals with removing hate expressions from public space and speaks extensively how flags and emblems are used as a symbol of hate in Northern Ireland. The Marion Hate Crime Review recommends in Recommendation 15 there should be a clear and unambiguous statutory duty on the relevant public authorities, including councils, the Department for Infrastructure and the Northern Ireland Housing Executive, to take all reasonable steps to remove hate expressions from their property and where it engages their functions broader public space. The review continued to expand on this to say this includes the context of where flags are placed and included an example of where paramilitary flags or national flags are placed on a lamppost of a new housing development, where in the context they will have the effect of deterring the other community from living in this area. The report continues to say that this would involve careful and measured judgment from a public authority. The precise legal formulation of such an important statutory duty will require detailed consideration. This is exactly why we are bringing this motion and calling on the First and Deputy First Minister to consult and develop a legal framework for flying of flags on public property. As my colleague has said, shared space does not mean neutral space. I genuinely believe we have an opportunity here to promote good relations and understanding in our communities by agreeing a lawful framework for which we can display flags. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. First of all, I should say, as my colleague Sinead McLaughlin said, we will be supporting very strongly the Alliance motion today. We won't be supporting the amendment, but respectfully, I'll go on to explain why we can't support the Ulster Unionist amendment, but I acknowledge the good intentions and the goodwill with which that amendment was submitted. I also acknowledge that the Ulster Unionist leader, Doug Beattie, served. I'm sure it wasn't always easy service on the FICT Commission. I'm sure he is someone who knows difficult service in his career, and probably that was one of the more difficult ones he served on. He had to endure, and that report was very long and detailed, and it did not, he is right, Doug Beattie is right to say, it did not specifically endorse a code of practice, but it did propose a possible code of practice. The motion and the Alliance Party proposed today effectively asks us to endorse the proposal of that, the endorsement of that code of practice. I think that is highly sensible, and in fact I think in 2024 it is the bare minimum that we can do. I only have a few minutes, so I will try uncharacteristically to be brief. What are we talking about when we talk about flags and identity? Well, we're talking about the reason that this institution exists the way it is. We're talking about the fact that this is a divided society, it's a contested space. This corner of our island is contested and it's plural. And it's difficult. It's difficult to navigate and it's difficult for us all to understand. In one sense or another, every political party represented in this institution engages with that division. Some of us have a constitutional view, others have no constitutional view. Some of us endorse the expressions of identity in a particular way. Others find that antagonistic. So it's important to acknowledge that we remain a difficult, divided society. Our previous leader, John Hume, has been quoted already in this debate. Hume's famous remark that you can't lead a flag goes to the core of our view of what constructive nationalism and social democratic politics is about. It's about moving this island towards an end to division, but without simply a focus on constantly a focus on expressions of identity that seek to exclude and divide. But that's not to say that flags are not profoundly important things. I was going to come on to say that flags are deeply and profoundly important, but I will give way. I think Mr. Brooks wanted in.
I thank Mr. O'Toole for giving way. He speaks in a very conciliatory way, but would you agree that his own party, Sinn Féin and Alliance, combined at Belfast City Hall to ensure a policy around the Irish language of 15% in each street had to be reached just 15% before it could be imposed on a street? Does he understand that the same chilling effect that people around this chamber talk about flags having on people, that some people from my community see the Irish language as essentially painting the curbstones in the street, and 15% is not an awful lot to use to impose it?
The members, an extra minute.
Again, we're kind of into this thing about rubbing up against one another and how people can kind of quote back one thing and another. I mean, I would say the Irish language is something that is different from a the Irish language is different from a paramilitary flag, to be absolutely clear, and let's be absolutely specific. No, those two things are different.
Mr. O'Toole, take your seat. I'm asking not to shout from a Saturday position. Please respect the decorum in the chamber. Thank you.
Let me say, to acknowledge the point you've made, expressions of culture and identity are clearly a source of division. What I was coming on to saying, what our former leader John Hume said, is that difference does not need to mean division, but we as leaders in this assembly do need to provide guidance, and we need to provide leadership. I think what this motion is about, I hope what this motion is about allowing us a structure to begin to develop and to offer that kinds of leadership. It cannot be in 2024 acceptable that UDA, UVF, INLA, IRA flags are flown, including in communities like South Belfast, and people just have to lump it. They just have to be told no one has any lawful authority to take that down, or I don't have much time, so I won't give way. I'm afraid I won't, not because I'm happy to engage, but I don't have very much time. Not because there isn't a department that doesn't have the power to do it, but because people feel that they can't do it. Often workers feel that that department feel that they don't want to do that. Why is that? It's because often the people whose opinions are sought when it comes to consultations on some of these codes on some of the codes of practices or some of the practices locally are the kinds of people who do either implicitly or explicitly convey a sense of threat and peril to others in that community. So that is part of the reason why we can't support the Ulster Unionist motion today, because even when those practices have been well-intentioned, they sometimes have led to things of that nature happening. I don't think this motion, I don't think it's very much for us to engage with. I think it's a positive step forward. I don't think it's a huge amount for us to be agreeing to or accepting in 2024. I would say that in communities like South Belfast, where we are proud to be plural, where we are proud of our diversity, and let me say this, sight of a union flag, not only is it not offensive to me, it's important to me because it represents my British constituents. Their identity matters to me. It matters to me now, and it'll matter to me in the new Ireland I seek to build. But what is objectionable and profoundly objectionable to me is, number one, those flags going up in a completely uncontrolled way, sitting dangling like rags for months on end, which should be, I would imagine, profoundly offensive to people who care about that flag. And I care about people who are very tolerant, who are very progressive in terms of their politics, and want to respect their neighbours, having to look out their bedroom windows and see UDA, UVF, INLA flags or whatever it is, and that does happen. Members across the chamber shake their head, but that happens, and it happens in my constituency, and I am frankly sick, sore and tired of having to make representations to public authorities on behalf of very decent people and be told there's nothing can be done. There is something can be done, and let's start doing it today.
Before I call the next speaker, can I remind us, please, not to be shouting at others from a Saturday position? It's very rude. Peter McReynolds.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise to welcome today's motion, and I certainly thank Ms Bradshaw for her work on this to date. I do so as a member of the Infrastructure Committee, the department with which we will see the most crossover with today's motion, as an East Belfast MLA and a former East Belfast councillor. So I know a thing or two about the display of flags, emblems and banners on public property because I've dealt with the messages, notifications and phone calls over the last 10 years in politics. And I think I have the bags to show that as well. Today's motion is a reasonable request of our First Minister and Deputy First Minister, and last night I reacquainted myself with Chapter 11 of the FICT report, and there's some good ideas in there in terms of the perceptions of the public, the hurdles to be overcome, and the Code of Conduct detailed in paragraph 1148 is a reasonable approach that provides lawful authority for the display of flags and emblems in public spaces. This is important because what we currently have in place is a confused and disrespected public bodies concerned for the safety of their staff, and within this vacuum, individuals and groups are able to take advantage of the lack of clarity, appear in the early evening and erect unwanted flags in areas many do not even live in. Where is the fairness in that? Where is the respect for the reviews of residents who have made the area their home and invest in their local community and economy? No one is saying, Principal Deputy Speaker, that events have to stop, that celebrations have to stop, that flags on lampposts have to stop. On the contrary, we are seeking a way to enable and encourage celebration and commemoration. What we want to stop is abuse of symbols for undetermined periods of time and for the purposes of intimidation and antagonism. Surely no one, of course.
For giving way, and I note that the comparison to dual language street signs was made. Would the member agree with me that that's actually a very strong point and that there is a very clearly defined process of consultation and application for dual street signage, and that a similar process should apply in terms of erection of flags?
Peter, you have an extra minute.
Absolutely, I think consultation is essential when it comes to things like this, rather than just assuming that we know what the public actually wants. So surely no one could disagree with this. No. Go ahead.
For giving way, would he accept then that the 15% threshold would apply the same as it does for Irish language?
I'd remind the member that we're not in Belfast City Council at the minute. Currently.
Peter, can you take your seat, please? Can I please ask other members, even in jest, to be a bit respectful? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Peter.
Currently, we have a system that flies in the face of residents and communities, that tells them, and I'm speaking from experience when I say this, now Peter, and this isn't a threat, but if we don't put the flags up, someone else will. This is even more ridiculous a scenario, given a few weeks ago I met with residents nearby here who wanted to erect road safety signs due to the high number of children who played in that local area, a street that annually has a street party for local children. And they were told by the DFI official who was there that day that 1, anything not contained in the roads order had to be removed promptly, and 2, it would lead to liability issues due to obstructing sightlines. And all the while, during this meeting, I was thinking in the back of my head how ridiculous a position that was, and to be told to residents who are proactively engaging on something as important as road safety in their area, but at other times we simply ignore these issues for months on end. And lastly, Principal Deputy Speaker, transparency forms a key part of the possible code of practice. And another anecdote I have, whereby I was phoned a number of years ago, before I was elected, by an army veteran, and he told me that he had woken up that morning, opened his curtains, and a Union flag had been erected outside his house in the middle of the night. He rang me and said he respected the flag, but he wanted it down because he didn't know he put it up, he didn't know why it was put up, he didn't know how quickly it would be coming down, or if DFI and the PSNI even knew about it. Reasonable and fair questions that deserve reasonable and fair answers. But he didn't get them. This is all residents across Northern Ireland and the Alliance Party is calling for today. In closing, Principal Deputy Speaker, flags, banners and emblems on public property aren't really for me. And I respect that they are for other people though. But that doesn't mean that we should throw out the rules or leave many constituents confused at actions taking place in their local area. Today's motion and the code of practice outlined in the report is fair and reasonable, and I look forward to working on the matter over the course of the mandate to increase understanding across all parts of our society and bring together communities in the spirit of respect at key times of the year.
Thank you, Peter. I call Jim Allister.
Paramountly flags are flown for one purpose, that is to glorify the hideous acts of the terrorist organisations that they represent. That is as odious to me as it is to anyone else. Also, when a national flag deteriorates to the point where it's in tatters, it is a manifestation of disrespect, which does great discredit to the flag and to those who put it there. Here we are debating something after £800,000 public money was spent on a commission which laboured much, produced nothing, not even a mouse. And maybe indeed it typifies much of this place. Deadlock, no solutions, nothing at all. But this is an alliance motion, which, as has been pointed out by Mr. Beattie, is flawed because it adopts a position which is incorrect. There was no proposed code of conduct. There was the citing of a possible code of conduct. But when this comes from the Alliance Party, it inevitably draws one's attention to the established anti-unionist credentials of the Alliance Party when it comes to our national flag, the Union Jack. Because this is a party, even though Ms. Bradshaw told us that flags were suitable for commemoration, which at the most obvious site of commemoration, namely a war memorial, the Alliance Party objects to the flying of the Union flag and has spent ratepayers' money in court actions and other things to object and call in and then try and ensure that the Union flag would not fly on war memorials. So when the Alliance Party come here with pious words and platitudes, I'm sorry, I'm not buying it whatsoever. And then they would tell us, oh, we need some lawful authority to apply. Maybe we should give some powers to the councils. Maybe the council should decide where the flag would fly. Well, we know where that would go with the Alliance Party. That would be legions of call-ins at the first proposal that any flag should fly anywhere in respect of it being a Union flag. Because we know the pedigree, we know the attitude, we know the despicable approach that has been taken to the flying of the Union flag. Have your choice.
I believe I was first. Mr. Allison has to give way to someone.
Listen, this is descending into farce. Mr. Alistair, you need to pick who you're giving way to. You've obviously got plenty of people who want to
Well, I'm so popular. I think Mr. O'Toole was first, so on that basis I'll give way to him.
I'm grateful to Mr. Alistair for giving way. He mentioned that he thought that it was bad whenever, and I agree with him, whenever national flags descend into tatters. But doesn't he think that if he thinks that's bad, but no public body feels it has the power, or it feels that its staff don't feel safe enough to take those down, doesn't that imply that we need better? If he agrees that they shouldn't be left up in tatters, who would he suggest goes to take them down? That's my honest question to him.
And the members an extra minute.
Thank you. I would like to see those sufficiently exercised to put them up, to take them down. Because they're the people who are declaring we want to show respect to the flag and then end up showing disrespect. So I think that's where the first responsibility lies. But I'm very, very cautious of the idea that we should give our councils, given the experience of Ards and North Down and Belfast and other places, the power to decide when flags can fly and when they can't. Because you know that the movers of this motion would be first in the queue to make sure that the Union flag comes down and doesn't fly, even where it is the most evident and appropriate indication of commemoration. You know, the people of commemoration. You know, the people buried, the people are being commemorated in war memorials. Some of them, those who had proper burials, the Union flag bedecked their coffin. But it can't fly at the war memorial. Why? Because the Alliance Party objects. Now, who then are the Alliance Party to come to this House and pretend that they're coming even-handedly, objectively, to try and find a solution when they are partisans in this matter.
Sorry, Mr. Alistair. I think he's made it clear he's not giving way, so please.
Who are they? When they have demonstrated the most partisan approach to the flying of the Union flag to say, we want an even-handed, an objective, an enforceable, a proper system, when, given half a chance, they are the very people at the front of the queue to ensure that the Union flag does not fly. And that, of course, is because the Alliance Party is the ultimate chameleon anti-unionist party. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is the Deputy First Minister, who will respond to the debate, and Minister, you have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Deputy Principal Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to respond to the motion brought forward by members. I feel I should take the opportunity to say, well, here we are in 2024 talking about flags because of a motion from the Alliance Party. It is, of course, a challenging and difficult issue, as it has always been here for some considerable time. And I think actually the debate demonstrates some of those strongly held views. You know, we've said here in this chamber before many times, there are so many issues where we have consensus, and we have so many things on that list that we need to tackle, that we can tackle together. Those issues include special educational needs, education, the needs of our schools, our hospitals, our roads, trying to make this place work, growing our economy, attracting good jobs, foreign direct investment, many, many things. And it is said now, perhaps too much in politics, that we have much more in common than we have that divide us. But I absolutely believe that to be true. But I also believe to be true is that we've got limited time. And that limited time can entirely and indeed be exceeded by what it is we need to do that we agree on. But we should also acknowledge that in Northern Ireland, in the context with the history and experience, and with what we bring both to the executive and to this place, there are things that we do not agree on. And it is right at times that we talk about those. It is right that we try to find a way through those things. But it is also right to acknowledge an absolute truth, which is you will not find consensus on every issue. That's the reality of life. That's the reality of different political ideologies and identities. And in Northern Ireland, instead of focusing on those small number of issues where we fundamentally disagree and waste a huge amount of time, I have listened to people, and I feel strongly that what people are saying to us is that they want us to get on with the business of government, the business of making this place work, the business of focusing on what it is that we can agree on, instead of tearing each other apart on what we do not. And when I look at the report from the FICT Commission, I feel that it is important to acknowledge that the FICT Commissioners were given an incredibly difficult task. Probably the trickiest and most difficult task in our recent history of some decades. The issues that the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and the St Andrews Agreement and many other agreements and negotiation processes could not resolve. Issues of identity, of aspiration, of emblems and flags, of how we remember our dead, how we respect each other in a very difficult space of both tolerance and intolerance. And of course, it should come as no surprise to anyone that they did not find consensus on every issue. And those who created the Commission recognised that they would, in all likelihood, not do so. But it was felt very strongly by those in the then Office of First Minister and Deputy First Minister, as agreed by the Executive, that at the very least we should try to find a way through this, that there should be a mechanism, a forum, a commission to focus on these tricky issues to see, was there a way through? Could this debate be moved forward? And I am glad to say that on many issues it was. And there are recommendations that have been accepted that will be moving forward in terms of implementation. But again, there is no surprise that there are some issues where there is not consensus. I would really appreciate a list of those recommendations that are being taken forward, because I have seen no evidence that anything from the FICT report has been taken forward. I thank the member for her intervention. Yes, there are a range of proposals that are moving forward, and we will continue to engage absolutely with the committee in particular in relation to the best way forward on that. But of course, the trickiness in all of this and the challenge in all of this has been the focus on the areas where there isn't a consensus. And that is regardless of the fact that there may not have been an agreed recommendation. I do recommend that everybody in this chamber read the Commission report. Mr Allister has indicated that nothing was produced by the Commission, not even a mouse. Well, the report doesn't squeak. The report I have doesn't squeak, but it certainly contains a huge amount of discussion and a huge amount of analysis, and absolutely it is worth reading that to have a good sense about where we are and a good capture of the complexity and difficulties in those issues. So I want to begin with acknowledging that any discussion around this has been difficult. This issue does relate to contested issues, and I do hope genuinely, and I think I can say this on behalf of the entire executive, that we do not spend too much of the time over the course of the next 3 years focusing on what we disagree with, but instead we get on with the work where we do. But we are committed to working towards a solution. The Executive Office officials have met with junior ministers to discuss the issues in the FICT report. The motion refers to matters relating to the report and focuses on issues relating to flags that were discussed by the Commissioners. In 2005, the Office of First Minister and Deputy First Minister published the joint protocol in relation to the display of flags in public areas 2005, also known as the Flags Protocol. That protocol was developed in association with the PSNI, the then Department of Social Development, the then Department of Regional Development's Road Service, and the then Department of the Environment's Planning Service, along with the Housing Executive. And I think many people in this House will have worked with elements of the protocol in your constituencies. And we have seen examples where that protocol worked well, but we have seen very clear examples where the protocol failed. But undoubtedly where the protocol worked well is where there were strong community organisations working with political representatives and other agencies to find solutions to the issues by consensus and discussion. And I think this is key to the way forward. The Flags Protocol aimed to advance a partnership approach to develop a strategic and graduated response. Yes, we do need an analysis of why it fails, and when it fails, we must do more to ensure that it works. But one thing we know in Northern Ireland is that if you move forward by imposing the will of others onto others, then that creates the tension and community friction, and that is exactly why we need to keep the conversations going. We need to find the solutions and approach that with hope. And of course the department, I just want to make some progress, but if I can, I will in due course. The most recent step in the dialogue was the creation of that commission arising from the protocol, and some of the successes but some of the failures from that. These included, some of the work of the Commission included the development of an aim of developing an open, tolerant and mutually respectful society, the development of shared identity, relying on mutual interdependencies and areas of common value. A lot of this work, I have to say as well, in terms of the analysis and the many hours of positive work that the Commission engaged in, is that it will inform the TPUC strategy and the review of the TPUC strategy moving forward. Ultimately, I believe that all of us around this place want to avoid community tensions. We want everybody in Northern Ireland to be able to live free from intimidation. And the TPUC strategy focuses on fostering those relationships, addressing the root causes of intolerance or bigotry or sectarianism, and trying to ensure that there is greater respect for all of those things. Yes, we do need to be realistic, but we are absolutely ambitious for what it is that we can achieve. The executives together build a united community. The first TPUC strategy sought to create a creation of such a society. And I've said these figures sometimes before in this place, but I think it is worth reiterating the positive progress that has been made, because many times we do pull each other apart, pull each other's communities apart in terms of the very notable failures, but there have been significant successes. More than 30,000 of our young people have taken part in nearly 900 TPUC camps. significant, the vast majority of those who take part indicate that they have forged friends across the community, and they will continue with those friendships beyond the end of those camps. Our 5 urban village areas have been established, and the target of building 10 shared neighbourhoods has been met. And I have to say, with our shared neighbourhoods, some challenges, absolutely. But not only did we exceed the 10 shared neighbourhoods, we exceed that significantly, with many of these rolling out successfully throughout Northern Ireland. More than 27,000 participants taking part in the United Communities programme. 7,800 young people participating in the United Youth programme. The incredible shared education campus at Limavady, which was such a joy to see that respect for each other's identities. But I do want to turn to the various contributions today, and I felt that undoubtedly it reflected some of our own personal political views, but there was also a lot of commonality in relation to that, to which I think we can absolutely take that forward. Firstly, Paula Bradshaw acknowledged some of the difficulties within that report and acknowledged that there was not consensus in that. And Doug Beattie picked up on this point around pushing some of these issues back. Very often, in my view too often, we look at these very difficult issues and see the lack of consensus on them as political failure. But the reality is we need to have this acknowledgement that issues sometimes are not stuck. Issues are not the product of political failure. There is simply not a political consensus around some issues. And that is perfectly understandable. And you get that in every place. And the idea that we should just simply push forward with something, regardless of the content, is not going to work. Because we need to look at what it is that we're actually moving forward with, and can we find that consensus. And I will be very much upfront throughout this role that I play, and in the role that I play, to put my hands up to say, well look, we're not going to get consensus in my view on that issue, or we will strive to get a way through this. But we must also, if we are going to take risks to try to do so, to push that forward in a difficult space, acknowledge that at times you will not necessarily find the solution that everybody is content with. I'll give way.
Thank you very much to the Deputy First Minister for giving way, and I acknowledge a lot of what she's talking some sense. I don't agree with everything she's saying, but I acknowledge she's right, there are certain strictures and limitations. Could I suggest, just as a suggestion, if we are agreed that, for example, the flying of paramilitary flags is different to the flying of national flags, is that something where we could move forward and the Executive Office could look at that as for a specific code of practice and better enforcement?
The member for his contribution. It's an important point, and it's one that I think there was commonality across many of the contributions, and I think it is an important one. I think there's a number of key points that came out from many of the contributions: an absolutely shared opposition to paramilitary flags, and paramilitary flags which are designed to intimidate. I don't believe that any of us in this space would support that, and do support that. It is a difficulty, it is a challenge, it is something that has no space or place within the society of today, nor did it ever have. And it's a challenge that needs to be addressed. Some of the difficulties in this debate, I have to say generally, and including in this specific debate, is the conflation of some of those issues with the flags of somebody's identity, nationality of the country. And I speak here when I speak personally. You know, the Union flag is something that I am deeply proud of. It is something that represents my identity. It represents my nationality. It is the flag of my country. And again, like many of the contributions, I hate to see those flags flying tattered. I believe that that is deeply disrespectful. I see disrespect to my flag all of the time. But I also find it deeply hurtful when I hear people say that the flying of my flag is offensive in itself. The flying of the flag which is and represents my identity. And I think we need to be careful then about the dialogue around all of this and the differentiation around all of this. But there has clearly been a very strong cross-community focus in this space around an opposition to paramilitary flags, an opposition to flags being tattered. But key in relation to that is a message being sent out too many times, time and time again, and speaking personally, that people need to ask permission for the flying of the official flag of this country, the flag that they are very proud of and should not be offensive. But I am not naive. You know, we do live in a space which at times can be contentious, and we need to work through those contentious issues. But it is really important that we differentiate between the flying of a flag, which is the flag of the country, the flag, a legitimate flag in terms of the identity, and some of those other issues which have caused contention. I am going to run out of time, I'm afraid, so I don't have time. I just wanted to touch on a number of other references. Like throughout the comments that I've said, I've referenced the paramilitary flag and the flying of tattered flags. But again, in terms of handing this over to the PSNI or handing this over to the Council, again, we need to find realistic solutions to these issues. At this stage, we are working through some of the details in relation to what the FICT report had produced, where this had got to up until this point, in relation to some of the work which had been led by junior ministers previously, to find out what way forward that we can find in relation to some of those recommendations, that there is the hope of consensus. But to be very clear, at this time there is no consensus around the particular paragraphs that have been drawn out by this motion. But in conclusion, I want to thank those for the opportunity to respond and to outline our position. The issues around flags are demanding and difficult, and we all must be realistic about the challenge involved. But I wanted to finish in saying we have the best chance of making progress on these issues where people feel more confident in their relationships with each other, tolerant of difference, and with a respect of all cultures and traditions. And that is something the First Minister and I are determined to set a positive tone about, one of respect and one of moving forward in celebration of our identities here in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Minister. Tom Elliott is next to wind on. Mike Nesbitt your name's not down, but Mike, you have 5 minutes.
Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead. You have 5 minutes to wind on the amendment.
Body double for Tom. Some years ago, when FICT was established, I was asked to nominate an Ulster Unionist representative. I chose a councillor, a soldier, a man of action, and for 3 years listened to his frustration at the lack of progress, and he's been trying to get his own back on me ever since. So two questions, I think, arise listening to this debate. And the first, as Mr Kearney said, it's about how do we ensure equality and respect, which are two of the fundamental values of the 1998 agreement, and how we build this society. And Mrs McLaughlin talked about the validity of having a position on the constitutional question. Of course, that's right at the core of the 1998 agreement. So it's a question of how do we promote, how do we celebrate, maybe even just how do we defend our culture and our identity. And as I've said before, it's not about everybody jumping into a virtual blender and coming out the human form of beige. Republicans will be Republicans, nationalists will be nationalists, unionists will be unionists, loyalists will be loyalists, and those who don't want to ascribe to any of those will continue to be what they are. And I'm here really trying to avoid using the term other, because while I understand why it was used in '98, society has moved on, and maybe it is time to rethink on that front. And the other question, and this is fundamental to this, how do you best change human behaviour? Is it a top-down law, or do you do it bottom-up, working with communities and civic groups? We often use the phrases co-design and co-production. If a community feels they've bought into a code of conduct, that they've got some skin in the game, surely that's... Actually, I hope members recognise that it's very rare for me not to accept an intervention. But on this occasion, I'm not going to, and I'm going to tell you why. Because twice the mover of this motion was asked to take an intervention, and twice she said she couldn't because she had so much to get through, but sat down after 7 minutes 45 seconds, wasting some 25% of her time, which she could have used to engage in a debate, which this is supposed to be. So I'm sorry, I'm not taking an intervention from the Alliance Party today. I represent Newtownards. We have got, unfortunately, the full suite of organisations born out of loyalism, many of whom have morphed, and not in a good way since then. So every summer, we could drive down from here, go onto the Messines Road, which takes us round to the peninsula. Every lamppost, every single lamppost, has a Union flag on it, until we get to the Cumber roundabout, and there is one UVF flag. And why one? It's a taunt. It's saying to the authorities, take it down tonight, and then come back tomorrow and see how many are up. And I know that because there's a residential area near there, and a couple of years ago a young family came out taking their son to primary school, and on the lamppost opposite, this is off the main track, this is a residential area, there's a flag. It depicts a man wearing a balaclava holding an assault rifle. The young boy wanted to know what was going on. So I worked with a recognised third party. The flag disappeared. Every other lamppost had a flag on it. No consultation, no consent from the community. So of course I agree we've got to do something about these things. But does anybody think that a new law is going to improve it? We have to be persuaders, Principal Deputy Speaker. So Mr Beattie has explained why we will not be supporting the motion. I think members should consider very carefully supporting our amendment. And we do want to do this. I believe the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister want to see change here. But we've come through a lot and we've a long way to go. So let's not beat ourselves up, but let's do the practical, sensible thing. And so, once again, I recommend the amendment to this House.
Thank you, Mike. I call Kate Nicholl to wind on the motion, and Kate, you've got 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I actually think it's been a really respectful debate, and I was expecting it not to be. That's okay, if you want to intervene, feel free to. But the reason why I actually did this with a school trip recently, and I made them stand up and say what they were saying, but I won't do that to the Minister for Communities. When I got involved in politics, I actually worked for Anna Lowe, but I hadn't joined the Alliance Party. And then there was a flag in City Hall where the Alliance Party voted according to Alliance Party policy, which is to fly the flag on designated days. And the response to that was so extreme. My colleague Stuart Dixon's office was burnt down. Councillors had their houses paint bombed, and so many of our representatives were living in fear. And the fact that now today, so far on, we're able to have this discussion, and yes, everyone has very strong views on it, but it was done in a respectful way, I think is really positive. My colleague Paula Bradshaw outlined that there's no agreement for the status quo. There's a lack of consensus, which means we need to do something. Inaction, she says, is not a strategy. And our proposal is for lawful authority for display, for celebration and commemoration, and how we do that in a way which is open and respectful, and the motion calls for consultation. So there's nothing contentious there, it's how we find a way forward. As an elected rep in South Belfast, I frequently get contacted by constituents about the flying of flags, and I remember in Finnehy, a family contacting me and saying that flags had gone up in the middle of the night, and they're a mixed marriage family. They have different identities within that household, but they found the erection of flags during the night to be intimidating, to be a form of demarcation, and they didn't know who was putting them up, they didn't know when they were coming down, and that made them fearful. And they felt like they were being marked out. And I remember ringing the police, this was a couple of years ago, and they said, oh, we can't do anything now that they're up, but let us know, if these flags are going up next time, and we can do something. So the next year, the same constituent contacted me, and I phoned the police, and I said, you told me to call you while they were going up, they're going up, can you do something about it? And they said no. And I think that yes?
My constituency colleague giving way, she mentioned the Finnehy example, and places like in our constituency, Finnehy, Carried Off, Newton Breeder are the places that are shared spaces. Would she agree that while lots of the kinds of the families she's talking about empathise with the people who were mentioned before who care about the flag, what they're asking in return is some empathy for their own position and the fact that they do feel territories being demarcated, they do feel that it's intimidatory? So it's a two-way street.
No, absolutely, and thank you for that point, because actually that constituent said to me, I have no problem with the flag being flown, and I understand how important it is, especially at certain periods of the time, but it needs to be time-bound. We need to know when it's coming down, and we need to know who's putting it up. Respect, openness, or demarcation and antagonism, that is our choices, and it's people within communities who are living with it. In relation to the amendment, Doug Beattie talked about how there's more than just flags within the FICT report, the impact of symbols on victims, and I mean, we have to be consistent around this. You know, in ABC Council, there was a proposal for a working group to look at how you work with statutory groups to remove the paramilitary murals, and the UUP voted that down. So there's a way of doing both of these things, and it's not just a case of top down, bottom up. We can do both, and I think there are examples of really good work happening within communities, but there are still problems, so we need to address it, and that's why we need this consultation. I want to get through this, and then I'll bring you on at the end. The possible proposed code of practice is included, and we think it's a good place to start. We are not saying it's a case of bypassing what communities are doing. We acknowledge that civic groups are doing really good work, but let's have a consultation process. Let's have the public have their say. Declan Kearney, who has also indicated an interest in a PMB, as Paula did, if this isn't brought forward, said that how we handle this is so important. It's a symptom of sectarian segregation, and we need a plan. And the Deputy First Minister is right. The public want to see us getting on with business. They want to see us doing things, but they want to see us dealing with difficult conversations, difficult things that come up time and time again. I don't want the next generation of politicians standing here talking about how we deal with flags. Let's work out how we deal with that now. Brian Kingston said no legislation is needed. Well, why is it not working? You know, it's not working, so we need something. And it's not about having a blanket ban. And I don't agree that actually this approach is detrimental to good relations. I think the current situation is detrimental to good relations, and we need to do something about it. It impacts on constituents too. I thought Connie Egan made such a good point about what confidence do people have that we can tackle paramilitarism if we can't even tackle these symbols that are put up. And I really appreciate her points on the Marinan review. Matthew O'Toole said we live in a plural, contested, diverse space, and this motion is about allowing us a structure, a way forward. There was an intervention which on the Irish language from David Brooks. I would say that is very different. 228,000 people in Northern Ireland have knowledge of the language. Likening that language to illegal demarcation of territory is not right. But the point of process does stand. There's a process for street signage. There's not for flags. So let's fix it. The Deputy First Minister also said, you know, it's not about tearing shreds out of each other. I don't actually think that's happened today. I mean, there's some people whose blood pressure was risen a little bit, but that often happens. And I think that actually we've had a useful discussion. I don't think it's about pushing forward something on people. It's about having a public consultation. And please, if you only take one thing from what we've said today, no one is saying that national flags are offensive. We're saying that we need to have a means for dealing with it. Alliance, Mr. Allister said, are partisans on the matter. And just to clarify the position in Ards and North Down, because this is being massively misrepresented, this is not about removing flags from war memorials. We recognise those who gave the ultimate sacrifice. We are concerned that by flying the flags 365 days, increasing it to that is an attempt to politicise shared, inclusive places of solemn remembrance. And it is in line with the... I would have if the member had given way in the RSE motion. So next time, if you give way to me, I will let you in the next one.
Will the member give way?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's telling, would you agree with me, it's telling that the members who mentioned Ards and North Down didn't give way to me to explain that they didn't want an equality impact assessment. Why would that be? What is there to fear from equality impact assessments?
I would say there's nothing to fear from an equality impact assessment, and much like the motion in Belfast City Council around flying the flag of designated days, we took our advice from the Royal British Legion, who recommended on designated days. And much like that time as it is now, I tend to suspect that I would tend to suspect that those opposed to it, it has more to do with elections than to do with the matter at hand. No. So the point about this is that flags and banners and emblems are not important to some people. They're incredibly important to others. And we live in a shared place where we're always going to have to share. We're always going to have to share this place and live together. And I think we have made great strides in how we deal with these things. And these are contentious issues. But let's have a consultation about how we work a way forward, how we have a sensible approach where we can have a spirit of respect, of mutual understanding and celebration. So we will not be supporting the amendment, albeit we recognise that it comes with good intent. Our concerns are that it in the situation where local accommodation isn't reached, what do we do then? So that is our main opposition to it, but it is not more than that. And I would say that we have made great ground, and I hope that members are mindful to support this motion for a consultation for a lawful approach to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. So the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Doug Beattie and Tom Elliott be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any noes. Order. Order, members. Thank you. So the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Doug Beattie and Tom Elliott be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any noes. No. Okay. Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Mike Nesbitt and Alan Chambers. Tellers for the noes are Owen Tennyson and Connie Egan. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Secure the doors. Secure the doors. Order, members. Order, members. Can you please resume your seats? Thank you. Stephanie, can you read the result?
59 members voted, 11 members voted aye, 48 members voted no. 21 members who voted in both lobbies are not included in these results. The amendment therefore falls.
The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, noes. Okay, I've been advised by party whips in accordance with Standing Order 27(1)(a) brackets B that there is an agreement that we can dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight to a division. So I now call for tellers to move tellers. Kind of thought that was going to happen, didn't I? Order. Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. The tellers for the ayes are Connie Egan and Owen Tennyson. The tellers for the noes are Brian Kingston and David Brooks. Clear the lobbies, the Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order, members. Will you resume your seats? Thank you. So, Stephanie, can you read the result?
80 members voted, 49 members voted aye, 31 members voted no. The motion is carried.
Okay, could members take their ease until we change the top table for the next item of business?
Order. The sitting is now resumed. The next item on the order paper is a motion on the implementation of the Autism Amendment Act. I will ask the clerk to read the motion. Clerk, please.
That this Assembly reaffirms its commitment to the full implementation of the Autism Amendment Act, Northern Ireland 2022. Stresses in particular the duty on the Minister of Health to prepare, implement and review a cross-departmental autism strategy for Northern Ireland. Condemns the failure of the Department of Health to introduce measurable targets to assess the effectiveness of the Autism Strategy 2023 to 2028 as mandated in the 2022 Act. Believes this will undermine the provision of improved, regionally consistent autism services for children and adults across Northern Ireland. Further believes that the present strategy should be reviewed to ensure that the primacy of the 22 Act is not only recognised but enshrined in all respects. Expresses concern at protracted delays in appointing an autism reviewer. Believes this position must be filled and properly resourced as soon as possible, and calls on the Minister of Health to present to the Assembly a roadmap for ensuring his department's compliance with the Autism Act Northern Ireland 2011 as amended by the 2022 Act within 6 weeks.
Thank you. Can I call on Deborah Erskine to move the motion?
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Deborah, please open the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As proposer of this motion today, as well as Vice Chair of the All-Party Group on Autism, I want to express my disappointment at the lack of progress being made in relation to the implementation of the Autism Act of 2022. So much work and energy went into ensuring that this legislation had the right content within it by my party colleague Pam Cameron, who sponsored the bill, the Health Committee at the time, the All-Party Group on Autism and, of course, Autism NI, who led the lobby for the bill. The Autism Amendment Act is a piece of legislation that Northern Ireland should really be proud of. Nowhere else in the United Kingdom, let alone the world, is there a piece of single disability legislation as comprehensive as this one. It should therefore be acknowledged that this legislation must also take precedent over any strategies or initiatives that are being developed by the departments. For example, autistic people should never be shoehorned into strategies that will not be able to offer them tailored supports that they need. For example, the I Thrive programme, which seems to be a general emotional well-being programme, instead of developing proper mental health supports for autistic children. The Autism Amendment Act was to provide the basis for a robust autism strategy, which would provide lifelong services for autistic people, and it focused on specific areas of support such as early intervention, training, employment, education and social opportunities. But it seems over the last couple of years since the legislation has passed, very little has been done to progress this vital piece of legislation. I know that there has been an autism strategy developed in consultation with the autism community, which is a prerequisite of the legislation, and within that strategy a number of commitments are outlined. However, when I read through this new autism strategy, which was released in December 2023, I am frustrated that it is clear that the Autism Amendment Act is not truly reflected within it. In fact, some areas seem to have been completely disregarded. For example, there are no plans within it to address the mental and emotional well-being of autistic adults or the reduction of waiting times for autism assessment and treatment services for children. Both areas, I'm sure we all agree, are vital services for autistic people and their families. But for me, the biggest failure and most obvious omission is that there are little to no measurable targets throughout the entire strategy. Very simply, if we don't have measurable targets, how are we going to know if we are actually turning the curve on any of the commitments listed within the strategy? Various commitments within the strategy have targets set against them with a baseline to measure against it. This is more than just common sense. The need for measurable targets were also very clearly stated within the Autism Amendment Act under Section 3A(5), which states the autism strategy must set out measurable targets against which its effectiveness may be assessed. Also, we still do not have an autism reviewer in post. It has been over 2 years since the legislation was passed, with the autism reviewer role being a key requirement. So why are we dragging our heels on this vital role? There is minimal funding needed for the post, and as the post is only 10 days per month, I am at a loss as to why they aren't in place at this moment in time, particularly as this should be seen as a key component for overall success of the strategy. The Autism Reviewer will have many important functions to perform. As listed within the legislation, these include monitoring the implementation and effectiveness of the autism strategy, assessing the efficacy of the funding arrangements in respect of autism, reviewing the adequacy and effectiveness of the law and practice relating to autism, reviewing the adequacy and effectiveness of services provided for persons with autism, their families and carers, and commissioning independent research on best international practice on autism. It is clear that there needs to be someone to oversee this so that we are not looking at the same situation in another 2 years' time. This person's main role, as I understand it, is to oversee the autism strategy. But throughout the actual autism strategy, as published, there is repeated references that the role is an advocacy role. So I want to make it clear that this is not what the role was intended to be. We already have lots of fantastic autistic advocates throughout Northern Ireland who are very clear on what is needed to support autistic people. This role is very different and is concentrated on monitoring, evaluation and ensuring that the autism strategy is delivered properly this time. So I would like to ask the Minister, can he confirm when the role of the Autism Reviewer is to begin, and as the autism strategy is a live document, can we be assured that those measurable targets as required through legislation will be developed and included within it as a matter of urgency? So today, I want this Assembly to reaffirm its commitment, which was agreed across the benches in 2022 when we debated the Autism Amendment Act. We want to reiterate our commitment today in this chamber again to the full implementation of the Autism Amendment Act 2022. Again, today, it's about action and delivery.
Thank you. Can I call on Cathal Boylan, please?
Agar mágad Elias ceann cóirle agus bhailim Lorch Vavar, our son.
I would like to speak in favour of this motion.
In favour of this motion laid on the Assembly floor today. My colleague Liz Kimmins and I were delighted to join with autism families on their annual awareness and acceptance walk on Saturday past in the beautiful setting of Gosford Forest Park on the Armagh Newry Road. I welcome today's debate because I want to give a voice to those on the autism spectrum, to our autism families and to our autism community. Those on the spectrum are some of the most vulnerable people in our society and deserve to be respected, cared for, and are entitled to all the supports necessary to deliver a better quality of life. As chair of the All-Party Group on Autism, it is with great frustration that I yet again stand here to debate the very serious issue of autism service provision and the urgent need for the full implementation of the new Autism Amendment Act. I have been a member of the All-Party Group on Autism for almost 17 years, and I have therefore overseen and scrutinised the legislation that has passed in that time. And now, with the restoration of the Executive and the Assembly, we must put a renewed focus on autism provision and the need to match capacity with demand. The Autism Act 2022 must be enacted fully and integrated into all the executive departments. The new Autism Strategy 2023 to 2028 has identified 5 key commitment areas that requires a number of departments and partners working collectively together. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this new strategy, which was issued in December 2023, is a cross-departmental strategy, and therefore all executive departments and partners should work together to ensure that it is monitored, resourced and implemented to enable delivery for our autism community. As MLAs, we hear day and daily the many pressures that our families and autistic people face throughout the North, and it is our responsibility to try to improve service provision, whether that be assessments, statementing or living supports. I believe that this new strategy is a great opportunity to do that. There must be an energy and willingness to look at the areas outlined within the legislation and to set targets and timeframes to address those areas. There are obvious challenges, particularly the refusal of the British Government to fund the Executive according to need. But we must ensure that we keep our ASD services and provisions within our priorities. I think we all agree that despite the strained financial situation, there are areas that we can progress some of these issues. In conclusion, and I want to put this to the Minister, does the Minister agree that there needs to be a drive to ensure the full implementation of this legislation and accompanying strategy? Sin bhfuil le rá agam, gur míle maigad.
That's all I have to say on the subject. Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a very important debate and one I am proud to support. It is important to pay tribute to those members who have ensured that autism has remained a priority for this Assembly since its foundation. Firstly, the late John Fee from the SDLP, who brought the first debate on autism to the Assembly in 2002, and his SDLP colleague, Dominic Bradley, who brought the Autism Act in 2011 through the Assembly as a private member's bill. Previous Speaker Eileen Bell, Alliance MLA, who set up the Autism APG, and of course to Pam Cameron from the DUP for her work on... Yep, certainly.
I thank the member for giving way, and I feel it is important to thank you for acknowledging and recognising my constituency predecessor, Dominic Bradley, for his role in pioneering the passage of the Autism Act through this place in 2011, and his predecessor, John Fee, another great man who was the first MLA to raise the autism issue in this Assembly. Would the member agree with me that the vitally important work being undertaken by GEA for all, in allowing children with different abilities to have the opportunity to hone their skills, to develop their physical strength and prowess and their communication and being part of a team, should be supported in a more direct way by the Executive through provision of additional resources to help them grow their footprint and impact, and not necessarily a matter for the Minister for Health, but a matter for the Minister for
Order, members. We should be asking, interventions should be short and not speeches. Mr McDulty, you have the opportunity to come and put your name on the list if you wish to speak. That's not an issue. You have an extra minute.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and thank you, the member, for his intervention there. I'm not aware of that particular programme, but any programme that seeks to include children with autism certainly is deserving of support.
I do, and I acknowledge the names that he read out, and Mr. Boylan will be, I'm sure, supportive of this, but not to recognise the Reverend Coulter, my predecessor in North Antrim, for the work that he did at that stage too. I think would be a remiss of this House.
Thank you, Minister. And to Pam Cameron of the DUP for her work in bringing forward the Act that we are discussing today in the previous mandate. Both the 2011 and 2022 Amendment Act represented a landmark in respect of cross-departmental planning and delivery across adult and children's services. The next step is the full implementation of the 2022 Act, and I welcome the call of this motion for a roadmap for the Minister of Health to ensure his department's compliance with both Acts. One important change provided by the 2022 Act was regarding the autism strategy. This included requiring the department to take account of a wider range of perspectives and a more prevalent use of data. The autism strategy must now set out how training is provided to staff of departments and public bodies on how to best address the needs of persons with autism and their families and carers. The Autism Strategy 2023 to 2028 includes some important commitments in that respect, including how to support children in schools, as well as teaching and academic staff, and support to those in the workplace or seeking to enter the workplace. One example of which is the specific example of interview processes, which can be very stressful for many people. These are encouraging points, but they are not accompanied by sufficient detail or statistics, which could be improved upon, given the additions of sections 2.2 and 3A to the 2011 Act, which require consultation with additional persons as well as appropriate additional data, respectively. Section 3 of the 2022 Act requires the autism strategy to take into account best international practice in autism. This is something that is largely absent from the 2023 to 2028 strategy. Other countries across the world have made significant progress, as have international organisations such as the World Health Organization. It is essential that the Department considers best practice elsewhere to improve our own position here in Northern Ireland. The appointment of an autism reviewer has been mentioned earlier, under Section 5 of the 2022 Act, remains an outstanding commitment of this Act, but has not yet been delivered. Having an autism reviewer for Northern Ireland would provide us with an important scrutiny mechanism who can monitor the effectiveness of law and practice relating to autism. They will also be able to commission independent research and so can complement the earlier requirement to take into account international practice. We have seen through similar roles, such as the Commissioner for Older People and the Commissioner for Children and Young People, how effective such positions can be. But the delays in appointing an autism reviewer is very concerning, given that the Act received royal assent in April 2022 and came into effect 3 months later. We need to see a time frame for appointing an autism reviewer independent of the Department. This is another occasion in which political instability and the absence of this Assembly and Executive has impacted on the delivery of key legislative commitments. There is a risk that the progress we have made through the 2011 and 2022 Acts is diminished by a failure to deliver, and the Minister must now do what he can to see this Act delivered in full. There are huge waiting lists for autism diagnosis, up to 5 years. There, as previously mentioned by the proposer, there are very few measurable targets in the autism strategy. There are poor outcomes for autistic people in Northern Ireland in education, in employment and in mental health. The employment rate for autistic adults is only 22%, the lowest of all disabilities. Autistic adults are 9 times more likely to attempt suicide, and 1 out of 20 children have an autism diagnosis. These are obviously very, very serious issues that urgently need to be addressed.
Could the member draw his remarks to a close? Thank you.
To conclude, I welcome the opportunity to speak on this motion and to recognise the importance of both the 2011 and 2022 Acts, as well as the urgent need for their full delivery, and encourage the Minister to outline a roadmap towards implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. And can I call Mr Alan Chambers?
Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the focus that today's motion will bring to a really important issue. Autism is a lifelong condition which affects different people in different ways. Thankfully, however, over recent years there has been huge progress made right across our society in improving what support is available, as well as gaining a far greater awareness of the condition. I suspect that there is no one in this House who, when we look back, does not believe that there is now a much better understanding of the needs of autistic people, their families and their carers. Unfortunately, despite all that progress and better understanding, we also need to be mindful that as a society we still have some way to go. And as we learn more about the condition and more people are given a diagnosis, it should strengthen our need to tackle the stigma that sometimes still exists around the condition. Like so many other parts of the health service, however, there are delays and challenges with the current level of support available for people with autism. As awareness of the condition has increased, so too have the number of referrals. And in part, it is that rising demand for autism services that has unfortunately resulted in some of the excessive delays in which families locally have been experiencing. Of course, like in many aspects of the health service, it is recognised that intervention is far more cost-effective, and even more importantly, it has proven to be far more beneficial for young people. Receiving a timely diagnosis, for instance, can enable patients or parents to better understand their child and ensure that they have access to crucial help and support. That's especially important in an educational context. Whilst it's a slightly mixed bag across the different trusts, overall, the one thing I'm sure we can all agree upon is the fact that far too many people have been waiting too long. Too many people are waiting far too long for that important initial diagnosis, and in turn, that is robbing of that critical opportunity for early intervention. I'm sure as MLAs we have all been contacted at one stage or another by a parent desperately awaiting their young person to be given the support they need. The nature of autism means it is also much more than just a health issue. From an educational perspective, as well as employment and other critical life stages, it's important that there is a cross-departmental approach supporting people with the condition. The publication and passage of the 2022 Autism Act helpfully focused minds further on the issue. In particular, through my colleague Mrs Cameron's actions, there is now greater emphasis on better training for public bodies and more expansive information being shared. Importantly, it put in motion a number of other tangible actions that are now in place. I know the Department of Health will have already been well aware of the challenges facing autism services, which neither it nor the Minister has ever tried to shy away from. And there was much to welcome within the interim autism strategy and then more recently the subsequent 5-year strategy. But I think we can all agree there is still more to be done. Unfortunately, however, we must recognise that if autism and other health services more generally are to be prioritised, then it will take a degree of political prioritising. And the budget outcome last week does not provide that. In fact, I'm saddened to say that in reality, unless this House intervenes, the broader pressures on our health service are likely to get worse rather than better, and that's a hugely disappointing position to be in. So whilst I look forward to hearing what progress has been made and will yet to be made to autism services, as MLAs, we must be mindful of our upcoming decision in relation to just what position we want to place our broader health service in. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed. And I call on Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As many of you were aware, and as Mr Donnelly kindly reminded us, my party colleague, former MLA Dominic Bradley, successfully brought forward the first piece of single disability legislation within this Assembly, the Autism Act. This was a landmark piece of legislation and the first of its kind, aimed at addressing the huge gaps that existed in provision for autism services across the North. But, as we all know, there have been many failings since that legislation was passed way back in 2011, and there have been many challenges presented to us too, with a massive increase in levels of diagnosis, the funding difficulties referred to Mr Boylan, and the fact that we have been without an Assembly, thanks to two parties, for 5 of those years that have lapsed. So here we are today with a huge mountain to climb on a number of pertinent health issues. But the new Autism Amendment Act and Autism Strategy gives us this chance to really get it right this time. One of the areas that I'm concerned about and will focus on this evening within the new strategy is the lack of outcomes and importance set against the emotional and mental well-being of our autism community. Only last September, the All-Party Group on Autism sponsored an event in the Long Gallery on the need for an autism mental health service for Northern Ireland. As we know from the devastating statistics, autistic adults are 9 times more likely to die by suicide, and autistic children are 20 times more likely to self-harm. But yet, we still have mental health professionals who are not trained in autism working with autistic people, which, in my opinion, is less than optimal, and in the opinion of experts, is downright dangerous. Our current mental health service and mental health screening tools have also been developed for neurotypicals, which is a barrier to autistic people and their families accessing the appropriate level of support and therapy in the first place. Many of the therapies used are also not appropriate for autistic people, such as CBT. Therefore, with this in mind, it's quite shocking when you read through the autism strategy that there is little to no mention of how we are going to tackle issues in this area. Autistic people and their families deserve a consistent level of service. They deserve a consistently good level of service, I should say. We need to stop autistic adults and children being pushed from service to service, as it causes avoidable stress, mistrust and anxiety, not just for them, but for their entire family circle. Autistic people need to feel seen, not that they are too complex to receive individualised, appropriate care. The autism strategy does, however, mention an I Thrive programme for children, but this is a general programme not designed for autistic children, with no research completed on how effective it actually is at supporting autistic children's emotional and mental health. But there is no mention either within the strategy of what the plans are to support autistic adults with their mental health. Within the Autism Amendment Act, it actually states in section 4D, the autism strategy must set out how the needs of adults with autism will be addressed, including, in particular, their needs in respect of emotional and mental well-being. So I'd like the Minister in his response to outline why there isn't a focus on this area within the autism strategy of autism-specific supports for both children and adults. Be kind to different minds. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call on Danny Baker.
As an MLA for West Belfast, I know too well the many issues that our autism community face on a daily basis. I have worked with Shane, Colin, Autism Support Group and Autism NI, and this was the very reason that I joined the All-Party Group on Autism, to ensure that our autistic children and their adults are getting the right help and support throughout their lives. I am also a member of the Education Committee. Like everyone here today, I want to see every child and young person having the opportunity to achieve the best educational outcomes. One issue regularly raised by constituents and support groups is the lack of practical support within the classroom for autistic pupils. Many parents and carers feel that there is not enough support for autistic children and young people to thrive, resulting in poor attendance, reduced timetables, or having to leave educational settings altogether. This lack of support has a detrimental impact on children and young people in terms of education, health and economic outcomes. On an annual basis, there is a serious problem in allocating places for children with special educational needs, including autism. School placements for children and young people with special educational needs should be carefully planned throughout the year so that families are not facing last-minute uncertainty. The most vulnerable pupils, including those of autism, should have every opportunity to be placed in a school setting which can best meet their needs. Maybe it is time for a new approach to place children with special educational needs first. It is also vital to recognise the hard work, dedication and commitment of parents, teachers and support staff who are all doing their best to ensure children and young people can access their education. Importantly, many schools are already engaged in a very good practice aimed at meeting the needs of children and young people with autism. For example, some schools take part in autism training provided by Middletown Centre for Autism, the Autism Advisory and Intervention Service and Autism NI. However, it is time that autism training is mandatory. 1 in 20 school children are diagnosed as autistic. This means that we need more staff to be able to meet the needs of our children and young people with autism, and those staff should have appropriate training. The new autism strategy commits to working in partnership to enable autistic people to understand and supported throughout their education, to experience educational environments that are inclusive to their needs, and to have a workforce who are equipped with understanding to recognise and respond to specific needs of autistic pupils and students. However, there have been no definite targets or resources allocated to ensuring the full implementation of this commitment on the ground. Furthermore, there have been no attempts to collect a baseline data. For example, how much of our education workforce have had autism training so far, and what is the target for the next 5 years? We need to see quantitative outcomes as well as qualitative ones. That being said, it should be recognised that the autism strategy states that the Department of Health has provided funding to each health and social care trust to progress the appointment of a new special educational project lead officers who will scope the healthcare needs of children and young people and work with colleagues across the health and education sector to develop integrated models of support. This is a welcome step in the right direction towards collaboratively and in the interest of the autistic community, who are often left to bridge the gaps between professions in the sectors. If we want a truly inclusive society, we need to develop an education system which meets the diverse needs of all children and young people. The best educational outcomes for autistic children will be accomplished when they are given the right support within the school environment and teaching staff are given the right training and resources to achieve this. Finally, I would like to ask the Minister and the Department of Health, as the lead department of the autism strategy, to ensure that educational outcomes contained within the implemented and measured are contained within it and implemented and measured with urgency. An independent autism reviewer should be appointed as soon as possible to oversee and review the implementation of the autism strategy. The Autism Act must be fully implemented without delay.
Thank you. I call on Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak this evening as a DUP member for South Antrim, and I want to initially thank my party colleagues Deborah Erskine and Cheryl Brownlee for tabling the motion before the House. As the sponsor of the Private Members Bill, now the Autism Amendment Act 2022, and the previous chairperson of the All-Party Group on Autism, a position I had the privilege of holding from 2016 until very recently, I would briefly remind the House of the key elements of this legislation, which were to see the development of a regional early intervention service, regional support and information services, an autism training strategy, data collection to include prevalence of both adults and children, the production of an annual budget report, and vitally to see an independent scrutiny mechanism in the form of an autism reviewer who would ensure an autism strategy with measurable targets and outcomes, I add, developed in consultation with the autism community. And I am, Mr Deputy Speaker, to put it mildly, extremely disappointed that the Department of Health has failed to fill the role of the autism reviewer more than 2 years on. And much has been made this evening of the countless hours that have been put into this work, and I know that there is great passion across this chamber from all the members on this particular subject, and certainly the support I had when moving that bill through the process was phenomenal, including with the Health Committee, and I did make remarks and put the praise where it should be, and I also mentioned Dominic Bradley in my initial remarks when putting the bill through. Such it has been the passion this place has had for the autistic community, and I want to put that on record. There's been an incredible amount of work has gone in from everybody and across the chambers, from within this building and abroad. And that passion is clear to be seen. The Autism Amendment Act is, as has been mentioned, the most comprehensive piece of autism legislation globally, and I can say I'm very proud of the work that has been done within the all-party group in particular, who have led on the introduction of not just one but two pieces of comprehensive legislation in support of our autistic friends, families and constituents. And it's incredibly disheartening to see the Autism Amendment Act has not been implemented. The Autism Reviewer is a vital part of the new legislation, and it is a crucial role to ensure full implementation of the autism strategy, which was released in December 2023. To be clear, the reviewer role is not to be an advocate for autistic individuals. The role of the reviewer was deliberately included within the Autism Amendment Act to ensure accountability, implementation and ongoing evaluation of an autism strategy for Northern Ireland. And of course that review role will also be able to commission independent research, which is really vital given the prevalence rates we have of autism within Northern Ireland. Not only in my constituency in South Antrim, but across Northern Ireland, there are families that reach out to each and every one of us as elected representatives, fearful, worried and anxious over the lack of autism services available. Mr Deputy Speaker, we need an autism strategy that is fit for purpose. We need that independent body to oversee the implementation of the 2022 autism legislation, and we need to see the Autism Reviewer in place. I understand the recruitment process for the reviewer role has taken place in the past before being paused, and I also understand fully the financial pressures mean that we cannot do everything we want to do as legislators in this place, but I would argue that implementing this autism legislation is not a choice to be made. There is a reason why we collectively chose the reviewer role as opposed to a commissioner-style role to oversee this piece of work, because we did not wish to see large or huge financial barriers in the way of the Minister or his department when following through in enacting this legislation. So,
will the member give way?
I will, yes.
I thank the member for making that point, and it's just in relation to the budget position that we always hear about. We specifically made sure that there wouldn't be any barriers in place to try and make sure that this was brought through, because it is a very fundamental part of the legislation that needs to be enacted to ensure that the targets are met.
And the member has another minute.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the proposer of the motion for her intervention. That's absolutely right. And we do know that this reviewer role it's a part-time role. It's somewhere in the region of £36,000 per year. It is not a huge amount of money. I'm sure it's not even a calculatable percentage in terms of the health budget. But we do understand the pressures that the Health Minister is under with the budget. That is for sure. But I think this is just simply too important, and I think these are preventative measures that we can take in seeing this the implementation of this legislation rolled out, and actually start to see the outworkings of the good work that could come from that, and the support mechanisms that should be in place, which should then in turn save us money down the line. So I did want to touch too upon the fact, and I welcome there's a recruitment process underway for a lead for adult autism services, and perhaps the Minister can advise whether this is at a regional or trust level. And I would specifically ask now the Minister to update the House, very importantly,
Could the member bring her remarks to a close,
and the
please?
autism community on the status of the recruitment of the Autism Reviewer, and when we will see that individual take up that role. So in closing, Mr Speaker, I just want to say thank you in particular to Autism NI, who continue to act as a secretariat, and I know that all party group will continue to work under their guidance in pressing and scrutinising the action or inaction of the Health Department in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Melissa McHugh.
Concorda, or last Concorda. Thanks ever so much, Deputy Chairman. Like many other members here today, I'm keen to see this new autism legislation and strategy being implemented properly and making a real difference to the lives of our autistic community across the north of Ireland. In particular for those even within my own community in West Tyrone, I actively facilitate a group of parents and that have autistic children who are now in many cases young adults as well too, and I'm only but too well aware of the difficulties that they're confronted with day and daily. And a common comment that I actually hear too from them, that very often if nobody moves through the educational system and so on, that it's a wee bit like falling off the cliff then after that in terms of the lack of support for services that they desperately need, and all other aspects of their life. And after reading through the new strategy and the accompanying delivery plan, I'm concerned that some of the targets are not quantifiable, with no real baseline as guidance to monitor if improvements have been made or not, particularly in relation to our adult autism community. The Autism Amendment Act states under Section 4D, as has already been mentioned, the autism strategy must set out how the needs of adults with autism will be addressed, including their needs in respect of, and as the previous speaker had mentioned, emotional and mental well-being, but also in lifelong learning, employment support, recreation, physical health, supported living and housing. I understand that there is an autism adult review currently taking place, and I look forward to seeing the recommendations from that. However, I am concerned that again there are no real targets set for the issues outlined within the Autism Amendment Act legislation. For example, can we find out how many autistic adults are currently in employment in the north of Ireland? There's a significant gap between employment rates for people who live with a disability and those of non-disabled people. Data in the 26 counties suggests that 85% of autistic people are currently unemployed, and this sits at roughly 78% in England and Wales. Autism has the lowest employment rate by far among the disabled community, but we need to know how this stands in the north. Possibly, could the recent census give us the autism employment figure? Perhaps, perhaps not. Similarly, how many autistic people are engaged in lifelong learning? One would think that that's an area that could be monitored a whole lot easier. But how can we support those that are? And what are the targets we need to be achieving to bring the autism community in line with the rest of society? What these stark figures show us is that people with autism need to be empowered and supported in relation to employment and learning opportunities. I feel overall that we need a clearer overview of where our autism support services stand at present and where we need to take them in this next 5 years, if not sooner, with proper quantitative as well as qualitative targets set. Ceist orm ag an minister. Ceist orm ag an confirm for us that when the results of the Autism Adult Review are released, that there will be measurable targets attached to the actions within the autism strategy.
Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to take part in this important debate today. And I suppose maybe just to begin, I know that it can be born out of frustration with the lack of movement on this issue, that we are focusing maybe a little bit just on what hasn't happened, and that may be perceived as being a little bit on the negative side. And if we kind of put that into the context of the fact that we have had the instability of executive and assembly here, which has caused us an inability over the last number of years to be able to deliver on the work that we want to do. And it is really important that, as people have mentioned, as we look back on the sort of historical context, it has been people from all sides in this House that have wanted to see some movement, that have wanted to see some progress. And I know that at least amongst that, from the work with that Pam Cameron did on the committee the last time that we were there, that there was that good support right around from everybody to see some movement. And I want to focus on a couple of the positives that there were during that journey as I reflect back to the things that we were looking for, the things that we wanted to see. And I suppose if we look at the Amendment Act, it had those three key elements of the training that was required, which would have been cross-departmental, the funding for the commissioning of services, and the appointment, as has been mentioned, of the independent autism reviewer. They were debated in this chamber through the committee, and they got that necessary buy-in from right around the House. It is unfortunate, I say, and regrettable that we've been in a position where the Act has not been properly implemented, because it is a disgrace that people are not getting the diagnosis that they require, because it is often that diagnosis that unlocks for them the services and interventions that help them to be able to unlock their potential in life. It is unacceptable that families are left to struggle and navigate their way through the assessment process for their children. We really should have a system that is much more quick to be able to try and provide help and support for families when they are navigating through the system. And it's simply not good enough that we do not have the independent autism reviewer in post oversee that roadmap, as is highly and pointed out in the motion. And when I think of the autism reviewer and the amount of time that we spent at committee really trying to examine what the role would be, what the work would be, how we could try and tailor that so that the interventions that that reviewer could provide, even down to trying to find the name reviewer as opposed to commissioner or other titles, there was a significant amount of work, but I think we really did feel that once we would do that, it would be in motion. Of course.
Thank the member for giving way, and that's a point that I made in my opening remarks there about the fact of advocacy. Is we have advocates, and in relation to the reviewer, it was important the independence of that role as well, and we did spend quite significant time in the Health Committee debating that, and I know he was part of that, so I thank you for making that point.
And the member has an extra minute.
Thankfully, because I've strayed from my notes and have a few more pages yet. But yeah, I mean, I think it's really important. Yes, the independence was absolutely crucial. And one of the issues that I wanted to highlight was, for example, people that are unfairly impacted when applying for PIP. You know, they would need to be able to reach out and provide and get some sort of help and support to be able to assist them through that process. And it would have been great to have had that independent reviewer that could have assessed what support and what help was available and how that could be strengthened and improved. And that was the benefit of that reviewer, is it would be somebody that would be constantly scanning around to see how services and service delivery could be improved for people as they access services. And while we know that autism is not a learning disability, around half of people with autism may also have a learning disability. And we also know that many people with autism can experience those meltdowns and sensory overloads and often face heightened levels of anxiety, transition planning and regrettably bullying. The support that they need is often bespoke and individual. If we want to support those people, then we need to see the publication of the new Learning Disability Framework and its associated funding package and action plan. And I would ask maybe if the Minister could provide for an update on that in his comments. I do appreciate the position that the Minister is in. His stand against the budget last week was an indication of the financial position that we are all in. And I know that he did not make those comments lightly. And I think it would be easy for us just to stand here and say, isn't it terrible and aren't the Tories horrible and that they're not giving us enough money? But I think, Mr. Speaker, the cheap shots don't change the world. I think if we want this House to be effective and start delivering positive outcomes from the public, then we need to see a collective effort from our executive and see if, instead of working in silos, if the ministers could work together so that we can see services tailored for those with autism and can be delivered in a way that makes the maximum amount of impact in their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call on the Health Minister, and the Health Minister, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the members for bringing this important motion today. And I do want to start by saying that my officials and I are fully committed to the full implementation of the Autism Amendment Act 2022. And many of the issues raised here today are already high priorities for my department, and I do want to take this opportunity to assure members that work is actively ongoing to try to address these challenges, despite the difficult financial position that health and social care finds itself in. But I cannot emphasise enough how important it is that all departments work together to address the issues faced by people with autism. As has been said in here, and as was said during the debates on the Act, autism, Mr Deputy Speaker, is not an illness that can be treated. It's a lifelong condition that, with better education and understanding for all of us, can actually help people live those fuller and healthier lives and actually enjoy the same benefits and freedoms that all of us do. Mr McGrath referenced that while autism is not a mental health issue, it is important to be aware that it is common for autistic people to experience mental health issues such as anxiety. So we must be cognizant that 3 in 10 people with learning disabilities will also have a co-occurring diagnosis of autism, which can present with an exceptional level of need in terms of health and social care. So many people have for so many years been allowed to go undiagnosed, and Mr Deputy Speaker, that's simply not good enough. But diagnosis is not the solution to all the problems faced, nor is it necessary to open every door, but it is the start of a journey for each person diagnosed. And again, work is already underway to produce a regionally standardised pathway for assessment, which will allow for better management and reduction of waiting lists. And it's unfortunate that in our society, autistic people continue to face stigma and misconceptions about their skills and their abilities, and I think that's something Mr McHugh raised in regards to the employment challenges. So in response and aligned with legislative responsibility, my department has taken that leading role to prepare a cross-departmental strategy to address long-standing inequalities across our public services. Members will be aware that despite the significant challenges presented by the pandemic, and my department again published an interim autism strategy in 21, and that was to maintain that momentum of the successes to date and actually to provide the space to develop that longer term strategy in 2023. So despite what has been referenced, a very challenging financial and political context, my department continued to develop and the development of a new cross-departmental autism strategy, which members have noted was published in late 23, again aligned to the legislative requirements of the Autism Act 2022. And it's that strategy that recognises that the issues faced by children and adults with autism are cross-cutting and therefore require that collaboration across government, across sectors and with autistic people. The strategy is supported through increased collaborative working across the sector, and again the 2-year delivery plan outlines a range of actions across health, education, communities, economy and a range of statutory and independent sector bodies. And again it clearly sets out the outcomes that we seek to achieve and time frame for delivery.
I have noted the autism strategy, and I've noted that some of the dates contained and deadlines were March 2024. What's happened in relation to March 2024? Because I haven't seen personally any outcomes in relation to that. We're past that deadline now.
Member will be aware that this motion actually calls for 6 weeks in regards to provide that update, and I will commit to the House to provide that update. But as she references, the strategy also sets out the outcomes that we seek to achieve and those timeframes for delivery. However, it is important to note that the absence of an overall programme for government has actually impacted the process to identify and map outcomes on some of those measurable targets. The strategy underpins a delivery plan, and that's informed not only through extensive consultation and engagement, but through evidence and best practice conveyed through international, national and local research and policy. It was subject to full public consultation, and again my officials used a range of methods to engage those with lived experience and stakeholders that advocate on their behalf. This was not a one-off engagement, because my officials continued to engage with autistic people and the sector via the Department's Autism Forum, which was established in 21. And as members know, that is co-chaired by autistic advocates to consider issues and challenges actually on a thematic basis, and the next meeting of that group is in June of this year. But as many of you will be aware, the strategy was developed and is being taken forward in a period of exceptionally constrained financial circumstances for all government departments, public bodies and health and social care services. So whilst there's a continued commitment to the implementation of actions This has necessitated a creative and innovative approach, but a consistent message from the people that we support and their families is that they want actions, not words. This was also a common theme highlighted during the Department's consultation, which led to the publication of the 23-28 strategy. And today I'll give a report on several strategy actions that have been progressed. And these are a few examples. The development of guidance for employers to actually increase the understanding and support for autistic people in employment, and that was done in collaboration with the Equality Commission. The delivery of autistic capacity building sessions for the Northern Ireland Housing Executive, and to date approximately 400 staff have been trained. My department has funded the development of GP training videos across all trusts to increase understanding of the challenges that autistic people experience and how reasonable adjustments can support autistic people attending medical appointments. A review is underway to better understand the needs of people with learning disabilities and coexisting diagnosis of autism. This work aims to ensure health and social care services are sufficiently adjusted and enhanced to support people with autism. Our Health and Social Care Leadership Centre has been commissioned to take forward work to provide proposals for the development of a regional autism information service, which will provide signposting to services and support. And that has involved extensive stakeholder engagement across Northern Ireland, and proposals are due with my department in the coming weeks. A cross-departmental monitoring template has also been developed as to actually assess the progress against the first year of the delivery plan, and that has been issued to all relevant departments for completion. And responses, Mr Deputy Speaker, are due back with my department within the next 3 weeks. And I am happy to publish those and share them with members to actually update you all on the responses that we receive within that timeline. And I think it's especially relevant that we note that the asks that came from Mr Baker in regards to education, and again Mr McHugh in regards to the Department of Economy and Employment. The outputs of this exercise will actually be used to produce a cross-departmental monitoring and funding report, which will set out progress, outcomes achieved, and how they have been measured. The report will also capture the funding, where possible, which has been allocated to support and deliver the commitments of the strategy. And again, that is aligned with the requirements of the 22 Act, and again will be put before the Assembly. I'm fully aware of the responsibility, it has been mentioned by numerous speakers, to appoint an independent autism reviewer for Northern Ireland, and acknowledge the significant role that post will bring for autistic people and their families. In my previous term, I wrote to executive colleagues to seek agreement for that post, and I actually asked for that post to be co-funded, which would recognise that we all have a role in the delivery of the strategy. But despite the clear cross-departmental scrutiny, the role that the reviewer will bring, no funding commitments were forthcoming from other executive colleagues at that time. So unlike the mental health champion that has cross-departmental funding, I think that commitment from my other executive colleagues would be a clear demonstration of all the parties and all the departments' commitment to this role. But notwithstanding this lack of financial commitment, the competition to appoint an autism reviewer was progressed by department officials during the period when the Assembly was not fully functioning. But given the significant pressures faced by the department, my Permanent Secretary took the decision to pause the appointment process, and I support the decision that was taken under the powers conferred to the senior officials in the absence of this place. But following my return to office, my officials have provided me with advice on the reviewer, and I do remain fully supportive of this appointment. However, the budget set last week will result in serious and potential damages to health and social care. And as you are aware, as has been said, I voted against the budget on that basis, and now must consider cuts to our frontline services. Therefore, I must defer a decision on the reviewer until I consider health funding pressures in the round.
I thank the Minister for giving way. I am wholly disappointed with that. This is a small pot of funding for somebody who will oversee the autism strategies and policies that come out of the department, and should actually save money in the long run by looking at the services in the round. I'm wholly disappointed by that decision. We agreed cross-party that we would have an autism reviewer in place. This is essential, Minister, and I would urge you to look again at that, because we did agree this as part of legislation.
Give way to the member.
Be undertake on the back of this cross-party motion to write again to the ministers to see if it would be possible to get cross-party buy-in rather than nothing, and maybe if a small amount from each department might allow this really important role to take place, which is the crucial thing we need to do.
I do agree with the member's suggestion, and I will take that forward, because what I said, I've deferred the decision, not that I've refused to make the decision. Because it's important to recognise that the current funding gap for health will inevitably lead to a resultant failure to meet other legislative responsibilities across a range of areas, and that includes the delivery of services. Mr Deputy Speaker, my department is now working towards the publication of an EQIA on this budget allocation. So whilst it will be necessary to make some decisions on allocations prior to the conclusion of that consultation, responses will be taken into account in prioritising the allocation of any additional funding received this year. So in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, I recognise the importance of ensuring that all people with autism, or those waiting on an assessment for autism, their families, their carers, can receive the right access to services and support at the right time in the right place. I can assure all members that my department will continue to work in partnership across government departments, the health and social care sector, public bodies and the community and voluntary sector to make that happen. It is my view that the current strategy and work of my department is largely compliant with the legislation, given the amount of very positive work in regards to the current financial context and the current 2-year delivery plan. I have no plans to review the strategy and its workings at this stage, but I do concede that the appointment of the reviewer is necessary to be fully compliant with this legislation, and it is my intention to bring an update on this appointment within the 6 weeks as mentioned in this debate.
Thank you, Minister. And I call on Cheryl Brownlee to wind the debate. And Cheryl, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Before I begin on the wind, I just want to touch on a huge issue, which is, of course is the waiting period for parents and children waiting for an autism diagnosis. So, as an MLA for East Antrim, I know personally only too well the importance of this new autism strategy and how it can improve the lives of autistic people in Northern Ireland and their families. Like many of you here, I'm inundated with requests for support. Many families do not know what to do or where to go after diagnosis, and it's often left up to the voluntary sector to help support those families. But even before diagnosis, there's an arguably more stressful time, which is the waiting period. The waiting list for diagnosis for children and adults can top up to 5 years in some health trusts. We all know that early intervention is key and is often discussed here on the floor, so the delay in getting this diagnosis is undoubtedly affecting children's development or indeed an adult's mental health. Within the new strategy, there is very little mention of how these waiting lists are going to be addressed. We can't have families and autistic adults waiting years upon years, and it just isn't fair, and quite frankly, it's dangerous. When you look at the disproportional poor mental health that the autistic community has, some people and families are being forced into paying for a private diagnosis. This in turn is causing a huge health inequality for those who can afford to shell out £1,400 and those who cannot. They're going to have to wait years for this service. It says within the strategy delivery plan, and I quote, "Recognising that referral for an autism assessment process may create anxiety and be lengthy, we will provide and publish improved communication and relevant information which will set out a step-by-step guidance on each step of the autism assessment process." And whilst this is very well intentioned, it does not address how we're going to actually reduce waiting times for families. It does mention in the ANI autism strategy that there will be an investment in the adult assessments, and I do hope this is progressed as soon as possible. But equally, I cannot see where the strategy addresses the long waiting list for children. The last financial investment in assessment was over 8 years ago, in 2016, and we all know now there are more children and adults coming forward than ever before. So it makes sense we invest urgently in this area. It also states clearly within the Autism Amendment Act 2022 under Section 4E, the autism strategy must set out how the department will reduce waiting times for autism assessments and treatment services provided within the trust. But for children, this seems to be ignored within the current autism strategy delivery plan. So I want to ask the Minister, what are his plans to address this requirement within the current legislation? Thank you, everybody, for your comments today on this motion. I suppose from a personal perspective, this is something that I deeply care about. I know we've touched on it today about the stigma, but there was one time a few months ago I went into a cafe with my son and he took a meltdown. And he was on the floor, he was crying, he was going crazy. And I looked across the room and I could see people looking at me, eyes rolling, you know, and the sweat was pouring off me and I didn't know what to do. And a girl came up to me, who I know, few work, and she just said, sit down. She told, go away, sit down, I will bring over the coffee and I will bring over your milk. And I just sat there and I was like, I am in tears. And it's the stigma. This is a huge thing, Minister, but it's the stigma as well associated, not just for the children, but for parents, for siblings. It affects absolutely everybody. And I know this is difficult today. I know that you may feel that we're all targeting you, but this is a huge, huge issue. And I ask you to treat this as a priority. Autism spans and hits every single family here in Northern Ireland in some shape or form, and it will differ in every family in every shape or form. But it has a huge, huge issue. It has a huge, huge effect in every family. So just in terms of winding, from my colleague Deborah, she has obviously touched on the disappointment, and I think we're all extremely disappointed. We're all very aware that there's budgetary pressures, but if we prioritise absolutely everything here, we deliver absolutely nothing. And this is something that is so, in my view, and I think most of the people here, it is so easy that we can actually achieve something here with this autism review. £37,000 is a drop in the ocean. It's very, very little, but it will have a huge impact, Minister, and I would ask you to really look at this again. I really would. Deborah also commented on the measurable targets. You know yourself, even through the PAC and the NI Audit Office, that the Department of Health is lacking data. We see it, whether it's through waiting list or we see it in, obviously here today on the floor. There's significant lack of data, and that data there is critical so that we can make these important decisions and back it up, that what we're doing and what we're investing in is actually making a difference to people on the ground. Strategies are all very well and good, and I think I've heard the word strategy more in the past 12 weeks than I ever have in my whole life. But I think what we want to see is delivery, and we want to see people's lives on the ground, day and daily, changing and changing for the better. Cathal, my friend Cathal, as chair of the APG and autism, you know, he's been around 17 years. He has seen this. He's frustrated. He wants to see delivery again here, and he touched on the need for review and capacity and demand, collaboration and monitoring and resources and delivering the strategy and the Act. Danny Donnelly, my colleague in East Antrim, we know that we need to treat this as a priority. He detailed all the members and the cross-party support that we have had, that the members continue to fight to bring autism to the floor. He also talked about training for staff and bodies and workplaces, which is absolutely key moving forward, and looking at best practice elsewhere, not just here in Northern Ireland, but where is doing it well, and how can we replicate that here in Northern Ireland. He also detailed the 22% employment rate for autistic adults, which is absolutely horrendous, and I think, again, this is something that this role will have a huge impact on if we can move this today. Alan Chambers obviously discussed a number of things, particularly the timely diagnosis as well, the help and support, and particularly the education system. Mark, again, he recognised the huge gaps within provision and detailed the failings that we're all very, very much aware of. And in terms of mental health, how critical it is, 9 times more likely to commit suicide an autistic adult, and 20 times more likely a child is to self-harm. And these are horrendous statistics here, and we all know them, we all discuss them, we talk about them constantly, but what are we doing to address them? The I Thrive programme as well, it's a a good programme, but again very general and not specific to the autistic community. Danny Baker touched on education, and quite rightly so, and the impact on education and provision for children with autism, and the right training for both teachers, parents and the support staff. Pam, who has worked significantly hard in delivering the Act, and particularly in conjunction with Autism NI, talked about the training needed, the data, the budget, the reporting, and of course the independent reviewer, and the disappointment that the work, not only through Pam but through everybody over a course of a number of years, is put in. We are not seeing results on the ground. She also detailed the fearful, the worried and the anxious families that we often see in our constituency offices. We also had Mona Lisa Mihu from West Tyrone talking about support groups, and touched on the voluntary community sector there previously. They're absolutely essential in doing the work that when families can't get access or they're waiting for a diagnosis. The voluntary community sector is a pillar, and unfortunately they're often the ones to see cuts, and significant cuts, and this again will have a huge impact on the ground for all. And we also discussed the lifelong learning, housing and employment, which again is a critical for this. Colin talking about cross-departmental, the autism reviewer, and again commissioning services, and the importance of the reviewer. I think we've touched on that quite a few times, but also PIP. PIP is a huge issue. The forms are complex, they're wordy, they're difficult. It's hard for anybody to comprehend and go through, and the emotional struggle of doing a PIP form as well can have a significant impact on an autistic person. So we need to look at that, and how can we make that process more supportive for people and more accessible, because I know, and I do PIP forms quite regularly, the stress it causes on people whenever they have to go through that process, and then a mandatory reconsideration, and then an appeal, and then a tribunal, and it is just a far too drawn out process.
Could the member draw remarks to a close, please?
Basic support. Yes, so I just want to say thank you very much for everyone here today for their support. I believe this is a fundamental. I believe it's invest to save. I think it is critical that we act on this right now. Autistic children and adults are a vibrant part of our community today, as they will be in the future, and we are feeling them. They're friends, neighbours, colleagues, and they deserve the same rights and support and opportunities as every other person in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
I thank the member for eventually drawing her remarks to a close. No, but that's fine. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the question is that the motion standing in the order paper is agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The order paper is the adjournment. Therefore, the Assembly does now adjourn. Please take your ease before we get ready for the adjournment debate. Thank you. Where is Mr. Blake?
Members, item 5 on the order paper the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Alex Easton to raise the matter of the closure of the Bangor and Newtownards minor injury units. I call Alex Easton, who has up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. From the outset, I just want to say to the Health Minister that in no way do I blame him for the closure of both the Bangor and Newtownards minor injuries unit, and any comments from my speech are not directed or aimed at him in any way, but are comments of frustration and annoyance at what has occurred with the closure of the 2 minor injury units. And I hope he understands that. I suspect if the Minister had been in place, there may well have been a different outcome. On the 6th of March 2023, the South Eastern Trust launched a consultation to close the Ards and Bangor minor injury units. The Bangor minor injury unit had already been closed due to COVID for some time. I had always said that it would never open again, despite the reassurances from the Health Minister at the time it would be reopened. How accurate was I in my prediction? The Bangor Minor Injuries never reopened its doors and was stripped of its equipment even before the consultation was finished. The South Eastern Trust launched their consultation with one public meeting in Newtownards, where you attended, was done by a complicated booking system which immediately put people off going, and a further 2 Zoom meetings which were held with restricted numbers. No meeting was held in Bangor despite it having the larger population, nor was there one for residents living in the Ards Peninsula, the furthest point away. When it came to the evening of the one public meeting, the South Eastern Trust arranged a format where you had to hand in questions beforehand so that you could control, so it could be controlled what was asked and who could ask questions. So much for a fair consultation. The South Eastern Trust proceeded to say what their plans were. There was only one option, and that was for closure, and the announcement of a new minor injuries unit at the Ulster Hospital site. The consultation farce continued with the failure by the South Eastern Trust to mention that the Ulster Hospital was not creating a new minor injuries unit because there already was a minor injuries unit on the Ulster Hospital site, which ironically very few people even knew about. It was the world's best kept secret. The next farce came when this new unit, which wasn't new, was actually being moved into the old Ulster Hospital A&E unit, which was declared not fit for purpose by the South Eastern Trust themselves. So at the public meeting, the South Eastern Trust claimed they were doing this as a result of the Bangor report. Now, this is where I have a problem with that. Minister, your own colleague, my colleague Alan Chambers, pointed out in the Spectator newspaper article on several occasions that Bangor should not be used as a reason to close MIU units. In fact, Bangor does not even mention MIU units in its report. The consultation documents were the poorest example of their kind. It would be difficult to see how any external consultee could provide an informed response which might affect the South Eastern Trust decision-making process on the basis of the document. There are 2 main issues with the consultation documents. The first is that important information was missing from the consultation, both in terms of policy, background, and the evidence base that informed the South Eastern Trust decision-making process. The second is there was insufficient assessment of the impact of the proposed changes on service users, including Section 75 groups. This is problematic as the scale of the change is likely to generate different impacts across areas and population cohorts having access to minor injury services. The consultation did not provide evidence that the South Eastern Trust's preferred option, the replacement of 2 minor injuries units with an urgent and emergency care centre. That has not even got off base 1 and was a red herring. It could be years before this happens, if ever. The Department of Health's 2022 review strategy ambiguously says that urgent care centres do not replace existing minor injury units. It is clear that the review was conducted on that assumption. The company equality impact assessment was also flawed. Firstly, it was prepared using outdated statistical information from the 2011 census. This data was superseded by results from the 2021 census, which were published between September and December 2022. The Trust did not use that updated information. In addition, the disability measures used in the Equality Impact Assessment did not accurately reflect the number of individuals with a disability within the relevant geographic areas. This is because it used a measure based on households rather than individuals. The Equality Impact Assessment also didn't measure the different impacts of the proposals on Section 75 groups. It merely lists the number of individuals falling into each category within two broad geographicals. In fact, by the South Eastern Trust's own admission, they openly discriminated against those who were disabled within the closure of the Minor Injuries Unit consultation. The consultation approach to the Bangor minor injuries was problematic. That location was shut on a temporary basis due to COVID-19 pandemic without a public consultation, but the current consultation that took place has been produced on the basis that this closure was actually a permanent one. This means that the consultation focused primarily on the proposals to close Ards minor injuries with minimal reference to the facility at Bangor. This seemed inappropriate, especially as the South Eastern Trust's preferred option would have been a greater impact on residents in Bangor. This is due to greater distances, poorer quality roads and weaker public transport links to the Ulster Hospital site. And from a freedom of information, the South Eastern Trust did not even bother to contact TransLink about improving public transport to the Ulster Hospital site. The consultation also contains a number of concerning issues, suggesting a lack of understanding of the area and issues involved. Firstly, the South Eastern Trust consistently used a map in the consultation which does not accurately represent the area. The map shown in the consultation included all of Newry, Mourne and Down Council area, nothing to do with the South Eastern Trust area. So we know the consultation and equality impact assessment were a farce and a foregone conclusion. So let's look at the impact on the Ulster Hospital site. We know from an FOI that the new A&E building is actually smaller than the old one and actually has less beds and is too small. So well done to the person that thought that one up and designed it. We know there was no new MIU unit on the Ulster Hospital site as there was one already there. We know there were some new additional car parking spaces. However, whoever goes up to the Ulster Hospital site are having to wait to get a space and often met with queues, creating frustrating patients and visitors waiting for long periods of time. I actually took my wife up this morning because she had fallen and broken her hip and was up for an outpatients on that, and we had to wait 45 minutes this morning to get a car park space, so that's more evidence on that. We know as a result of the closure that only 7 members of nursing staff from the Ards and Bangor site actually transferred. All the rest left, so we lost valuable staff. So what do we know about all the patients that were attending on the annual basis to the Ards and Bangor Minor Injury Unit sites? Well, we know that up to 13,000 were attending the Bangor Minor Injuries Unit a year and 10,200 at the Ards MIU. This is from stats provided from Assembly Questions. Basically, they either haven't gone up to the Ulster MIU because they can't stand the thought of having to go to the Ulster and spend hours waiting. Many have tried to go to their GPs, but the GPs are not seeing patients that they did pre-COVID, and people don't want to queue up on the phone waiting for hours for a call from their GP. And then, of course, there are some that have gone up to the Ulster, adding to the waiting list times, backlogs and car parking, putting more and more pressure on the Ulster Hospital site, which is not equipped to cope. It is no coincidence that the Ulster A&E has called an emergency that they are too busy on frequent basis due to the level of people attending the A&Es. According to an Assembly question, there was 0 savings to the South Eastern Trust budget with the closure. So the question is, why close the MIUs when between the two of them, they were keeping 22,000 people away from the Ulster Hospital site? So if there was no savings, why did they do it? So then we come to the Alliance Party, who gave the South Eastern Trust political cover to close the Bangor and Ards minor injuries units, and whose political reps, and I quote, said, "Minor injury units are not good enough and should go." and to quote from two of their councillors who said they hadn't been of any use. So if they hadn't been of any use, why did 22,000 people use the 2 minor injury units at their height? Over 20,000 people signed a public petition opposed to the closure of the minor injuries. This was ignored, even though the public consultation, 80% were opposed to the closure, but this was also ignored. What is the point of a public consultation if the public are just going to be ignored with their responses? In conclusion, these closures have achieved nothing except to create a bigger crisis at the Ulster Hospital site, with parking waiting times, overworked staff and frustration for the public. Minister, I thank you for hearing my frustrations and those of the public who've been up to now have not had their voices heard. I hope, Minister, that you will maybe consider a rethink on the MIUs, because the staff did a wonderful job and they took a lot of pressure off the Ulster Hospital site. Thank you.
Thank you for opening the debate. All other speakers will now have approximately 5 minutes, and I call Stephen Dunn.
I welcome the opportunity to speak on this matter in the House today, and thank the member for bringing it forward as well. And I do thank the Minister for his attendance here today. I know, Minister, you've had a busy day as well today, so thank you for staying with us this evening. I firmly believe the decision to close both the Bangor Minor Injuries Unit in 2020 and the subsequent decision to close the Newtownards Minor Injuries Unit at the end of August 2023 was the wrong choice by the South Eastern Health and Social Care Trust and the Department. The strength of feeling around these decisions was very evident over the last number of years throughout the Trust consultation period, when over 80% of respondents spelled out very clearly and loudly their concerns, both in written form and at the various public consultation events and through petitions as well. When these decisions were taken back in August 2023, there was already significant pressure on the Ulster Emergency Department, with official figures stating back then that the Ulster Emergency Department was seeing 9,000 more patients than it did 5 years ago. This was prior to the decision to close Newtownards and also to not reopen the Bangor unit. In the 8 months since the closure of the Ards MIU, the Ulster Emergency Department is under extreme pressure today. And I would like to really commend and pay tribute to the very hard-working staff right across our health service locally in what are very challenging circumstances indeed. These staff go well above and beyond the call of duty in very high-pressure environments, providing an excellent level of care 24/7, 365 days per year. And I do want to just put that on record, our thanks to those very dedicated staff who continue, no matter where they are, they continue to give that level of commitment and dedication, and it must be saluted. The commitment to open a new urgent care centre promised in 2025 as the second phase, co-located within the new ED, was a key part of the transition process, and also, I suppose, to justify in closing these two well-used and very valued services. And I know we have been writing regularly to the Minister on this, and I trust that this will remain on target, as it is indeed greatly needed. And I do welcome that that work is ongoing to ensure that it does open ASAP and very early, I hope, in 2025. There are genuine concerns across our local areas about the size and capacity of the new emergency department at the Ulster. And I know from speaking to staff and even through my own personal experience, those concerns are very genuine around the size and the scale of the emergency department and the pressures on the site as well externally in terms of the car parking capacity and the roads infrastructure around the hospital estate and what is a very, very busy road, and the various networks in and out of the hospital. And everybody here will be familiar, I'm sure, with the hospital. And there are those real issues around closing sites in these surrounding areas that we represent. The population of Ards and North Down was over 163,000 at the time of the 2021 census, which made it the fourth largest local government district, an increase of 4.5% since the 2011 census. And with people living longer, there is even greater pressure across all of our health services. I also appreciate that valuable services do continue at both sites today in Bangor and Ards, and perhaps the Minister could spell out some of the services that are available at both sites. And I know from visiting the Bangor Community Hospital around a year ago, I think some colleagues were there as well. You know, it was very valuable to hear directly from the services that are still there, and I think the messaging must go out, you know, that there are still services available for local people. I know there's dentistry and some optician work and so on as well. That is very, very valuable indeed for people of all ages. The South Eastern Trust has confirmed recently that there were no savings made as a result of this service change to close both Bangor and Ards MIUs. However, there is no doubt that people in my constituency do feel shortchanged by the Health Department and Trust. As detailed in the public consultation, the decision was not taken to make financial savings, but rather to reshape and sustain urgent and emergency care services in the North Down and Ards area. But I do feel, just to emphasise that point, that there is a genuine feeling that there has been a reduction in the service since these valuable MIUs closed their doors. As we all know, there is significant pressure on our GPs as well today. We continue to see those GPs facing challenges. So again, I thank the Minister for coming and do all he can to improve the service provision for the people across the North Down and Ards areas. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Call Connie Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Health Minister, for coming to the Chamber today. The decision to relocate the Bangor and Newtownards minor injury units to the Ulster Hospital is one which came from the No More Silos Action Plan. This was clearly stated in the consultation from the South Eastern Health and Social Care Trust around the future provision of these services. The No More Silos Action Plan set out 10 key actions for rapid implementation to ensure that urgent and emergency care services across primary and secondary care could be improved. The No More Silos Action Plan was importantly in line with Bangor report recommendations, something which I asked the Health Minister in a written question upon the restoration of devolution, and I was glad he was able to clarify. All parties signed up to Bangor, which stated the stark options facing the health and social care system are either to resist change and see services deteriorate to the point of collapse over time, or to embrace transformation and work to create a modern, sustainable service that is properly equipped to help people stay as healthy as possible and to provide them with the right type of care when they need it. Our health service is in crisis point, and I think we all recognise that, with our hard-working health and social care workers going above and beyond to keep patients safe. When the Bangor report was published in 2016, it gave us a warning. The Northern Ireland Executive invests annually almost $4.6 billion, or 46% of its entire budget, in providing health and social care services for the people of Northern Ireland. If costs rise as predicted, with a 6% budget increase required annually simply to stand still, then we could expect the budgetary requirement to double to more than $9 billion by 26-27 to maintain the current system. That this is clearly not sustainable. A quote directly from the Bangor report. Well, we are well on our way to that warning becoming a reality. Last week, the Northern Ireland Executive produced a budget in which health was allocated nearly $8 billion, just over 51% of the Executive's overall funds. Even with this, the Health Minister has come out to state that this is not enough. This is in the current context where Northern Ireland spends more per head of population on health than our counterparts in England, but has the worst outcomes. I understand change can be difficult, but it is clear the options in front of us are for our health service are change or collapse, and we simply cannot go on as we are. I and my party will always follow the evidence when it comes to making decisions around our health service. We will not play politics with people's health and their lives. The Health Minister and the Bangor report has called for leadership from elected representatives regarding decisions in our health service, and Alliance MLAs and councillors have not been found wanting. We have engaged with the Trust throughout this process, with consultants and doctors who work in the Ulster Accident and Emergency Department. To those saying this should have been a decision for the Health Minister, I do ask then why they continually voted against the restoration of devolution. What was more important than health? Most recently this week, I met with a consultant in emergency medicine from the Ulster, who reported a positive impact and enhanced minor injuries unit in the hospital has had. The service is now open 12 hours a day instead of 8 and 365 days a year instead of being closed as the weekend as it was in Bangor and Newtownards. This again has been backed up by statistics provided by the Department of Health. Since opening in September 2023, the Enhanced Minor Injury Unit in the Ulster has seen over 10,000 patients with only 5 complaints. Patient surveys have received excellent feedback on the service, with over 97% of patients who have used the Minor Injuries Unit recommending it. The issues in accident and emergency care are of course of concern to us all, but I will take my leads from the experts who are telling us clearly the long waiting times and backlog of ambulances in the A&E departments are due to the lack of care packages for those who cannot be discharged from hospitals, not the relocation of the minor injuries units. The debate around transformation of our health service requires leadership on following the evidence and experts. I look forward to hearing from the Minister later on in the debate for him to clarify some of the points which have been raised in the debate today. An alliance will be supporting the Department of Health to transform our health service, implementing the Bangor commitments that all parties signed up to.
Alan Chambers.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the Minor Injuries Unit in Bangor Hospital was closed during the COVID epidemic, as it was considered that the nursing staff would be better deployed at pressurised inpatient hospitals. The closure was sold as being of a temporary nature, and given the logical reasons offered by the Trust, no one really raised any particular serious objections at that point. However, when the Trust brought forward the announcement to not reopen Bangor Minor Injuries Unit but to also close the unit in Newtownards, it was a different story. There was a considerable public concern about this announcement, and the Trust commenced a public consultation on their proposals. And I have to say that many members of the public really had little confidence in that process. Those of us as public representatives who argued against the Trust proposals were accused of hypocrisy, and that we were openly supporting the transformation of our health and social care systems as laid out in a series of roadmaps contained in the Bangor report, but becoming parish pump politicians when local closures were proposed. There are two elements of the project that really blew that distraction out of the water, and it was distractions that were used by the political closure cheerleaders, who I believe they seriously misread the local public mood in relation to the closures. On more than one occasion, representatives of the Trust pointed out that they had serious staffing issues coming down the line. There was a shortage of the highly qualified nurse practitioners who ran the minor injury unit. We were told that at least 3 of these nurses were about to retire, and replacements were almost impossible to find. They also stated that they needed more of these nurses in the Ulster Hospital. It was clear from these remarks that the closures were playing no part in transformation, as I understand it, but were being used as an opportunity to help solve staffing issues at the Ulster Hospital. The second point that the cheerleaders for the closures ignored was a comment written by the Health Minister in a previous policy document, where he stated quite clearly that the creation of an urgent care centre should not mean the closure of a minor injuries unit. One of the selling points of transferring minor injuries onto the Ulster site was the promise of a consultant-led urgent care centre working alongside the A&E department. Where is this urgent care centre at the moment? The forecast date for it opening continues to be getting pushed further down the road. Would it not have made more sense to have postponed the closure of the minor injuries units until the urgent care centre was ready to operate? But in my view, that didn't fit with the Trust's immediate needs to relocate the staff to the Ulster site. I and my party have never been opposed to reconfiguration of our health system. However, it needs to be evidence-driven and clearly in the interests of patients. I was not convinced that the closures were made for the right reasons or in the best interests of the North Down public. For my party, service transformation shouldn't be viewed as some sort of catch-all phrase or used as a cloak of convenience. For us, it is about ensuring patients receive the best care in the best environment and within the best time frame possible. Yet, in this instance, the permanent transfer of the minor injury service to the Ulster Hospital appeared to be driven as much by challenges in recruitment as any other broader strategic decision to co-locate the service. In particular, I was concerned that moving such an important service to the Ulster Hospital site with all its known issues of congestion was perhaps going to make the situation even more difficult for local patients and staff, and so it has proved. The fact that it was undertaken during the absence of an executive and functioning assembly also meant that there was zero political oversight. It was signed off by a senior civil servant and not by a minister. Given the passage of time and the well-documented budgetary constraints, I suspect that the minister has little or no scope to turn back the clock. What he can perhaps do is to encourage the Trust to expedite the operation of the promised urgent care centre. He could also ask the Trust to deliver on the promises of improved public transport connectivity. This situation is a perfect illustration as to why it is so important to have an executive and an assembly in place to provide the political and democratic oversight that sadly doesn't exist when the political institutions are down. In conclusion, I wish to place on record my admiration and appreciation of everyone involved in providing us with health care in the current difficult circumstances. Thank you.
And I call Michelle McElveen.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank Mr Easton for tabling this adjournment debate. This is an issue he has pursued doggedly and relentlessly during the consultation and has continued to do so since the imposition of this decision. A decision made contrary to the vast sway of the public opinion, which simply could not comprehend why the Trust was pursuing this. I'd like to thank him for his efforts in fighting this, including organising a petition which was signed by thousands of local residents. But I'd also like to put on record my support for the health professionals who are working in incredibly challenging circumstances. Mr Deputy Speaker, I was present at a very strictly controlled public consultation event in Newtownards, which was run by the South Eastern Trust. Questions had to be submitted in advance, and perhaps coincidentally, the majority of the questions which were drawn out came from Alliance Party reps. The Alliance Party being the only party that supported the Trust's proposals to close the MIUs. That party's position was not remotely reflective of the feeling within the area. And a number of local people who attended were deeply frustrated at what seemed to be and what evidently became a fait accompli. They couldn't understand why local services were being taken away and moved to East Belfast. We heard from the Trust that it was to improve services and outcomes. And this seems strange because Minister Swan said in this chamber on the 22nd of November 2021, and I quote, "The Trust is confident that patients receive an effective service and has received some positive feedback on the services at ARD's minor injury unit. It's nurse-led. Emergency nurse practitioners provide expert advice to ensure that clinical practice and patient care is delivered to the highest standards." So if it wasn't for higher standards, since the highest standards were already being delivered, it must be about making savings. However, the Minister, through written questions tabled by Mr Easton, has said that there are no savings. The Alliance Party claimed that the decision to close MIUs in Newtownards and Bangor was as a result of Bangor. Despite being repeatedly told that this was not the case by others, the Alliance Party has insisted on this fallacy, taking the opportunity to criticise other parties for saying one thing in relation to supporting Bangor and doing another when it came to local services. I'd like to ask the Minister to take this opportunity to reiterate what he has said in the answers to questions and make it clear that the decision around MIUs had nothing to do with Bangor. The Trust were also indicating that to establish an urgent care centre at the Ulster Hospital site, there was a need to close the two MIUs. Yet the Ulster Unionist Party health spokesperson, and I'm glad to see him in the chamber, Alan Chambers, in 2022, wrote a letter to the newsletter criticising Paula Bradshaw MLA and stated in that letter, and again I quote, "If Paula wishes to read the final urgent care policy that was signed off by Robin Swan in March last year, she will see on page 42 that it categorically states it's important to note that urgent care centres do not replace existing minor injury units. That is a mere statement of fact, and one which is as accurate today as it was 12 months ago. Given that fact, there is no contradiction in supporting the retention of a local minor injuries facility." And I end that quotation. I would perhaps ask the Minister if he stands by the comments of his party colleague, who of course was quoting the words of the Minister. If the fact that care in MIUs was of the highest standard, that the decision to close was not as a result of Bangor, that there were no savings to be made, and that there was no need to close the MIUs to deliver the urgent care centre, will the Minister take steps to reverse this decision? The decision has placed care further out of reach to my constituents in Strangford, constituents who are having to stand outside in the cold and rain at 8 o'clock in the morning just to get on a list for a call from a GP. Constituents who are travelling from Portavogie and Portavary to go through Newtownards and then battle the congestion in the Dundonald bottleneck to run the gauntlet of trying to find a parking space at the hospital site. Constituents with disabilities who, when the final move is made to co-locate the urgent care centre with the emergency department, will be further disadvantaged by the chronically bad parking arrangements at that site. The decision did not enhance the care of the constituents in Strangford or North Down. It only enhanced the care of those in East Belfast. No justifiable reason has ever been given for the decision to remove this important and well-used local service. The Trust reports will never factor in those who decide it is too much trouble to travel to the Ulster Hospital site and what impact that may have on them in later life. Complaints and compliments are no real measure of the unnecessary inconvenience and upheaval caused. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Andrew Muir.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I speak in this adjournment debate as an Alliance Party MLA for North Down, and I think it's important that we are able to discuss this issue. We weren't able to do that for 2 years because the institutions were not sitting, and it's not lost on me that the person bringing this motion was one of the people who voted consistently against the restoration of these institutions to allow us to consider these matters. But we are where we are now, and we're able to consider the matter in front of us. I'll be relatively brief because I don't want to delay Alex from his campaign launch tonight in Bangor, because this is an important issue for the Assembly, and I recognise that the DUP have handed over their slot for this as an adjournment debate to Alex. The easiest thing that the Alliance Party could have done in relation to this would have been join the protest lines around the matter, to voted on the motions in the Council on the matter, but we didn't do that. So people have to ask themselves why. Why did we do that? Because the easiest thing would have been to go with the flow and not have ourselves criticised in the adjournment debate tonight or in Council. And the reason why is that we believe in transformation. We believe that if we cannot do a transformation of this nature, which is essentially the distance between Newtownards and Dundonald is approximately 5 miles, then what hope do we have of doing the true transformation that's required in terms of health and social care? And some people will say, but this wasn't Bangor. Sorry, I'll address the. Sorry, I'll just continue. Some people will say, but this was not Bangor. This isn't in line with No More Silos. But the previous Health Permanent Secretary confirmed to health spokespeople from all parties in a meeting on the 15th of March 2023 that this proposed change was in line with Bangor and No More Silos. And whilst other people have contributed towards this, what I will be guided by in relation to these issues is doctors, is medical experts around this, and I have the immense respect for the staff working in health and social care. This is an immensely challenging job, and I have the utmost respect for them. I know them personally, their family, their friends. My mother worked in the NHS for decades, and I would declare that, and I'm very proud of the service that she gave. But what we owe it to them is to take the difficult decisions, and we haven't travelled the journey we need to do in relation to transformation here in Northern Ireland. And when we go to the UK Government and argue for additional funding, our inability to do transformation in Northern Ireland is cast back to us. And it's rightfully so, because the waiting lists in Northern Ireland are the longest in the whole of the United Kingdom. But yet we're spending arguably the highest amount in health and social care. So we need to do transformation. We need to be able to take the difficult decisions. And people say that people weren't happy in terms of the position that we took. But I get involved in politics to take difficult decisions. It's easy to stand at the protest lines in relation to these issues. I recognise the concerns in terms of the emergency department at the Ulster Hospital, and I hope that Alex's wife has a speedy recovery. I know the pressures around this, but the solution isn't to oppose change. It's to be able to face up with that and to support people in their positions. I recognise there's concerns around the consultation, but nothing's perfect in relation to this. And we could have been debating this for 2 years. We could have had a health minister in the position to take a decision, but that was denied. It was denied by the DUP, Alex Easton, and also Jim Allister. So there's a responsibility around the accountability issues around this. So I'll conclude in saying that we owe it to our health and social care to take the difficult decisions, to show leadership, to be able to walk the walk, not just talk the talk. Thank you.
Before I call the next speaker, I want to caution members that if they do take an intervention, there may not be additional time allocated to them because of time constraints. And I now call Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And just before I begin my remarks, I think I would want to find the one point of agreement that I think we've had here today, and that is that we should all pay tribute to our health and social care staff, particularly those working in emergency medicine and unscheduled care. They're doing a fantastic job in very difficult circumstances across Northern Ireland. But I think that may be the only point of agreement that we have reached in this debate today. Before I look at sort of pre-prepared remarks, I wanted just to pick up on a few things that were mentioned in the debate. I wanted to pick up on some comments made by Mr Easton where he suggested that the minor injuries unit at the Ulster was in some way contributing to the delays and the backlogs and the difficulty of moving patients through the emergency department. If anything, it is my understanding that the minor injuries unit is actually reducing the numbers of patients attending the ED and getting clogged up on that system. I also wanted to pick up on a comment made by Michelle McIlveen, which seemed to be conflating services at the old minor injury unit with what a GP would provide. I would suggest that conditions that you would be attending your GP for would not be services you expected to receive at a minor injury, broken fingers, dislocated shoulders, those sort of conditions. I don't imagine would be requiring queuing at your GP's surgery. So I'm not sure where that comparison was being drawn. And I also wanted just to pick up on a comment from Stephen Dunn where he suggested that this was not about saving money and that it was about improving the patient experience. Well, I would agree with that, and I know that no change service is ever perfect from day one, but this is about, in my view, this new minor injuries unit is about providing an enhanced service for those least sick patients who don't need to be in an emergency department. Last year, the Trust took the decision to change how minor injuries were treated in Ards and North Down area, and we got confirmation that the old Bangor MIU would remain closed and that the Newtownards site would close, moving all minor injuries treatment to the Ulster Hospital. So this new service that was available at the Ulster, as has already been referenced, offered an enhanced offering for patients, longer opening hours, 70 hours per week access rather than the previous 40, and a service that is 7 days a week, 365 days a year, a significant improvement on the former 5-day-a-week service that was previously operating on the other sites. And as far as I'm concerned, this represents a planned change to locate a service in a setting with access to the expertise that could treat minor injuries, but also to provide access to clinicians who could provide care in more serious cases should it be required, with access to scanning and imaging equipment and a consultant-led team should the condition be serious enough to require it. And as I've referenced already, the new service was designed to reduce the number of attendances at hugely stretched ED services and improve the flow through the system for the least sick patients. And I agree, all services need time to be fully evaluated and to bed in, but it appears to me that the new MIU is performing well. We have customer satisfaction rates at around 98%. We have patients accessing more streamlined care. I've heard from clinicians working in the service that many can be discharged back home from the MIU to return the next day for a scheduled attendance with scan or x-ray results provided. These are patients who previously would have been waiting in the ED for hours and hours, possibly through the night, to receive those results. I know which service I would prefer. For the month of March, there were around 3.5 patients seen in the MIU, just over 2,000 of those by nurse practitioners, 1,500 seen by other medical staff on site. These are typically more complex cases that could not have been dealt with in Bangor or Newtownards and would almost certainly have had to be redirected to the Ulster anyway. Now, I acknowledge all of this is said in the context of an ED service at the Ulster and across Northern Ireland, which is under huge pressure. None of us would doubt that. Patient experience is unacceptable in many of our emergency departments. But the trust is clear, and I would take the same view, that patient experience in the ED is not to do with the closure of MIUs. It is about a hospital system that is not functioning. It is about patients who can't get discharged because there are no domiciliary care packages. And it is about ambulance services struggling to offload patients because of that clog in the system. We need to be brave enough to take the decisions to tackle those problems with our creaking systems. What is not required is the undoing of planned change and the reform of how we deliver what is a fairly small element of treatment in the area. Not small to the people who need it, but in terms, as my colleague Andrew Muir has referenced, in the scale of the health service. In my view, these are the kind of planned changes and reform that we need to be encouraging and supporting as elected reps, not blocking. And I would urge my colleagues across the House from North Down and Strangford to get behind the transformation agenda. And as we do hope to see the urgent care system developing at the Ulster again, I would welcome that and hope that members will support it.
I call Colin McGrath.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I suppose the beauty of adjournment debates is you can never quite work out where it's going to go in terms of the politics and in terms of messages that have previously been relayed. And look, I am obviously not from the Newtownards area. I am part of the South Eastern Trust area, and I'm just surprised I'm not here talking about closures to the Down, which has been the norm over the last 20 years whenever it comes to discussions about the South Eastern Trust. So on this occasion, it's relief for my area that we are talking about somewhere that is different, and maybe at being just that one step back from what's actually happening on the ground, and from maybe the more political agendas or the more upcoming political agendas that there may be. I can understand and appreciate the difficulties that people do not like change. People do not like it when a service is closed and taken away, and as I say, we have had plenty of experience, and I do have some sympathy, I suppose, for the residents of Bangor. It's quite a distance away. Maybe slightly less sympathy for those that are in Newtownards, because certainly whenever it comes to the removal of services from the Down, I would love if there was just 4 or 5 miles on a dual carriageway, point to point, to connect me from one service to the other. But where I can understand that there are difficulties in understanding this for people from Ards and from Bangor is that the nature of these is minor injuries. And the thing is that they can quite often be provided quite locally, quite close to where people are. And I suppose it's that lack of understanding as to why you have to travel 10 miles or a number of miles to be able to get what is some of the most basic interventions in terms of health. And I understand and agree with the whole process of transformation. But I do think I am certainly supportive of transformation on a wider, greater, bigger basis, but we desperately need to see that roadmap. We need to know where it is that we're going, because if we know where we're going, there's a better chance that people will get behind and support it. And when we look at an issue such as the closure of these minor injuries units and changes that there has been to other places such as Lagan Valley and the Down, so we don't know what the overall roadmap is. We just know that we have services that are being taken away, but we don't know what it is in the greater scheme of things that it's going to be part of. And I think that it's a challenge for the department, it's a challenge for the trust, but it's one that I would really love to see them being able to stand up and do, because if we can get that sense of transformation, you know that you're losing service X, but you know that it's going to be replaced somewhere nearby and it's going to be a better service, but you will also in return get something different that you will be delivering in your area. That way we can keep patients happy, we can keep staff happy, and we can keep all of the public on board with it. I think that this process has been, unfortunately, a little bit like others. We feel like the service has been closed down, but there's been no accommodation made for additional traffic and car parking. We know that staff are being moved and that they're maybe not that necessarily happy about being moved. We know that consultations can often be loaded. That's the nature of them. But people who are going into a process like that feel really aggrieved if it doesn't go in the way that they want it. So I think really what I would like to see is that greater roadmap that we can be part of in terms of transformation. I do worry sometimes I know that the medical experts out there, and it's critically important that we listen to them. But I always remember going back maybe 20 odd years ago, them saying that if we were going to talk about taking the proper qualified medical evidence in terms of hospital services in Northern Ireland, and I have said it before, we would end up with a super duper hospital on stilts in Loughney, which had 6 roads down into each one of the counties, and everybody would be able to access it. All the services would be under the one roof, and nobody would be at a deficit as a result of it. But that's not the reality. We're trying to retrofit it to a system that's there. So I appreciate that the Trust has its difficulties. I'd love to see them being able to deliver locally what they can deliver locally, but also providing a much better system if they have to go to the point of centralising it. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks to all members who have contributed to the adjournment debate. I now call on the Minister of Health to respond.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And before I get into the substantive response that I have, I do just want to pick up on some comments that have been made by members, because I think it's important that we do clarify that before I respond to comments in regards to Mrs McIlveen's and Mr Chambers' use of an attribution of quotes that I have made in press releases or other documents. I can assure not just them, but I can assure this House that I stand by what I've said in the past. I don't change my mind, and I don't perform U-turns just because it may be popular or the right thing to do. In regards to, I suppose, a wider comment, and I'm not just attributing it to Ms Egan or Mr Muir's comments in regards to today's debate, but Mr Deputy Speaker, just to dispel that wider line that's often used in regards to this easy line that we in Northern Ireland spend more per head on health than any other country. If you compare us with England, Scotland and Wales, that statistic proves right. But the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council in 2022 actually said that we in Northern Ireland spend broadly the same as the North West and the North East of England. So when it's broken down to a regional approach, it's not the disparity that some try to portray that our system here is overfunded. And also the Northern Ireland Fiscal Council in 2022 said that health spending in Northern Ireland had previously been broadly in line with relative need in regards to where we stand in regards to that. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I do thank the member for bringing this adjournment debate and the opportunity to address this issue that concerns a key change and improvement to unscheduled care in South Eastern Trust area, because the consolidation of minor injury services in the Ulster Hospital site represents what I've been told is an improved quality of service for the residents of Ards and North Down Council areas. Patients now have immediate access to a service that is open longer hours with a wider range of diagnostics at the Ulster Hospital, and more importantly, the minor injury service has been secured long term with the appropriate skills and training for staff. In addition, the unit is now consultant led, whereas the smaller units were led by specialist emergency care nurses, something I will expand on later. Deputy Speaker, although this decision was taken by the Permanent Secretary under the Executive Formation Act 2022, and members have highlighted it was made in the absence of ministers on this place function, I have been assured that correct processes were undertaken in the making of that decision. The main drivers that I've been informed from the South Eastern Trust implementing this new model included increased demand for unscheduled care, staffing challenges, substandard facilities and the need to optimise staff skills and expertise. Above all, the Trust was facing a strong risk that in the very near future it would have to react suddenly to the inability to provide minor injury services on these two sites. So to mitigate that risk, the Trust decision to transfer services to one site was aimed at ensuring unscheduled care services for the population of Ards and North Down remain safe and sustainable in the long term. I've been informed that in the consultation document the Trust cited difficulties in recruitment and retention of staff at the minor injury units. Officials, again in my department and the Public Health Agency, sought from the Trust additional information in regard to the Trust position and were advised that there had been ongoing recruitment drives for emergency nurse practitioners. So prior to the consultation exercise, the most recent was in autumn 22. So while this drive was successful in appointing a number of candidates for the Trust, none of the successful applicants were interested in taking a permanent position at the ARDS Minor Injury Unit, and that's likely mostly because of working as part of a multidisciplinary team, as would be the case in emergency departments, is an attractive proposition for those emergency nurse practitioners, both in terms of extended scope of practice and the greater opportunities for nursing management experience. And at the close of the consultation period, 40% of those posts were outstanding from the emergency nurse practitioner workforce. 2 of those posts were filled by other trusts, ENPs, on a supplementary basis. Mr Deputy Speaker, furthermore, the Trust has advised that on average, since 2018, 20% of the total ENP workforce have been unfulfilled at both the Bangor and ARDS MIUs. So, as mentioned before, the Trust has reported that as a standalone unit, EMPs had a reduced scope of practice, and this is a contributing factor to the recruitment difficulties. And in recent years, bank EMPs have historically supported the operational rota at ARDS MIU, and however, the 6 retired bank EMPs who had been available in previous years to secure the service have been reduced to 2, meaning that the historical reliance on bank staff was no longer possible. A further major issue for the Trust that I was informed is delivering minor injury services at ARDS Minor Injury Unit was the condition of the estate in which the service operated. The building would have needed major investment or replacement to continue with providing a service in the absence of any immediate capital funding. The Trust was then faced with the prospect of temporarily closing or relocating in the short term while awaiting capital investment in order to effectively manage the risks that were present. So even if the facilities at ARDS Hospital were renovated, the volume of demand versus the available space would also likely present challenges on the current site in ARDS, and likewise the facility in Bangor is also limited in terms of space and would further struggle to meet demand if that was the operation as alternative. The public consultation, which has been mentioned on the future of urgent and emergency care in Northern Ireland, was launched in March 22, and the consultation findings report was published in October 22. That concluded that there was broad support for the proposals outlined in the public consultation, which included 3 strategic priorities, and those were creating an integrated urgent and emergency care service, capacity, coordination and performance, and immediate care on a regionalised approach. The move to consolidated minor injury services in the Ulster Hospital site met priority 1, and that was to create that integrated urgent care. So my department then, along with the South Eastern Trust, is still committed to providing better urgent and emergency care services and recognises the need for reform to address the many challenges in the healthcare system which this seeks to do. I've confirmed that all the relevant procedures were followed in making this decision. Having identified significant challenges and the need to make a service change, the Trust Chief Executive of the South Eastern Trust notified my department in December 22 of the Trust's intent to change the model of care it provides to the residents of ARDS and North Down. This, like all significant service change, is a requirement under the Department of Health Policy Guidance on Roles and Responsibilities. The Trust received approval from the Department in January 23 to commence a public consultation in the matter. The consultation outlined 9 options with a preference to move the minor injury service units onto the Ulster Hospital site. That commenced in February with Trust Board approval for the statutory 12 weeks, and the consultation ended in May. I have noted the concerns that has been raised by members in regards to the consultation period, but Mr Deputy Speaker, the advice that I was giving that during the consultation period the Trust held 3 public events, 2 online and 1 in person, that had 121 attendees. 388 responses were received, 642 local groups were informed, and 460 organisation groups were informed. And as has been mentioned, a petition actually of over 19,000 signatures against the move was also received. The Trust findings and associated mitigations were publicly presented in a feedback report released in June, and during the summer period the Trust Board approved the preferred option, and the Trust's Chief Executive again wrote to the Department requesting approval to transfer the services. A number of clarifications and queries were addressed by my officials in the Department and the Public Health Agency before submitting their findings to the Permanent Secretary. And then, having carefully considered the proposal and consultation outcome, the Permanent Secretary, in the absence of an executive, wrote to the Trust Chief Executive at the end of August to approve the changes under the Executive Formation Act. This resulted in the minor injury services transferring to the Ulster Hospital site on the 6th of September 2023. Mr Deputy Speaker, that's the update as I have.
Thank the Minister for that response. Members, the Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber.